See ya.
Disconnected.
Alright, I just had to fill out the feedback form. Give me Another minute or two, guys. I'm gonna actually go fetch a cup of tea because I need some more caffeine, and we'll see how Cold War's going. If it's populated, we'll jump on there. If it's not populated, we might check Blue Flag 80s. And if that's not populated, if some miracle has happened and all the servers I usually play on are deserted, we might go on the search and rescue server. +30 on Cold War, excellent. Open range, decent mission too. Oh, and it appears that blue is outnumbered, so we might do some blue today. Zach's on in an F5, yeah, we might do some blue. Anyway, I'll be right back, guys. Just change my music though. It's actually not a huge numbers advantage. It's gone down to 2 players now. All the F5s are taken. Well, I guess that means we're gonna have to relearn something.
Okay, I think since there's a 29 nail on my...
Today's been pretty bad for friendly fire. That's alright. We'll survive, maybe. Hey, Saber. Green screen's a little scuffed at the moment. No, I won't be. I'm gonna do some bombing, I think. And I'm doing the AJ-37 memes, not the AJS.
0568 miles. Go.
I wonder if they fixed the fucking volume control in this
What is
thing.
it from me? Sword,
It's inverted. But at least it works.
H2R TV. Roger that. Right,
So I've got 2 RB-24s on the inner pylons and then 2 racks of bombs on the wings.
Sword is somewhere on your 11 o'clock.
It really does, yeah. It really does.
Right.
Wrong direction. Goes forwards.
You just can't see
Oxygen.
him. It's so dark. Literally gonna go on the forums until often. It's crazy. He's off my 12 now. There's something. Okay. Well, there's one friendly back to home plate. Right there on my 12, by about 10, 20 miles. 10 miles friendly. Okay, I think it was over there somewhere, but I don't have him on scope now. Alright. Yeah, the 49 is continuing to get closer. Okay, so if you want to engage, you can turn back to the fort. There's like 5 fighters.
Set 15 for bomb interval.
MiG-29, I think I'm good. MiG-29s are... Yeah, this is not looking good. The MiG-29s are 30 miles out. And there's a lot of shit over the fort now. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do that. Can't do anything with
Sasuke, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream.
There are some stragglers. You can turn 073. Okay. I'll wait for that. Yeah, yes. I'll keep you out of there. Garbage Black Crow, turn left. 086 17. 086, okay. You can try to divide them.
101 for 173. That's quite a long flight. And I don't think... Let me check what the defaults are. Waypoint 1 is the fart. 2... Strella's shit. That could be a bit sketchy. 2.
What is the range on the 066 target? 11. Cold. Cold? I can't really chase. I need something to be hot. I'm kind of on still. Markham, there's on your right wing, MiG hot on you, about 5 miles out. Black Crow, keep turning left, 058. 058. Garbage, if you keep having your current course, you will be in trouble.
Sounds like airfield in my
Sword, don't have him on scope, 070.
Ah, that ends.
He's right in front of me. Yeah, he's dead. He's on the deck, so warn anybody that's here. Overlord. You're the first one, and there's an A10. Oh, are you hot on him? I am hot on him, he's in the right hand round, it's a big 19. Okay, Black Crow, check.
I'm not 100% sure, and if I did know, I wouldn't be able to tell you anyway.
Garbage man, you're about to be engaged after track programs. Banzai 11, 096. 10 miles. Update 075, 10 miles. Black Crow, target on your nose somewhere. Friendly is chasing hostile. Negative, I'm gonna fight now. On my nose. Not facing anymore. Okay. MiG-29s are closing in, they are 10 miles out. On me? Yeah, on you. Black Crow Banzai. Fulcrum's on you. They are coming from 134, 10 miles. You can run, I mean... You can run, you can try. I wouldn't fight them, because you're just gonna die. You're in a 2v3. 1 on 2. fired on me, I guess.
Zach, you're a poet and you didn't know it.
Yeah, they are engaging Crow, sword on your right. On your right. Okay, hold on, dude. I have a MiG-19. He just ripped his wings into my face. Okay, what's the MiG-19? On your right wing, like on your nose now. One guy on your nose. One fulcrum and one fishbed. Yeah, but how far? We are merged 2 miles. Oh my god, I see him.
I spawned at the wrong end of the airfield, I didn't realise until I was taking off, so meh.
Banza, you up? You can actually rip the wings of the fulcrum. MiG-19 ripped his wings, not the fulcrum. Oh, Banzai, check 6, fulcrum on your back. Oh my god, I really have this 6 of a MiG-29, but he's not gonna make a right turn. Fulcrum is chasing Banzai.
Ukrainian.
Yeah, I'm on a MiG-29 here.
It's a Ukrainian band.
I'm in a rolling scissors with a MiG-29 right there. Oh, he didn't see me. Fox on the MiG-29. Smash MiG-29. Nice. I have the other one in front of me. Going on him.
I don't know if it's just because the way my controls are set up, but I've noticed the Vigan is very twitchy. Especially at low altitude, like it doesn't track quite straight, it's always rolling slightly or pitching up or down. It's one of these aircraft, it's really hard to trim it hands off because it's always doing something.
Nice one. See? Told you can.
Like the MiG-21, once you hit a certain speed, it kind of stabilizes, but the Vigan's always kind of a little bit all over the place. Which is why I've mostly taken to just using the autopilot, but we'll try and hands-on fly it today.
There's still a MiG-29 up to 074, 20 miles.
I need to work on my binds for this too. I fly it so rarely, but I don't remember what half of them are.
011, draw, 095, 36.
Well, the submunitions we have are the BK-90s, which are not appropriate for Cold War. We did have them for a long time, but then it was kind of realized, like, oh, hang on, this is a 90s weapon, and it's a guided cluster munition. Maybe that's a little bit broken. So the BK-90s are no more. Much to Blue Team's disappointment. It's also worth noting, I'm only carrying 2 racks of Hydrax, but even in that configuration, I'm in stage 1 burner just to get any airspeed. I'm doing, what, Mach 0.9, which is what I'd normally cruise at in the MiG-21. Actually, I'm slightly slower. I usually cruise at 0.92 in the MiG-21. And here, I can barely make 0.9 in stage 1 burner. So the Vigan's got a very powerful engine, but it's also a very heavy aircraft, especially when it's loaded. Yeah, I'm going to do a bombing run in the factory.
Do it.
I don't even remember what my binds are in this thing.
Wolf, are you chasing something? Oh yeah, he's fighting the fulcrum. Okay, you know 11, 095, 13. Purple.
I love the pilot body that he blurted for this. This is the thing, like, as much as I bitch about this plane, I really like it. I just wish it wasn't broken. Because I'd love to be able to fly it more without kind of feeling guilty about it, you know? So it's a nice module except for the bugs, and it's a really cool aircraft. Like, Swede posting aside, it is a cool looking plane. It's a quite technically advanced plane for the era. It goes fast. It looks fast, it goes low, it has a nice autopilot, like, it's just everything you could want. Except a working damage model, or, you know, realistic limitations on the flight model. Hey, teleport! Thanks to bits. Say again?
Are you in an air to ground?
Yes, air to ground.
Yeah. Copy.
Target is the enemy factory.
You know 11 o'clock. Friendly is chasing hostile.
Tally.
I haven't got any vaccine yet.
Fox 2.
I don't know when I'm supposed to be getting it either. But I'm dreading the day.
Slash MiG 29.
I finally got over my fear of needles in like my early mid-teens. But from the sounds of things, the COVID vaccine knocks people around, so that should be quite unpleasant, I'd imagine. I usually don't have reactions to them. Some of my friends had really bad ones, like in school, but I've never had a bad reaction, I don't think. But that might change from the sounds of things. I should say drag for speed in the Vigan, because I am carrying, you know, nice big draggy bomb racks. The Vigan is also basically... I think the Vigan is technically area ruled, but it's also just really chunky, so I don't know how much that helps it.
I made the one guy disconnect after I killed him, so only one fucked him up.
About 60 kilometers out at the moment. Two RB-24s, they're self-defense only, I think.
There's one truck put above the friendly park. You want to make a detour?
Sure, why not?
Okay, you can turn right 196.
196.
Just so you're aware, Magic, Mike Bannon and Bradley. I'm going to make my way to their park.
Copy.
Can somebody move the Vulcan that's next to the FARC? Can they move it? Because we're getting lag each time it fires.
That is pretty funny. Cannot move them now because of the screen bug. Let's get somebody else to do it. Mike, man, move it. Somebody move it, please. Oh, come on, don't do like that.
Ross tallies 225.
He's about to. Oh, he touched. The Avenger just can't. I always get killed by the Avengers, like, fuck me.
I lost him behind a ridgeline.
Yeah, he's on your 169.
Say about to runway, retract your air brakes.
Oh yeah, Saber. Yeah, the Saber that is currently lining up, you have your airbags on. Grossmont 180, 3 miles cold. You know 1
Ross tally.
1187. Big 15.
Say again for Juno 11.
Juno 1187.
Copy.
Fox 2.
Tanukin, can you assist? Turn left 073.
I don't think it even tried to track. Fox 2 again. He's seen me. I'm gonna have to disengage. I'm out of missiles now.
Yeah, it's fine. The lake is 065. Juno 11 on your right wing, 2 ship hostile.
You can't uncage the RB-24s in the Vigan like you can uncage the 9Bs in the F5, so they're pretty hopeless.
Juno merged with the first target, merged with the second now.
Yes, they have the exact same behavior as far as I can tell, but because you can't uncage, it's pretty shit.
Fox 2.
Hopefully he doesn't turn and try and get a shot on me with whatever he's carrying, because that could be very bad. I have no countermeasures. Hey, Bibs. No worries, man. I, just out of curiosity, happened to click your name and notice that you stream, so I thought, you know what? I'll drop you a follow.
Any friendlies nearby?
One friendly tiger, and he's engaged. There's a muscleman in the beacon, but I'm not sure he's chasing a mig.
Yeah, that boat is not able to be moved right now because it's rearming. You still have about, like, 5 minutes left.
No, not trying to prove a point, just all the F5 slots are taken. So I'm doing some ground, or attempting to do some ground. I'm probably going to die horribly.
Tunnel King, 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock, beacon is boxed.
We were redirected to try and deal with the Su-25, and the RB-24s let me down completely.
To Krasnodar, I guess the F-14s are never going to get unlocked, because Huey pilots are bad, huh? Sad. Tunnel King merged.
What does the HUD symbology represent? So, the winged thing is the velocity vector, that's where the plane is currently going. The dot is the waypoint that I've got selected. The horizon line is, as you might imagine, the actual horizon line. And then the kind of road that leads towards the waypoint shows me my altitude. And then my radar altitude, I believe, is on the left side. Or actually, that might be... Yeah, no, that's radar alt, I think. And then, oh, sorry, barrel alt, and then radar alt is somewhere else. I forget where.
Just be advised, K-50 coming into our FARP. Friendly FARP will be overrun in a second.
We're getting close.
K-50.
I'm probably gonna eat some Strellas and shit here. Just a heads up.
Not a friendly K-50. He's just north of my position. So there's a Bradley just east of the FARP. He's coming over that ridge line now.
Yeah, I see him now. Roger.
I'm pretty sure I've got my weapons configured wrong.
Directly above the Bradley. I was on the Flex server and I just decimated the Red 4 helicopters with the...
No, we hit something.
It's pretty good.
I dropped a little late, but we hit something.
It's sad that Blue Flag 80s and this server have the same model of Abrams. But it's true. What do you mean, same model?
Not Snake Eyes, they're M71s, I think. It's a Swedish design.
It's a 90s tank, by the way. Right.
Yeah, the M1A2 is like mid-90s, I think. Early mid-90s.
Salty, can I get a vector? Sure. Closest target is 10240.
Sweet eyes. Yeah.
Tally on that K-50.
Your close name?
Mike man.
Yeah, Mike man. It was on your nose. Like, half mile.
Magic Mike Delta, looking for K-50 as well.
I think he got shot down by the Bradley, maybe. He got just on the nose of Mike Delta. That is Mike Delta who just spoke.
Oh, gotta be careful with those stick inputs at low altitude. Something's tracking me, so I want to get the fuck out of here quickly.
Keep turning left. To ship bandits on your 6.
Wakey, wakey, hands off Snakey.
Right.
I just got deleted.
The M5 doesn't have an autopilot. Oh, wrong, right.
Did something shoot me? Or did I just fuck up and hit a tree? Oh, right. I didn't even notice that. Yeah, there needs to be a sound or something.
Project Juno 1-1, do I have any friendlies nearby?
But you see how easy that is to do, right? You don't even realize you're doing it, because the aircraft will do about 1500 clean. Well, actually do 1600 clean in DCS. At least we hit our target. We'll go do that again. Just hopefully without the overspeeding bit. Bombs, high drag, we will... You know what, we won't even take missiles. So the reason I'm taking the missiles off the wingtips is because the AJ couldn't carry them on the wingtips. The AJ could only carry its missiles on the inboards. I found out it can carry RB-24s and MAVs at the same time, but it's weird. It's an asymmetric loadout, so it carries one MAV on the inner pylon, and then one on a wing pylon, and then one RB-24 on the inner pylon. I don't know if that's a limitation of the CK-37, like if it's a memory limitation or something, but that's the only way you could carry MAVs and Sidewinders at the same time on the AJ-37. Whereas the AJS can carry air-to-air missiles on all of its stations. This thing really is easy to overspeed, huh? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I didn't even notice, dude. It's me. I've become the cancer. I didn't finish off the factory. So we'll go back there, I guess. Yes, this time period there should be no AJS. The AJS was a 90s upgrade program. Like early, mid-90s, something like that. AJ would be correct for the Cold War period.
3 Bandit 08530. Banzai 1-1, same target 09430. Another K-8 is like 15 miles out.
Set our bomb interval to... Set it to 10. No, we'll set it to 15. And we'll just release the bombs a little earlier.
Wow, I didn't get the kill on the
guess.
19. Alright, so did you return the spectators? What a guy.
I wasn't getting the symbology that I've got used to with the high drags, because I haven't used them for a while, so I probably pressed the wrong button or something.
So you won't get your 106 kill. Yeah, yeah. You're right. How does it even score? I mean, it's lifetime kills or session kills?
Yeah, definitely, dude, definitely. It would be very useful for every time I decide to fly it again. Oh, you know what? I need to turn all the way around because I'm going the wrong direction again.
3 days, so I've gotten 105 over 3 days.
Magic 1-1.
Oh, I'm going to end up in the grass.
How far am I from our airfield?
Oh, no, I'm not. Okay.
Airfield is on your left. 23623.
Copy.
Can I get the vector to those MiGs again?
Weird how much brighter the reflections in the mirrors are. I can tell you why. Mirrors don't reflect shadows, and the cloud shadows are causing the ambient lighting to be so dark. Like, the ambient lighting on this mission is quite bright. This is all cloud shadows, so if I fly out from under the cloud, you'll see a drastic difference in lighting.
I just love the guy with the
incidentally,
blasting.
I'm not encouraging you guys to do this, because in my opinion it's basically an exploit, unless you actually need to do it because your PC's so crap. But if you turn off shadows, you can see perfectly under clouds. It's beautiful, like, you can see as if it's broad daylight under clouds, whereas you can see how badly I can see under the clouds, right? So, I think ED need to do something about that and separate out the cloud shadows from the normal shadows and make it so you cannot turn cloud shadows off. Because that's kind of broken. But yeah, that's why you don't see the,
Yeah, he's on your 6.
that's why there's a difference in lighting between the mirrors and the rest of the cockpit. You may also notice the mirrors don't reflect trees, and they also don't reflect most buildings. So any of the actual map scenery, like trees or Jesus Christ, like trees and buildings, it doesn't reflect in mirrors.
Oh my god, what do I do against a MiG-15, bro? Just ignore him. Oh, it's a Saber. I have a Saber here. Comrade. Okay, MiG-19 sword on your 1 o'clock. Banzai, same target, 1 o'clock. And there's a MiG-21, but he's cold.
In those settings, they won't show cockpit features, so you can literally look through your cockpit seats.
Sword, check 6. Yeah, there's the 50.
I want to return to the blissful ignorance of not knowing about DCS ULQ mode.
I can't.
Hey George.
Space program.
Cheers to the resub, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, we had our first overspeed death, so Alpin's script is working. I think he said the script's meant to damage your engine, not kill you outright, but I may have just been unlucky. So, what he's actually scripted it to do is, if it detects you going too fast, it spawns an explosion on your position, but if you're going like genuinely too fast, it's usually far enough behind to damage the engine and the afterburner. It's quite clever, although in that case I was both too slow, I think, for it to miss me, and too low anyway. So if I'd lost the engine there, I would have been dead anyway.
So many rounds into this guy. MiG-15's a tank.
Overlord 1-1. It's in field 7-1. Request
It's an improvement. I think it could use some fine-tuning. I might talk to Alpin about it later. I think... So the actual VNE of the Viggen is 1350, so 1400 I think is a bit low to like fuck people up for only 10 seconds of sustained overspeed. I think that'd be like a minute or two at least. Like, you need a bit of fudge time in it. I don't mind Viggen sprinting for a minute or two at like 1400. It's when they do 1800 I care about, right? Or when they sustain more than, you know, 15 for the entire sortie. A Viggen going 1400 instead of 1350, I don't care. I really don't care. But it's a start.
Yeah,
we can work with this until Heat Blur fix their shit.
It's just, what is this guy's name? He's literally a human AI. I didn't know they added bots to Cold War.
You didn't? I thought you'd flown on Red Team long enough to know that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Blues. I love you, really.
He doesn't have a Chinese name, so it seems legit. The MiG-15 is just absorbing rounds, man. Just go closer, bro. Like, you're not a sniper.
That's true, Saber. That is true.
I don't understand. Hold on, can you check my kills? Do I have 105? I could have pilot sniped them. You have 104.
Zach looking for any excuse to tell people to check his kills.
No, like literally, this guy, he's actually a bot. He doesn't exist. Beast target on your left and 6 merged. Hold on, I lost this MiG-15. Can you tell me where he is? I don't see him, sword. You gotta be kidding me. Hey, give me another target then. Whatever. There was a 168, 4 miles. Cold, okay, see.
I do quite like the Viggen startup.
Right now.
Flick a couple of switches, uncage the throttle, and she's good to go. Like I said, it's a really nice aircraft. I really do like the Viggen. I just wish it wasn't broken. That's my only complaint, is that Heat Blur haven't fixed it yet.
Sword on your left, I'm on your right, 238.
And I do hope that now that they seem to be putting more attention back into the Viggen, with the F-14A finally out, I'm hoping they start working on undoing some of their like custom back-end stuff, and I hope they do it for the Tomcat too, and go, like switch over to the ED APIs for this stuff. The MiG-21 needs to do it too. Like a lot of the older modules use in-house workarounds that just don't work anymore to do things that are now natively supported by DCS. And the Viggen is the worst offender because, for instance, if you fire an RB-15 or drop an RB-20, oh sorry, BK-90, not RB-24, if you're killed as soon as you despawn or reslot, your weapon despawns, which is very bizarre. But the reason for it is, from what I understand, the Viggen actually uses invisible lasers to guide its precision munitions. So it's like the MiG-21 with its magical laser rangefinder when it shouldn't have one. The MiG-21 uses a laser rangefinder instead of the slant range unit because there was just no way to program it back then, so they basically did like an FC3 workaround. And it hasn't been corrected yet. Whereas the Viggen uses lasers to guide its weapons, and with no Viggen, the weapon can't be guided anymore, so it just despawns. And you can test this. You can actually test this by spawning in a Car 50 and then having a MiG-21 point its nose at you with the radar on, off, it doesn't matter. It will set off hot click, which is the radar, laser warning detector. So hot click will start screaming at you that you're under attack. You can also get that with the Viggen. Now the Viggen also possibly is doing it because of the proximity fuses on its missiles. I think they use lasers too, in DCS, not in real life. So it's a kind of an odd workaround in some of the older modules that just needs to be corrected, I think. There's no reason not to now, aside from the fact it takes time and money, but I think it needs to be done. As the sim grows and changes, there's always going to have to be upkeep for the older modules. You know, even modules that are only a year or two old are already having reworks done for stuff that doesn't work anymore or can be done better. So the Viggen and the 21, which are two of the oldest third-party modules in the game, they really need it. Honestly, the way that the sim has been going over the past 6 months to a year, it's really getting where it needs to be. I'm quite happy. I still have my frustrations with the ED and with some of the third parties, but the sim is headed in a really good direction. And now this free play system they've got, I think it's looking pretty bright. It'll always have improvement to go. There'll always be something that can be done better, but it is a lot better than it was when I first started playing. What am I doing? 0.85. Like I said, she's kind of draggy.
Louder. Wolf specialist 1.
Vincent, turn right, 295.
295.
No, I'm on the Steam version. I do have a separate standalone install for testing, but, I mean, it's a testing install, so can't really do free play with that. But I also don't need to. I know what modules I do and don't want at the moment. And if I do need to test something in the future, assuming I can't just do it on test, I'll do it through through a separate standalone install. I can just chuck another one on a hard drive or something.
Banzai, I see no hostiles. Beast, Wolf, Banzai and Bobo, you are clear for now. Keep flying over the lake.
So the thing is, with the lack of direction, I think, like, I've joked about it before, but I'm starting to believe it more and more. I think ED is, like, actually ADHD autism game design, because it's the same kind of shit I'd be doing if I was doing it. Like, they hyper-focus on one thing, and they just, like, smash out updates for it for, like, 6 months, and then they forget it exists. Exact same thing I do. Like, you've got these intricate, beautiful details. The trains in this, which are ground scenery, they don't even do anything at the moment, they're just ground scenery. The trains in this are more detailed than in fucking Train Simulator. Interiors too. Like, it's phenomenal. Somebody on the ED team, if not most of them, has to be a puzzle piece. Has to be. I'm convinced.
Like 0 miles. Check left.
Absolutely convinced.
Over the little patch, not above the forest. 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock.
Speaking of hyperfocus and mental disorders, for those of you who didn't see it in my Discord or aren't in my Discord, I spent most of last night redoing by hand every single external maintenance instruction stencil on the MiG-21. Every single fucking one. I haven't done the wings yet, but the fuselage and tail are all done. Because I noticed the font and the colour was wrong. So my personal livery is Air Superiority Grey, and on Air Superiority Grey and I believe Bare Metal Aircraft, the stencils were usually a sort of medium to dark blue colour. And the font was wrong, of course, so I corrected the font, and I corrected the colour as well. And I found a few typos. Also, it's one thing that hasn't been fixed yet. Clouds still render on a layer above power lines for some reason, so in an overcast mission, be very careful about power lines. You will not see them from below. You'll see them from above, not from below. When are you getting prescription meth? I don't know. I'm supposed to be seeing the doctor tomorrow, but that's... I don't know if that's going to be the prescription or if that's just the preparation for the prescription. Oh my god. I'm so lucky that tree didn't have a collision volume. I should have gone over that power line. Should have done it. But whatever. We got away with it. To be fair, in real life, if you hit that close to the top of a tree, it probably wouldn't break much. It might put a dent in the skinning, but there were a lot of reports of planes coming home from World War II with bits of fucking trees lodged in their engine intakes and stuff. Or like their, you know, like the air scoops for the carburetor. Ross merged, blind. Minor heart attack moment there. Yeah, wood's quite elastic, especially the thinner branches near the top of a tree. You know, the new growth's very, very, elastic, yeah. Probably the best word for it. I read an account one time of a,
6 o'clock, 5 o'clock. I think he does not see it. Bobo, on your nose.
It was an account of a Hurricane pilot who was doing a strafing run on German troops, and he actually went so low that he took one's head off with the wing. Like, as in he had bits of brain smeared across the front of his wing. World War II pilots were a different breed, I tell you what. No, the Spit doesn't. The Spit's trimmed from the factory for roll. The late Spits do, the 22 and up, when they re-winged it. The new wing had aileron trim, but the original wing did not. And so the way that they would roll trim the Spitfire is at the factory when it was test flown, because they'd test fly every individual Spitfire that was built. I think I've... Oh shit. Yeah. I just got deleted by Sam. That's what I get for not paying attention. They would take the Spitfire up, test fly it, and then figure out which way it wanted to roll at a certain speed, land it, get out a big tuning fork and a mallet, and just smack on the trailing edge of the aileron either up or down as necessary, and then refly it until they tuned it. We're not going to strike a runway, I just took that load out because, I don't know, I don't think it's actually any different from the other one. But we'll try that.
Copy.
So you can understand Hungarian.
I just ate shit to a Sam.
Not really.
He's ordering a pizza.
1-1 in field. 1-1.
Vincent, vector to home plate.
Yeah, the volume knob. Oh, that's not the volume knob. What the fuck is wrong with me? That's a radar brightness. Where's the volume?
Home plate 297.
It's somewhere around here, I think. Ah, there it is.
Yes. Bobo, Murdoch,
Oh, that's right. Yeah, it only rotates right, and it does nothing. Thank you, heat blur.
Bobo, check. 9 o'clock.
Roger.
COVID-19 is connected into the game. Nice. Murdoch, 10 o'clock, Fulcrum, hold. Banza, you RTD?
Leon 15.
Yeah, there's 2-ship Fulcrum, 072, 10 miles. Murdoch, 9 o'clock. Bobo on your 6. Cycling.
Psyching, I gave him merge call.
Cycling, there's a Fulcrum, but he's cold.
Roger, thank you.
Murdoch, check 6. Fulcrum, too late. Bobo on your nose. Fulcrum just splashed friendly. 5 miles.
It's bad, I don't hear anything.
Oh, he's chasing someone, okay. Salty, can I get a vector? Sword, vector is 106. Okay. With multiple overlapping distress calls. Got it.
Yeah, the AI really needs to be improved before the dynamic campaign happens, I think.
A lot of bandits above the lake.
But I think AI would need to be improved regardless whether they were doing a dynamic campaign or not. It's pretty abysmal. IL-2 is bad as well. Great Battles anyway. The original IL-2 is pretty decent. It has moments of stupidity, but it's much better than any modern flight sim. The older flight sims seem to have invested a lot more time and money in the AI. Cliffs of Dover has fucking fantastic AI until they get close to the ground. But both DCS and the new IL-2 series, the AI are just fucking horrible. They're incredibly predictable. They're too competent at things that human players tend to be incompetent at, but things that even the worst human pilot can do, the AI can't.
Keep turning the left. 131.
Full CMO DCS integration would be absolutely bananas. I want to see integrated air defense system though. I want to see that be a thing. And I want to actually be able to, in full 3D, multi-crew a SAM cabin. I want to man a S200 control station with a couple of my friends. Like, I would love that so much. I would pay money like you would not believe for that module.
Yeah, Banzai is turning on you. Cycling, Furbold, on your left, 031. Juno 1 Furbold.
Integrated air defense.
20.
Copy.
What frames are those? Which frames? These ones or the ones in front of my face? My glasses? I don't know, just some random ones I picked up from Specsavers like 10 years ago? No, it would have been 10 years ago. No, it might have been. I don't know. It was a long time ago. They're a bit bent out of shape because I took a tumble out of a car while wearing them. I was very, very drunk one night and stood up to get out of the taxi. I fell over in my own driveway. Stood up to get out of the taxi and literally just keeled over. Fucking concussed myself. It was great. Embedded my glasses in my face, so I've got like this ring-shaped scar around my left eye where my glasses cut into me.
Juno, anchor at your current position. Or you
sleep with mine on.
Yeah, you can
I
turn
do not.
back
I can't sleep with my glasses on.
or
I used to take them off to read as well, though I tend to just look over them now.
back to wait for.
Copy.
I would have switched to contacts, but I can't do contacts. My blink reflex is so sensitive that anything going near my eye just clamps shut instantly. I did try contact lenses in high school, and it took 3 members of my family 20 or 30 minutes per eye. They had to put me on the floor, hold me down,
Is this the same E29?
one of them to hold one eyelid, the other one to hold the other,
Fight for a while.
and one of them to get the contact lens in, and they still had trouble doing it. So, unfortunately, contacts are not an option for me.
Striking MiG-29 on your nose, 6 miles, 1 o'clock now. I just 29 nails on my 12.
Sighting altitude?
He can't see altitude. His UI is glitched.
Fuck it, we got space, we're in a vegan.
Okay, I have 29 nails, but I don't anymore.
Bit of a traffic jam on the runway here.
Right wing, but I think he can't see you.
I hope so.
Where's 29 at? Come on. He is 101, 32. 32, okay. He's coming for me, so if Cycling can get on at 6. Yeah, Juno will, with Juno you can miss her. Juno keep, you can start turning right.
Say again.
Juno starts turning right.
Copy.
Whoa, that echo. Yeah, I'm not using the headset, sorry about that.
Check Discord. I can't while I'm flying.
You know, go after. Go after. Cycling seems clear. But you know, I'm aware. But if the MiG-29 is on me, just get him on the position of the 29 and fox him. Yeah. Juno, turn 127 now. So,
Okay. Yeah, I'll check it after.
You can go directly for him, he's flanking. 111.
I got a separate pair of glasses I usually wear if I'm going out somewhere. They're a bit fancier than these, but these are just my everyday go-to glasses. Because my other glasses are much like narrower vertically, and they got fancy tortoiseshell frames. But just for daily use, I prefer a bigger lens, so I have a wider field of view, and then a much thinner frame, so I don't notice it. Basically, I want as unobstructed a field of view as possible, and as large a field of view as possible.
Okay, and then keep pressing. How far cold? 11 miles.
Yeah, they're both taken. Well, we don't even have F-14s yet, because none of our Hueys have done any, like they haven't done the objective to unlock them. At least last I checked. But I'm not competent enough in the F-14 to fly it in here anyway, to be honest. Especially not when the server's busy.
With the runway, please.
Copy, Vincent, base.
Update on the 29.
Honestly, I was half tempted to get some old, like, 70s engineers glasses, you know, the really stereotypical fucking office door glasses. I was tempted, because they would be really good for the things I usually look for, but I don't know if they'd suit me. These ones, I don't know. These seem to suit me okay. I guess I'm not the best judge of that.
Overlord.
Runway in.
2-1. Request bogey dope.
Yeah, quite often the 29s aren't on SRS. Who's in them? I should not be looking at the scoreboard this close to the ground.
Yeah. Do we, okay, just fire me on to 21 then, I can just start that to me. Salting?
Okay, Vincent, I'm making on the
I will see the...
I'm lucky these didn't break when I fell over.
Oh, okay. There's one friendly on your back. Yeah, got you.
I chipped the right lens a little and bent the frame on the left side, so they don't quite sit straight on my face anymore. But
Are we climbing
they're still
for that
functional.
29 or not?
No, there's no point.
Crashed so many times in here in the last couple of days after dying just from looking at the map.
To go fast.
Yeah, on my old PC, opening the F10 map was a good way to freeze it up or crash the game.
Off by 12, low, maybe 20 miles.
Thankfully on this one it's not usually a problem, but the reason for that is because the F10 map, I don't know if you guys knew this, the F10 map is rendered in 3D. Like, the whole thing is rendered in 3D. The text is... The trees are... If you zoom in far enough on the F10 map, you can see the trees, like the leaves on the trees, swaying in the breeze. I shit you not. I don't know why they did that, but it is what it is. So it loads in the terrain chunks to load the map. That's why your PC like stutters when the map loads in, because it's actually loading in every terrain chunk in the game based on your zoom level. So if you're more zoomed in, it's not as severe, but if you zoom all the way out on the map, it's loading in every terrain chunk on the Caucasus.
090, copy.
He says that he himself is on blue team.
Let's get off the phone.
Your hair, unicorn? Oh, is it doing that again? Whatever.
Put on your right. 117.
I need a haircut. It's getting a bit wild again.
117, I have something left coming over the lake as well. I'm gonna ignore that and go for the fog foot, but let Juno know there's something on the lake coming over the water station now.
Yeah, I see it.
I'll be moved with the fog foot, but I don't see. Give me a vector. 143, 2 miles. 143, 2 miles. Juno 11.
Anything in particular you'd like to see in the tutorials? Surprise me. I don't know. I don't play this thing enough to know what needs to be in them. I think you'd probably be the best judge of what an average new player would need to know, or what somebody would need to reference if they haven't flown the Viggen for a long time.
Alright.
Overlord 1-1 in field 6-1. Alpha check from both pictures.
Alright, who was the deep voice guy?
I forgot to change playlists. I usually put my synthwave one on for blue, but we'll stick with our usual playlist.
Right, you can fly heading, let's see, 104. 104. I just made the fog foot eat it. Did I get another vector? Nothing else.
About 60 kilometers.
Coverage. There's one MiG-21, like, over the hills.
Hopefully this time we don't fly face first into a SAM.
I just got a pop-up for 3 miles.
Got an aircraft, slight right there.
Oh my god, there's a MiG on me.
Don't know who it is. Hopefully friendly, or at least if he's enemy, hopefully he won't see me.
Yeah, MiG-19.
Catch you later, Josh.
Juno left wing. Sword 10-0. I see the thing, dog, but I can't right now. Give me a second. You are 2v1ing the 19. Oh yeah, I see the F5. Hey, he's coming up for you, F5. He might just fox on you here. It's gonna be ahead on both sides. Oh my god, he went into the cloud. Oh my god. Yep.
The clouds at Alpen's gonna turn off, you mean?
Yeah. Oh shit, Juno sword. There's a 2-ship MiG-21 just entered the purple. Best of luck. Okay, well I'm in the clouds so they can't see me. And I can't see them, so tell me where they are. One MiG-29 on your 6, but he lost you. Juno, my turn. MiG-29? Fuck me, 21, sorry. Juno, on your right, 055. Copy.
I was gonna say, if clouds are an obstacle to a MiG-29 keeping tally on you, he shouldn't be flying a fucking MiG-29.
Everybody should be flying a MiG-29 other than me. Yeah. Up there. Sword, you're in the 2v4. You should be able to see something. I see literally my own friendly F5, nothing else. On your right, on your nose. On my nose. Okay, on your right and on your 6. Juno, on your left. Nobody can see the clouds. Sword, on your left, he just overshot you. I just saw there's a 19 off my 12 here. Juno, on your nose. That's a Flash, Juno, second target, 228, 3 miles. Cold.
0343 at 3.
Say again, heading?
Juno, right wing.
Yeah, I had a pretty bad headache yesterday,
On your nose now.
which is part of the reason I just decided to work on my MiG-21 skin.
Still up yet.
It's too fucking sore to do anything else.
I'm off. I'm just on a 19, give me a sec. Juno, is that done?
There we go, there's our symbology. It's probably too low, I think. That's why I couldn't see it before.
19 on your right.
If you're below a certain altitude, your symbology doesn't appear, I think.
More targets, 320.
Ross about to run in on the factory again.
Copy.
Oh shit, you know there's Fulcrum and another guy coming for you.
Oh shit, this isn't the factory, this is the farm!
Juno,
Oh,
Juno, try to notch him, 299.
I pressed the wrong waypoint. God
There's
damn
one
it.
MiG-21 on your 6.
God damn it, that's why I exploded before. I was going to the wrong fucking place. Oh my god, what is wrong with me? Alright, let's get rid of that. Let's actually plug in the right waypoint this time. I'll do it before I take off so I don't forget. Actual fucking Papega hours.
Coming for sword.
Oh my god, I'm gonna fight with a 19. I don't want a 29.
No, don't worry, you got another fish bed. Murdoch, check your nose now. KA-50, 1 mile. You're about to merge with KA-50 on your left now.
Copy.
Send you SAM update tomorrow. Managed to get it hit me square in the face doing Mark 2 at 20 kilometers. Oh, nice.
Juno, turn right.
Very nice.
53 if you are not engaged.
I am.
Right.
That's what the vegan does to you. It
God,
is.
why is the MiG-19 so annoying to kill?
Almost like it's a good fighter.
Ha ha ha, you murdered me? I'm just gonna pull my stick up.
Outskilled.
I'm glad someone beat me to that one.
Oh my god, overshoot!
Just don't, bro.
Crashed.
Just
I'm
don't.
clear.
Murdoch, update. Helicopter is 271, 7 miles above the village.
Looking.
This guy gets on my 6, I make him overshoot, and he just goes back into a rate like nothing ever happened. He doesn't even have one of his tail fins on. Like, what?
Was it a 29?
No, it's a 19. He's just
Oh, he's missing a stab?
annoying
Juno
pilot in
1-1
the world.
bogey dope.
Juno 1-1, sword is fighting, 051, 10 miles.
Okay, give me a
I've
moment.
been fighting for the past 10 minutes.
Copy.
It's gonna be a battle of attrition.
Oh, I'm dead. Okay, well, he hit me. I'm not dead yet.
21, probably fucks you. He's on your...
No, the 19 hit me with a cannon.
Yeah, you're about to get fucked.
Oh, yeah, I'm dead.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice try.
Yeah, I'll get back to you on that after the stream, Dangles.
Juno 1-1, closest target is 071, 6 miles. The 19. The other guy is cold.
He's in the clouds, I lost him.
Murdoch, check your right wing
Yeah,
above the
I know, right,
forest
Cotton.
and the little batch helicopter.
losing a stab in the 19 can be quite a risky proposition too. I've had it result in very unpleasant flight characteristics a couple times.
Left wing merge, 21.
1-1.
I was taxiing like a grandma because I was tabbed out of the game, Saber.
Murdoch, 055.
Trying not to overspeed, yeah, that too.
If you see the little bench in the middle of the forest, he's right there on the northern side.
Shit, I hope I don't run us out of Vigans. Ooh, that could have been a bit sketchy.
Juno 1-1. The MiG-21 is cold.
My left tire is now completely bald.
6 miles.
I'm sure there's a lovely big skiddy there on the taxiway.
Roger. Home plate is 284.
Copy.
Murdoch on your nose.
It's I got him.
It killed him. Hey, you taxiing in front of us.
I don't know, I can't see behind myself in this fucking thing.
I don't know, it was just the last F5 on the...
Want to buy Periscope.
Infield 5-1. Request bogey tow.
I want to buy a plane with engines.
You want so much.
Or a turn rate.
Magic, Mike Delta. Hawk site deployed requires activation.
Yeah, that's true.
Requires
Got a
activation.
MiG-29? Nice. Please don't kill me.
Yeah, I didn't know
Yeah,
it
so
either,
if you
but
just select the Hawk site, and then change it from auto to red.
Oh, I can't do that now because of the bug.
Oh, you're the only attack commander. Well, you should definitely do it at some point.
I'm gonna have to restart then.
Okay, restart.
I'll do it then. I'll do it. It's fine.
Murdoch, new target, 095, 11 miles, 621.
095 for 11.
Yep. Jesus Christ, it's almost midnight. Tomorrow I have a business trip. It's gonna be great.
Wow, congratulations, something.
Yeah, congratulations on getting up early and then fucking drive for 2 hours and then meet some people I don't want to deal with. Murdoch, left wing, turn 000. But,
Yeah. Hmm.
Yeah, it's called being Hungarian.
it's being called in a...
I'm not sure, Conkers. I'm not actually sure.
You know.
Can you tell me where this bandit is?
And yeah, this is a really good song. Unfortunately, the writer of the song, who was also the synth player, the really cool guy who looks like he's from the future, unfortunately he passed away last year. But I guess, at least before he did, he got to see his song become famous again. Like, it's probably a bigger hit now than it was when it came out in the Soviet Union. So I guess that was cool for him to see.
Murdoch update 066, 4 miles, Boston. Check 11 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 9 o'clock now.
Am I that much louder? I feel like you guys would barely be able to hear me over the radio. Like, this is the thing, I have no internal volume sense, like I don't know how loudly I'm speaking. So I have a tendency to either whisper or shout, there's nothing in between. And if there's any background noise at all, I find I tend to shout quite a lot.
All the clouds as well, that really makes it so immersive, all these clouds, so immersed in the gameplay.
Unless you go into settings and turn shadows off. Don't do that, by the way.
I'm not going at them. I don't want my game to look terrible.
Well, no, it's not just that it looks terrible, it's that you can fucking see, like, broad daylight, because it turns off the cloud shadows too. I might bug report that and tell them, like, this is exploitable, please fix it.
10 feet, like if it.
We waited so long for the cloud. Try to enjoy it.
No, it's not about enjoying it, dude. My enjoyment is over.
Unfortunately, I can't turn the radio down because the Vigan's volume is bugged. So I can't adjust the volume down, I can only turn it up, and it's already at maximum, so there's not much I can do about it. Don't suppose anyone knows which mission's next in rotation. I haven't fixed my fucking hard
I'll
drive.
check with it. I think it's Mountain Sky, so I'm gonna get an F-14. Not even capping. Wait, can we end this mission, actually, or can we let them end it? Because I genuinely want to stop playing with these clouds.
Boo-hoo. Use your fucking radar, dude. Use your radar. The F5's radar is, like, legit good.
And do what, bro? What am I gonna do? No.
Tracked him. What the fuck? I tracked him. The F5 radar, in my opinion, is garbage.
It's fucking, for the time period, it's excellent. You're using it wrong if you think it's bad. Holy fuck, dude, you can lock people in ground clutter. It's like broken good.
Wow, Kaku's connected.
Oh no.
Overlord, 1-1. In field, 4. Check to home plate.
You know, logically,
Yeah, sorry, go.
the code, the script is only for TAS, so the Vigan can't go past Mach 1.1 at any altitude.
Is it only oh no.
Yeah,
I might actually double check it, but yeah, that's broken. On the other hand, I think the Vigan can currently go, I don't know, can it go Mach 2 at high altitude? It shouldn't.
I mean, it can, it should, yes.
It shouldn't.
Barely, but
It shouldn't. It's got fucking fixed intakes. It should do maybe 1.7 at best. It's like the fucking MiG-27. It's a Mark II fighter, but because it has subsonic intakes, or not subsonic, but fixed intakes, it only goes 1.7. 23BN's limited to 1.7 as well, because of the nose.
Wikipedia says it's 2.1.
Wikipedia is full of shit. Yeah, Wikipedia is probably using the stats for the JA-37, which had a different engine and different intakes, I think.
Probably, yeah.
Wikipedia is a shit source in general, anyway. Hey, Archer, cheers for the raid, man. Welcome.
Rio, 04411.
Hope you had a good one. We're attempting to do some strike in the Vigan. It's not going very well. I've flown into the enemy FARP twice because I plugged in the wrong waypoint. And I've oversped myself to death, because Alpin has a script on the server now that kills you if you go too fast at low level. Well, at any altitude now.
Can you give me a bearing?
And I accidentally slipped through that limit for about 10 seconds and kaboom.
107.
Like your map pants? I do too. I really like the pilot model on this. Chuck the radar on for what good it is. Why is there a speed limit? Because the Vigan can... The Vigan's fucked, basically. In real life, Saab's record-breaking aircraft they were planning to build was a Vigan with no radar, no antennas, no weapon pylons, nothing. It was significantly lighter, it was a completely slick airframe, no paint, nothing, and they predicted they could get an average of about 15-30 kilometers an hour over a closed circuit at sea level. This will do about 1560 clean.
It's just frustrating the way like people are fighting.
Oh god, my game just froze. Did anyone else just stutter really badly?
I did, yeah.
Okay. And if you use the negative drag bug, which is still a thing in the Vigan, as you get rid of weapons, your drag actually decreases instead of reaching a neutral value, it decreases below the clean aircraft's drag value. You can get this up to 1800 kilometers an hour at sea level, which is just like, no. That's nearly Mach 1.5. Nothing goes that fast. Nothing.
Be the change you want to see.
Oh, no,
So, because people were starting to exploit that, they've been exploiting it for a while, Alpin added a script to stop you from sustaining an overspeed, but I think he's made it a little too strict at the moment, so I'll have a chat with him later about it. So the actual never exceed speed of this aircraft, you can find this in any of the charts, any of the documentation for the AJS or the AJ. The JA is different, it has a higher limit. But the actual VNE for this aircraft is 1,350 kilometers an hour indicated airspeed, which is the same as the MiG-23, and 50 kilometers an hour more than the MiG-21. That's not a thrust limit, that's a airframe limit, it's a structural limit. So above that speed you run into friction heating problems, which is true of most aircraft. But you have the excess thrust to get up to like 1500-ish, high 14s maybe, 1500. But the DCS Viggen seems to not have enough drag to begin with, and then with the negative drag bug it just becomes a fucking spaceship. No. Did you remember to... Did you use your select jettison, Archer? Because if you've used your select jettison and you don't put it back into the neutral position, it will not fire.
I don't know if it's realistic, but it behaves like an F-20.
Like if I need to punch the tanks off, I'll usually just use the emergency jettison.
I don't know, I can't turn fighting with 15, but it goes really
It's weird then.
fast.
If the jettison switch is correct and the pylons are actually powered, the only other thing I can think of is if you had other weapons powered at the same time.
My job is to just...
I think to get the Sidewinders to fire, you need to have only Sidewinders selected, selected jettison off, master arm on, and they should go.
Mike man.
It's really odd. What kind of Sidewinders by chance? Were they AIM 9Ps, 9P5s, or were they GAR 8s, 9Bs?
104 something.
P5. It might have been desync because I've never had that issue, I don't think.
Pop-up target, sword. 101. 15. Type. 21. Rio, you're about to merge. Pick 21 on your nose.
Overlord, 1-1. In field, 2-1. Request bogey dope.
Okay, we're about 20 kilometers out. Oh, somebody's attacking it already. It might be my 10.
13K by the way. But of course he is. Did an F5 just get splashed off my 12? I think I'm falling down now.
This is Ross. Break, break, break. This is Ross. I need help over the factory. There's a MiG-19 here, and friendly just got splashed.
There's a friendly F5 still up. Yeah, he's changing the...
No, he's fucked. He's covered in smoke. He's pretty much dead.
Pretty much dead. Oh, that's too bad.
Oh, I can see that fight. I'm coming.
Sword, MiG-21 cold on your nose.
There we go. That's the good shit right there.
Yeah.
Bomb's gone. I'm getting the fuck out of here.
I see this Ross fight. I guess Ross isn't fighting. He's running, but he's a big pilot.
Ross, the friendly is still up. How's that?
The friendly looks like he's about to fall and die if he does anything.
Yeah, the 19 is turn fighting with him, so Ross, you are good for now. Sword, turn left, break left. 2 ship 21 on your left.
How far?
2 miles.
Hey, Grey Wolf. Thanks for the raid, man. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome, everybody.
2 of them going live.
We're doing some air to ground in the Viggen today.
Mike man, foot is...
And we've had our first successful sortie out of 4, finally.
There's bandits on your 6. Yeah, 21 on your 6, he knows.
21 Fox on my 12, I don't know what he's foxing
I don't know if it was because I was too low again, or I just had my angle fucked up, but my aiming cues didn't come up for that at all. Oh shit.
121.
Oh, my wing just went.
On my nose where?
On your
I could fly that back. That's still flyable, but I'm not going to be a shitter, so we'll eject.
Cross.
Something hit me, I don't know what. Well, it was kind of successful. We hit the target, but we got shot down. That's... There you go, there's the Viggen's broken damage model. I did not notice that until I saw the flash. So, with at least my left wing and canard gone, possibly the right wing as well, it was flying as if there was nothing wrong with it. I didn't even notice a roll. Like, it just nothing. Yeah, there was an explosion in the mirror, but the aircraft was handling as if it hadn't taken a hit. And this is what I mean about the Viggen's fucked up damage model. Look, he still thinks I'm alive. He's chasing my plane. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, man. Heat blur, please. Please, heat blur, please.
Striking there.
Oh, man. Okay. One thing they are doing... I wish they fucking fixed the damage and flight models first, but one thing they are doing that I'm looking forwards to is they're going to make training numbers an actual inbuilt option, so I can finally put the... Without using a livery, I can finally put training numbers on the wing. I quite like the look of the training numbers on the wings. It's very cool. It's not very tactical, but it's very cool. Let's see... I should try using the RB05 sometime. Not today, but I should learn to use them, because the last time I tried they were bugged, I think, so I've never actually successfully employed them. Get rid of those, because they shouldn't be there on an AJ.
Request rearming.
And we'll get this thing started back up.
Copy.
I don't know what hit me, but I ate shit to a missile or something.
It happens. We don't have really good radar coverage.
Worth note is my aircraft was still perfectly functional, so I punched out to not be a shitter, but oh boy.
Sword on your left, maybe? On your 6? Yeah.
Okay, we'll wait for the CK
Banzai
to
update.
set itself up.
5, 13.
Might decrease bomb interval to 10, actually.
I tried to begin
The 05.
really just
No, we'll stay with 15.
love to spontaneously combust and rip its wings.
Yes, that's because Alpine...
I get a merge call.
Striking on your 6, but flanking MiG-19.
Which I think you...
Alpin added a script to stop people from abusing the overspeed, but I think he overdid it a little.
Striking, you can check 9 o'clock now. He's about to pass you on your left. 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. Maybe you can box him. Banzai, Furball, 114, 6 miles.
Oh shit. Almost forgot. So, I think the way to go with that weapon might be the way that the Kar-23 was used in the MiG-23, which is... It's the same system, it's a manual command to line of sight missile with a flare in the tail. But what they used to do, apparently, was they would fire the missile and then line it up with the gun sight, and then it would just guide itself onto the target.
Oh my god,
I think the Kar-23M, because it had an INS, the Kar-23 original model didn't, so they had to guide it all the way in. But that might be the go. If the, I don't know if the 05 has an INS, but if you can kind of line it up with your HUD sight and just let it fly itself the rest of the way, that could be viable, I think.
Banzai 356.
Dude, I'm barely out of ground idle and look how fast it's moving. Like, this thing has so much fucking power.
Banzai, on your right, 334. Right wing.
Teddy.
No. Air-to-air refueling is pretty much exclusive to American and some British jets of this era.
He's turning 340.
virtually nobody else did it for tactical
Go to
aircraft.
the 29, go to the 20, or the 19, sorry, 21.
The Soviets experimented with air-to-air refueling right after World War II, but they just decided it was unnecessary. For most purposes, their bombers had it, and some of their later interceptors, the MiG-31 primarily, were able to do it, but for the most part, the Soviets just gave up on it for tactical aviation. Yeah, like I said, they're bombers, right? Fighters couldn't.
Eat it here. He's gonna eat it. He's a legend. He's better than me.
The Brits did have it, and they retrofitted it to a number of their aircraft, but yeah, it's mostly Western countries that did it. Sweden didn't. Soviets didn't. The French kinda did.
Well, no, that's gonna track. In 90 hours.
Overlord. Field 6-1. Request
Always nice to see. Vincent, keep flying 098.
Ground targets I hit 7.
Overlord.
Mostly buildings.
29 here or just miscount? No. Miscount.
There's 129, he's 40 miles out, and 157.
Interestingly, a 2-128 didn't get a refueling probe. I guess they just felt it didn't really need one. It was already quite long range. Yeah, until the Mirage 2000... Well, actually the F1, I think. I think the F1 could do it, but I don't know how often it was used. And then the Mirage 2000, obviously, but I don't believe the Mirage 3 or 5 could do it. The Mirage 4 could. And the Mirage 4, for those that don't know, is basically take a Mirage 3, upscale it, give it a second engine and a second crew member, and make it a nuclear standoff bomber. It's a beautiful aircraft. Did the Soviets use drop tanks? Everyone used drop tanks.
Hey, I just met with him on my left wing. It's a 19. He flew past me.
When I fly the MiG-21 in DCS, I never fly it without a drop tank. Even if I'm flying only a short distance, I'll still take the 490-litre centerline tank, but I usually take the 800-litre centerline.
Copy. No joy.
Same with the MiG-29, I don't take off without a tank on the MiG-29.
Oh shit, Banzai, on your 6.
Captain Bacon, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream.
Is that the MiG-19? Because I'm on it.
Yeah, MiG-19. He's chasing Banzai now.
My room? Yeah, sitting on your 6. Jesus Christ. Trying to gun you?
Vincent.
Yeah,
check
exactly.
the clock. 2 friendlies, 2 hostile.
Wow, Bandai, that was hot. Okay.
Tally.
I'm on the 6 of the 19.
Okay, we're already
21 in the 10.
on the right waypoint.
Okay, I don't know where I'm on the first place.
21 behind sword. Banzai, right wing. 2 o'clock. We're about to pass him now. Right wing.
Sorry.
Yeah, same loadout.
I have very little time on this.
These are the only weapon I remember how to use competently, somewhat competently. And I do like them. I quite like the high drag bombs in the Viggen.
21 total himself. He's okay. Perfect. Okay, I'm gonna have to re-engage on the 19. Give me a second.
Vincent merge to left wing.
Interesting, it wants to roll right. Should be a symmetrical loadout.
Magic, Hooker's with you, ready for tasking when needed.
Hooker, you can assist 099 60.
099.
Okay, I see you in 21. The 19's going vertical that could fall back in on you. Hold on.
Crosswinds? There is one, but I don't think it's very strong.
Vincent, 19 on your
And it's coming from the other... actually, no. It's probably catching my tail. That might be why it's blowing me over. I'm not sure.
I see Banzai, but I don't see the 19 or the 21.
On your left wing. On your 6 now, sword.
Oh my god, okay.
Banzai, turn left 099.
Just turn right now in the 21-6.
There's a
Set the autopilot for a moment.
On my left. What?
Server's pretty crowded. Oh, Aftermath's on. Nice.
friendly guy.
Died, oh, Banzai died.
I have an A10 Psyking. There are a
Oh,
couple other Viggens, but I don't know if they're doing air to ground or not.
29 is flanking.
yeah, where? Hold on, I can try to get him.
Would you recommend it? I personally would say wait until they fix it, then I would recommend it. As it is now, the module has a lot of problems that need fixing urgently, and it's just been not addressed. It's been kind of left to, I guess, decay over the last 3 years. People have switched their focus back onto it, but in my opinion, they've started with the wrong things. The two biggest problems are the flight model and the damage model, and neither of those have been fixed yet, despite both being pretty well documented issues. It's a fun module to fly. It's quite a cool aircraft. Very interesting because it doesn't really have anything in common with either the other blue aircraft or the red aircraft. So, I don't know, it depends what you want to do with it. If you just want to, like, run missions with it, I'd say yes, get it. But if you want to use it in, like, a PvP environment, it's kind of broken, and I'm leery to recommend it to people, considering the last person I recommended it to is now the bane of the fucking server's existence when he's in the thing.
Even though if
yeah.
the enemy farm's out of action.
But it is a lot of fun.
Not likely. We couldn't strike the farm.
The Gazelle has a lot of issues with the flight model. I think they fixed the Mistral. I don't know how the other weapons are, but I think they did fix the Mistral. Mostly, possibly completely. Not sure. Don't have it. But the flight model needs fixing. Apparently that's going to happen after the Kiowa. So my advice on the Gazelle would be wait until the Kiowa comes out. See how its flight model is. You'll be able to tell, because I'd imagine if there's problems, people will make it very well known. And if there aren't problems, people also make it very well known, because it would be nice to see Polychop turn themselves around. So wait until the Kiowa comes out, see how its flight model is. If it's actually behaving the way it's supposed to, then pick up the Gazelle and wait for them to drop the fix for its flight model. When's the Kiowa slated for? I don't know. Soon. I think it was delayed or something. It looks pretty complete, but that doesn't necessarily mean a lot. It doesn't bother him too much because he flies it realistic. Like, this is the thing. If you want an aircraft that you can fly realistically by the numbers, you can do that with literally anything. Like, you could give me the fucking space shuttle, and I could fly it by the numbers for another aircraft, but the Gazelle's issue is that the controls do not behave like helicopter controls. It behaves like a fixed-wing aircraft with a simplified flight model at that. So, if you want something that behaves like an actual Gazelle, the Gazelle currently doesn't. If you want something that behaves like a rotary wing aircraft, a helicopter, the Gazelle currently doesn't. Like, it literally doesn't, like, at all. It doesn't exhibit any of the physics characteristics of a helicopter, right? Hopefully that'll change once they redo the flight model. But if you want to just plink tanks and you don't care that it has a fantasy flight model, whatever. But the thing that I warn people against is a lot of people who have the module, either to justify the purchase to themselves or just because they don't care, which is fair, not everyone has to, they will say that it's fine, it's not realistic, it's not behaving the way it should. And you can make the choice to try and fly it in a way that mimics its real performance, but that takes conscious effort. Most people aren't going to do that. Most people are just going to yeet the stick around and whatever it can do, it will do, right? Already have the Huey and the Car 50, it flies like none of them. Like I said, it flies like a fixed-wing aircraft controls-wise. It doesn't have anything in common with the other helicopters in the sim, at all. Also, the other issue with the Gazelle is I see a lot of people saying that, oh, well, the Gazelle has some it has this very advanced autopilot that makes it fly. No, it doesn't. It literally doesn't. If you actually do a little research, the Gazelle has a SCAS, which, you know, most modern helicopters have. The Kiowa has the same thing. It's comparable to what the Mi-8 has, but I think not quite as sophisticated as the Mi-8s. Mi-24 has something similar as well. So it has stability control, but it doesn't have... It's not fly-by-wire, which is what it behaves like, basically. And not only does it behave like fly-by-wire, but it behaves like a fixed-wing fly-by-wire, if that makes any sense. There's a really good YouTube video. If you go on YouTube and search for Eric Scott Gazelle, Eric Scott's an an actual, like, controls engineer who works on helicopters, so he's, you know, quite well versed in the topic. And he goes through and he actually describes what the problems are. A lot of people will try it and say, oh, well, it feels wrong, or it feels like a toy, or it does this, or it does that. He actually goes through and describes the cause of that and why it's not behaving correctly. So it's a really good video to kind of prime you on what's up with the flight model and what to look out for. And hopefully when the Kiowa comes out, we'll see a video describing how they've managed to get it right. Because I would like to see them get it right, and I'd like to see the Gazelle fixed. And once the Gazelle is fixed, I might pick it up. Because I like little, you know, scout helicopters, I just have avoided it so far because of the issues.
Vortex Smoky, fulcrum on your nose.
Down.
1 MiG-19 and 1 fulcrum, you are merged now, let's think.
For somewhat realistic experience, you need to limit the yeah, you need to really limit the cyclic saturation. You should not ever need to fuck with your control curves that much. That's symptomatic of a flight model issue, a severe flight model issue.
Yeah, the MiG-29 missiles, I mean the R-60s, are they more capable than the ones that the fishbeds use?
Yes, there are 60Ms, their front aspect.
Yeah. Right. Would have been a really cool rate, Sabo 14, to apply pressure, but whatever.
Just build a bridge and get over it.
Yeah, I wish I could build a bridge to Mike to cross another. Send the crate over on a truck.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's
Break.
idiots have gone
Ross,
and broken
tally.
it, so...
Break. Ross, tally. MiG-19, my 10 o'clock close above the cloud. Is there anyone nearby to help me? I've got no self-defense.
Yeah, Smokey, if you are not engaged, on your right wing, 3 o'clock, 2 miles.
What's alert out, High Drags?
Bad news, there's another fishbed and another fulcrum just above the lake.
I'm going for the factory, so hopefully I'll be able to turn away before they notice me.
Let's hope.
Magic Mike, man, vector me to FARP, and then I'll go and engage those.
I hope I'm pointed at the factory. Waypoint 2, right?
Mike,
Yeah, I am.
the fulcrums are not over the park. If you can...
No, I've got
she
to
is.
offload my bomb ordnance onto that enemy FARP first, and I'll divert the...
Why is my symbology not showing for the fucking High Drags?
30.
Roger, thank you.
There we go.
When you fly over the farm, can you do a BDA, please?
Why didn't they come off? Too low?
Thank you. Small merged 90.
Shit. Yeah, I see him.
There's one, there's the fulcrum 5 miles from you, on your left.
My bombs didn't come off, I'm gonna have to make another pass.
Pass? The last pass did.
Yeah, I'm pretty screwed here.
Bacon 6, can you assist 076 16?
There's the AAA.
Roger.
Oh my god. Yeah, my bombs aren't coming off for some reason. I don't know what I've done to them. And I'm dead. Did they not load them? Did we run out of high drags, maybe? Holy shit.
Always the best. Something's just not working.
Oh, went through my own head there.
Radio check.
It's odd. I probably had something misconfigured. Let's check. Let's actually... Bombs. No, we got them left. I don't know why it wouldn't release them then. Too fast? Could that have been it? I don't know. I don't remember. I know that they were quite picky about parameters, but I don't remember in what respect.
Copy.
At least I can catch up on chat a bit now while this thing starts up.
Yes. Okay, if you are RTB, home plate is 27075. Bacon, never mind.
Rearming complete.
Is he dead?
Yes. 1-1. Infield. 3.
Maybe he's not unconscious.
Request bogey dope.
Can I get a vector? I see only 29 nails. I'm not where we are.
Managed to turn people into wanting F84 in DCS, but I feel kind of guilty. They don't realise what they're getting themselves into.
60. Above the lake.
There's nothing else anywhere.
Yeah,
Nothing.
the F84 is not going to be pleasant to fly.
Taking off, you don't have any ordnance.
So recon flight. Vincent or Hooker?
It's not Hooker, whoever in front of me.
Okay, that's Vincent with the...
What are you doing? Bombs or missiles?
That's like an A10. I've got nails of a 29 on my nose.
Overlord. 1-1. Infield.
Banking gate and
Request bogey dope.
nothing close to you. There's a MiG-29.
100 for the Super Saber.
MiG-29 up the river.
These are first of the century series fighters. Verbal rudder pedal should arrive tomorrow. Nice.
Closest target, MiG-19, 09315.
Copy, just trying to upload these bombs here. Confirm.
Yeah, first is 120, 10 miles.
Q.
I might switch targets so far as well, actually.
Probably smarter, honestly.
1-1. Infield.
Problem is, I don't have any countermeasures, so...
You put on this countermeasure, but
Then I don't have bombs. Not as many, anyway.
Overlord. 1-1.
it's going to go Woodstock. Okay, never mind.
Bogey dope.
I think he got splashed by the Falcon.
Yeah, I would love the Century series.
The Falcon.
Famous
I
last
mean,
words.
if they only have one crate, then they will run out very soon. But if the MIA still have 2 crates to Naltric, then they're never gonna run out. Is what I mean.
I mean, it's a 6 pylons, right?
6 pylons.
Wait, I don't think... Does moving the crates to the airport actually affect the number of fucking missiles they get?
Yes.
Did he change that? It didn't used to do that.
Right, to 29.
Yes, running on N29 on your left.
3-1.
Mike.
Request bogey dope.
Sword update.
Let's take off from
112,
here.
20.
For the 29.
Man, I sure would love to make it back to the airfield just once
Not
today.
have any cap coverage?
1-1. Infield.
I don't think you understand what cap means when you're fighting a MiG-29, dude. Like, you want all 8 F5s to go in there and die to one guy?
I know it.
I just took 3 of his rockets, so I mean...
Well, you're still cool then. I'm coming in, but I'm 20 miles away.
I think the 29 is RTB. Just farmed us. There was a 21 as well. Can't see him now.
I use a 29, dude, but he's so far and he's cold.
Yeah.
No, you can do it in nav or attack, I think. But yeah, I might stay in nav to do it.
All things considered, the team is outnumbered and they have 29, but they just can't push our farm. So we're doing this.
I mean, I don't know, like, the dude asked for cap, but the dude's literally in an F5. Like, you're the cap, bro. Let the A10s do the groundwork. Let the
Yeah.
do the groundwork.
Yeah,
This
yeah.
dude's trying to bomb the FARP with an F5. Like, I'm sorry.
No, that's
Why
fair.
not?
1-1. Infield. 3.
So there was a pop-up 19, 137, 10 miles, but it's above the farm. I don't know if they have air defenses.
Hold on, dude. I have a 2-trip off my
CCIP
phone.
only works in that? Ah, that might have been it then. Yeah,
Oh,
okay.
29 is coming back. Nice.
And he's
Yeah,
off my
that would have
phone.
been
Is that
why.
what's going on?
Okay.
The 29 is on your
Thank you.
3 o'clock.
We've just solved the mystery.
Okay, well, I'm gonna engage this 2 ship here with my life.
Yeah, and there's a 21 on your 7 o'clock. I mean, 5 o'clock.
How far?
This radar screen's a little bright.
4 miles.
Whatever,
and
we'll leave it.
flanking. I think you're clear.
Okay, I'm about to merge with this 21 and this box right here. With you.
I
Merge
see.
now, going up front.
Yeah, I see them. Spectre, lots of targets. 171. 8 miles.
Roger. Magic Quattro single 5 request asking.
Witcher, you can assist 11060.
What's
Fox,
that?
splash heading 25.
Okay, that's, yeah, that is what I
You're
want.
19 on your 6.
That slaves the HUD symbology to the waypoint, I think.
Splash me 21, splash at you 25. Where's the 19? The 19?
On your 6, break right.
Breaking right. Oh, I see him. Got it.
Good kill. Spectre, yeah, you're about to merge. There's an engagement on your left side.
Make 19 got me. Got it.
Oh, lucky.
Whatever, we got the, S-25.
Siberia? No, this is the Caucasus.
Yeah, I'm about to go.
So that's the, you can just see some mountains in the distance. That's the North Caucasus Mountains. We're in southern Russia right now.
Monday, Tuesday maybe.
And on the other side of those mountains is Georgia.
See ya. Best of luck.
Bye, Salter.
I think the waypoint needs to be a target and waypoint if you want the circle to stay while the trigger's flipped.
Still here, so he's in here.
Okay. I forget how to tell it to be an M waypoint, so whatever. I know you go into tact and you plug something in, but I forget what the code was. Or no, was it? Yeah, no, tact, you put in the waypoint and then you put in some code and it flips it. I used to know how to do this stuff, but I haven't flown the Vigan for so long, it's just gone. I do remember tact 922 is to get the widespread on the BK90s. That's the only code I remember. Tact in 9, enter waypoint. Excellent. Okay, well, we'll chuck this in autopilot for a minute. Something else, it's a Swedish design, M71.
Overlord 1-1 in field 6-1. Request bogey dope. Uzi 3-1. Overlord.
Magic release and checking in after takeoff from my home.
17,000.
Sorry to inform you this way, but we don't have a magic.
0043, that's 3,000. Flank.
$80 kilometers.
Runway's yours. Make 29, 4 miles west, the enemy farm.
No, it doesn't have terrain following. It does have attitude and altitude hold, but you can use the autopilot and then use the trim hat to fly the aircraft. So if I wanted to, I could put it into autopilot and then to turn left and right, it'll go into a 30-degree bank if I move the trim hat left or right. And it'll also climb and descend based on the trim hat. Like, you push the trim hat to set whatever altitude you want, and then the aircraft will fly to it. It's quite nice. It's similar to the Mirage, but it's not the same. But similar system, similar concept, flying with the trim hat in autopilot. Very nice system. Very, very nice system.
Request bogey dope. Enfield 1-1. Overlord 1-1. Bra.
I tried the Mavs like twice and I could not have any luck with them. I just, like, the sight sucks. I'm bad at using them. The control inputs to use them are kind of convoluted in the Vigan, in my opinion, so I usually stick to what I know, and what I know is bombs, or at least what I used to know is bombs. Obviously, I've forgotten a fair bit. See somebody getting splashed over the top.
We got a mix over the top.
I don't know if we have magic anymore.
Roger, thank you. Just if anybody's near the FOB, we've got 1 times make engage you the FOB.
There's somebody going down in flames over our FOB, it looks like, and he's being chased.
Right. Roger, copy. Yeah, I think he's down. He's still. It looks like he's still flying. Still got some control.
That's an F5. I might actually make a guide at some point on how to identify aircraft visually on the Cold War server, but the F5s, you can kind of tell from a MiG-21. From the side aspect, they've got a very tall, rectangular-looking tail with a slight taper. The MiG-21 has a very long, sharply swept triangular fin. The MiG-19's is long as well, but not quite as sharply swept as the 21s. And from a full plan form, you can tell the F5 because its wings have like a sort of cranked shape to them. Also 2 smoke trails instead of 1.
Overlord 1-1. Bra 077-460 at 5,000.
The biggest problem I have with confusing the F5 for the MiG-21 is when it's presenting like a 3/4 plan form at a distance, so you can't see the crank in the wings, it just looks kind of like a delta, and it's not showing its tail fin. From a side profile, from a very far distance, it does look kind of like a Su-25 because they have a similar shape and size of tail fin, but the 21 is the big confusion source. There we go. Oh, this is looking a bit better. But why? Why is it showing a bunch of zeros? Do I not have anything loaded? Please tell me I have bombs on. I do not have bombs on. Oh my fucking god. I think we're out of high drags, even though the warehouse still shows them. I've got no bombs, apparently. I'm gonna have to RTB.
The warehouse isn't updating.
Yep.
You think that's why you couldn't drop your bombs off?
Mm-hmm.
Because yeah, we've had 312 AIM-9s for 2 hours. So, yes.
Fuck's sake.
Yeah.
Request bogey dope.
Take Mavs, dude. Just make it easy.
I don't know how to use the Mavs, and I've never had good luck with them. Also, I can't see shit in this cloud shadow, so I'll just take normals, like low drags. I could take rockets too, but...
The issue is their entire team has been full for the past hour, or past 2 hours. There's not been a single MiG-29, you know what I mean. So
yeah.
like, they have all the numbers, and we have barely anything.
I don't really have anything against the guy. I think he puts out a lot of incorrect information and people just lap it up, but I don't really think he's like a bad dude or anything. I think he's just doing what a lot of people would do. He's found a niche on YouTube and he's exploiting it. Like, that's like how you be successful.
Overlord 1-1. In field 4-1.
but I don't like the mission design on the server, and like I've said before in the past, I disagree with a lot of the shit he says. I think he's wrong on a lot of counts, like just flat out wrong, but nothing against him. Isn't it a good place to practice BVR? No. It's a good place to practice running away from 10 AMRAMs at the same time. There's no BVR on GS. What happens on there is not BVR, it's just Airquake. Like, people firing 4 or 5 missiles at a time at a single target. There's no semblance of tactics. BVR isn't just flying at long range, shooting missiles at each other and then turning cold. BVR is tactics. You know, it's knowing what your timelines are. It's making turns into or away from things to get, like... There was one mission he ran where you actually saw some tactics forming because it was only a single front line, and you could, like, bait enemies into clusters of teammates or draw them out, tease them out from their teammates, stuff like that. That's BVR. What happens on GS is a pair of conga lines just flying into each other. They fire off all their, like, they ripple off all their active missiles, turn cold, and hope for the best. Wrong on what? He thinks the MiG-21 can't see behind itself, he's wrong. He thinks the MiG-21 can't dogfight, he's wrong, he's just bad at it. He just in general says a lot of stuff that doesn't add up, or he exaggerates things, or he acts as though his understanding of a jet is universal truth, which a lot of people do. I do it too, but... The thing that really sort of triggered me was the MiG-21 stuff, because he does not know a single fucking thing about the MiG-21. Like, he has literally no idea what he's talking about. And that really got to me, because the MiG-21 is my most flown module. I like to think I know some things about that plane. I don't know everything, but I know some things, for sure. And so watching him not only butcher the thing in terms of piloting, but also then shit-talk it with a bunch of wrong information really kind of annoyed me. Tell me something? Tell you what? What's a good server for BVR? DDCS, places like that where there's actual dynamic warfare going on, so people aren't just flying Airquake, there's guys doing air-to-ground, there's guys doing SEED. You tend to only run into 1 or 2 aircraft in an area, you don't run into 20. And people are often flying together as well. GS would not be as bad for it if there were certain restrictions put in place, so people wouldn't take 10 AMRAMs and just ripple them all off at once. Or if the situational awareness was less perfect with like AWACS everywhere. Or if there was just less players. Like, the big problem with GS for BVR is there are just so many fucking people, and all they know to do is take off and fly towards the enemy airbase. That's all they do. So, literally, you end up with conga lines. Blue flag? Yeah, blue flag's alright. It can be a little unforgiving if you're inexperienced with BVR, which I am. But yeah, you have limited lives, so there's, I wouldn't say no airquake, but a lot less. And people tend to try and disengage if they realise they're at a disadvantage, whereas in GS they just send it. So places like DDCS, Blue Flag, they're all good options, I think, for BVR. Tricker, you can't claim to be bad in the MiG-21 after what I saw you do the other day, dude. That was wild. It was absolutely wild. I think you're a better MiG-21 pilot than I am at this point. Yeah, DDCS uses a life point system as well, so it's not a limited number of lives, but you have life points that you spend to spawn in certain aircraft with certain weapons on DDCS. So you can keep flying after you've been shot down 3 times, but you might be limited in what you can actually fly or what with. I'll stick with this. I need practice. Where are my lights?
And I need thrust away. We are much the same.
Lights, lights, lights.
Overlord, 1-1. In field, 1-1. Request bogey dope.
There we go.
Overlord, 1-1. In field, 2-1. Request bogey dope.
Dive bombing? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Level bombing's gonna be a bitch. I'm not sure how long we got left in the mission. I think like 2 hours or an hour or something.
Cold though.
Tell me once I've actually rearmed. Don't tell me now or I'll forget. And I don't know if, like, the 21 or the Mirage, if you rearm, it resets the weapon system, like the controls for it. What is it? Is that what we're doing right now? We were trying to do high drag bombing, but the warehouses are fucked. Like, it's not updating the weapon count, so we used all our high drag. So I made 2 sorties without any weapons on board without realizing it. Because, you know, Vigan can't see over the fucking intakes. And only on the second flight, I was like, huh, I'm not getting my bomb drop symbology. I looked down and all my pylons are zeroed out, so now we know at least. Do you think there's a way to have the F2 view only when you're on the ground at the base? Might be useful to check loadouts? I don't believe so. Like, the Vigan does actually allow you to check loadouts, or at least that you've got something on the pylon, not the loadout itself. But I just didn't do it because I didn't think to do it. Which I should have. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I don't know what's up with the warehousing at the moment. Like, the warehouse bug is gone, but there's a new warehouse bug that's arguably even worse. So, it is what it is. I'm going to have to take to checking my weapons before I take off now. Let's see how our first Vigan landing in quite a long time goes. Probably not well, I'm going to guess. Ground crew strike. Roadside farts are fun though.
Landed on 21.6.
I've actually done road basing with the 21. I haven't had much chance to do it in this server, but I've done it. Like, I've practiced it as a skill. I'd like to use it sometime. People don't realize that the 21 is quite competent at road basing too. You just need about 1 kilometer for it to land on. 800 meters if you really push it, but about 1 kilometer usually. Oh shit. Whatever. We'll just leave it there.
I actually feel for all F5 pilots. I will never make fun of an F5 pilot ever again. I'm sorry to all the F5 pilots. Like, I don't know how you fly this thing and have fun, man. Kind of crazy.
Yes and no. Give me a moment here.
Overlord 1-1, in field 1-1, request bogey dope.
The Vigan can pull some pretty intense angle of attack. The problem is the engine doesn't like it. The Vigan has fixed geometry intakes and basically a repurposed airliner engine with an afterburner slapped on the back of it. The Volvo RM8 is literally an airliner engine. And so if you pull more than about 25 degrees, I think, yeah, 25 degrees angle of attack, something around there, the engine will start compressor stalling and shit itself. So quite often, if you see me in the MiG-19 and 21, especially the 19 it seems, if I get into a merge with a Vigan and just pull vertical, you'll see him try and keep his nose on me and then just hang in the air and then straight into the ground. And the reason he's done that is because he's pulled the stick back past his AOA limit, killed his engine with compressor stalls, and he can't recover it. The Vigan bleeds speed like you would not believe in a turn. So it can turn quite well, it just can't maintain speed while doing it. So it's very dangerous.
No, they actually saw me. The whole hope was that they wouldn't see me.
If you actually understand how the aircraft is, you know, working, it's not that dangerous. Like, it's pretty basic stuff. Delta wing, turn good, no sustain good.
I think I'm dead here. Since one of them is just gonna sneak up on me.
But a lot of people seem to struggle with the concept, so it's all about knowing your aircraft's limitations.
Unless I go into the clouds like a god.
What, the clouds you were cursing out 20 minutes ago?
And I'm dead.
See, it's still showing we have full high drags, which we don't.
Request refueling. Request rearming.
Did I not? Oh no, they took it out as part of the rearming process.
It's
That's
the
why.
ship just
I was going to say, did I not have a cartridge in there? But I had my waypoint, so I must have.
on a ship like that, running.
How do you expect the MiG-17 mod to compare to the A4? It should be able to sustain a turn a bit better, I suspect, but it probably won't out instantaneous. The A4 is ridiculously agile. Don't have much experience flying the Viggen in air-to-air. I used to fly it in air-to-air a fair bit, like a year or more ago, but I haven't since then because broken. I don't want to kind of inadvertently or deliberately exploit it. It's decent at it. It can't really sustain turn fights, not even to the level of the MiG-21, let alone better than it. But it had pretty decent missiles. The uncaged feature makes it able to pull shots that you can't make in the 21, even though you have better missiles in the 21. And depending if you abuse its flight model or not, you can also rip around at Mach 1.4 and nothing will catch you. So it shouldn't, but it makes a very good interceptor on the Cold War server. And Alpin's added a script to stop people from doing that, but I think he's kind of overdone it a bit. So at the moment, if you go above 1400 true airspeed, I think, 1400 kilometers an hour true airspeed, it fucks you up. Whereas it should be probably, I'd say, like 1450 at least, and it should be indicated, not true. I don't know if there's a way to make it the script read off indicated. There should be. And that's only there because the negative drag issue that other modules had, some of them still have, exists on the Viggen really badly. I swear to God if you guys start doing this because I told you how to do it, but if you take 6 air-to-air missiles on the Viggen and fire all 6 of them, your top speed goes from about 1560 clean in ISA at sea level to 1790 kilometers an hour. That's Mach 1.46, 1.47.
You could see missiles in this game, you know? You could just avoid your missiles. Oh, yes, no.
But even, like, if heat blur corrects that, the Viggen's still quite reasonable at just popping into a fight, blasting missiles at people and running away. I mean, it's not a slow jet. It's just faster than it should be, basically. Fuel tank wasn't loaded? Really? Oh, you're right, it wasn't. We're out of X tanks as well.
No way.
Dude, I can't...
Enough to tank them out?
I can't even tell if I got bombs on. Hang on.
Are you at the airfield or is it already taken off?
Yeah, I'm at the airfield. I'm on one of the cross taxiways.
Oh, I see. You have a lot of things under your plane. I don't know if they're bombs. There's nothing other than.
Yeah, there should be low drags.
Menu?
Dude, oh yeah, cool.
I mean, it updates, so yeah, just look at it.
It's showing my tank on, which is weird because the fuel gauge hasn't corrected for it.
That's weird because I literally see your tank in your aircraft, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, you know what it is? I'm dumb. It's because I returned with a fucking empty tank. I had to actually replace it.
Big brain.
I'm so used to the 21 where I jettison the tank every fucking time. So this is a DCS thing. If you come back with an empty tank, the ground crew won't refill it. You have to remove it, rearm, put it back on, rearm. Say again?
Even with the 21, you have to replace the tank. It doesn't fill
Well, no, that's what I mean. I never come home with a tank in the 21. Literally never.
Right. No, yeah, but if you were to...
Yeah, no, I know.
Hey, 18, you're in the grass, bro. I don't know.
Rosmu flanker, Rosmu flanker, Rosmu flanker, Rosmu flanker, Rosmu flanker.
Oh god.
Rosmu flanker.
Thanks for the, thanks for the sub there, Tricker. Appreciate it, man. I'm sure most of the people here watching already know this, but if you, by whatever chance, live under a rock and are not aware, Tricker streams. He is an F5 master. He's also quite good at the MiG-21 and the MiG-19, so go check him out if you haven't already. That's my canopy open warning, I think. Yeah, you can drop the tank on the Vigan. So use that button there, but I just don't do it usually. Because I'm usually not dogfighting in the Vigan, so it's like, I only drop my tank if I really need to. And in the 21, I really need to. Like, there's no reason to hold onto the 21's tank. I also should turn my lights off before I forget. I like the turtle, yeah. Yeah, that was inspired by, back when I did used to play on GS quite often, the number of flankers I saw trying to do Cobras over the airfield and just going straight in. Still no fuel tank, you are correct. We'll go without it. Yeah, we are out of tanks because I didn't restock a fresh one. Whatever. I don't need fuel, it's not that far. Famous last words.
Well, we're gonna go in a 3-stage, but you can't now anyway, because you're just gonna... the script is gonna kill you. No, there's no... don't really need...
I don't know if I'm even gonna get there. It's their FARP, they probably have at least a Cub site covering it. And then I've got to dive bomb it, despite complete overcast. That's still set to M1, good. Maneuvering fight. Imagine maneuvering in an F-84, I literally can't.
I've not had a single 1v1 fight. I've always either dogpiled somebody or they've dogpiled me.
Yeah.
I did have one, and I've lost it. I can exchange if you wish.
Well, I mean, it's just like, the F5 is, I honestly...
I'll just make a shallow dive, I guess. It'll be fine. Or maybe if I'm lucky there'll be a gap in it right above the FARP. I doubt it, but we'll see.
Like, 1v1 against the MiG-21 is actually really fair. I should really enjoy the fighting dynamic between the F5 and the MiG-21. You know, 1v1, but 1v2, 1v3 just can't hold itself.
Yeah, people sleep on just how good the F5 is against the 21 1 vs 1 at low alt. At high alt it's a different story, but down low it's really, really evenly matched.
Really, yeah. Assuming good pilots on both sides.
Oh yeah. Goes without saying.
Right.
Overlord 1-1 in field 2-1. Request bogey.
I think 7.3 was actually common for American jets of that era. I think even the Saber's technically only a 7.3G jet.
So, like, playing this plane, though, it kind of makes me realize, like, how easy it is to fly and, like, shoot a missile at somebody and kill them.
Yeah, blue planes are fucking handhold central. The uncaged, dude, is just easy mode.
I know, right?
Literal fucking easy
time
car.
travels so fast. Yo, Fox 2, then a second later, oh, kill.
The best one is when you creep up on a pair of 21s in formation. You fucking uncage and fire at the lead as you're beginning a turn on the second guy.
Exactly.
Stream just started stuttering, time to go to bed.
Side aspect is
Well,
abhorrent.
sorry to hear it, but
Like,
I hope
be
you sleep well,
firing
man.
shots where it's like, oh,
Thanks for
wow,
hanging out.
That was any other missile, even an R3 would have killed that guy. But what am I? Oh no, this was really challenging though. I'm having a lot of fun flying this plane. Like, it makes you think. The MiG-21 for me is kind of brainless these days.
Yeah. I kind of got backwards on the 21 though. I'm fucking wobbling all over the place when I fly it now. I think I'm just not putting in enough rudder.
Literally. Well, I didn't have rudders, so I was doing a lot.
Yeah, it's like
I haven't flown the 21s.
the more I've started flying other planes, the worse I've got with the 21. Which makes sense, I guess.
Right. Like, even with the 21, like, oh wow, this F5 is in a turn, the F5 is pulling 8 Gs, oh, the R60 doesn't care about that, dude. He's just gonna track you and kill you anyway.
I need to, like, get into the habit of keeping my speed in the 21 until I figure out if the F5's dumb or not. Because if you keep your speed up in the 21, it can still fuck the F5 pretty hard. Like, the 21 at almost Mach 1 rates surprisingly well.
Wow,
But it's kind of impractical at that speed.
That's really cringe.
Disgusting. I want a refund.
How hard is it to make a clock functional? Come on, man.
Well, I mean, on the plus side, at least, then you don't have the problem the HES has, where every single module that has it, which is every red module ever, has a different implementation of click functions for how to fucking use it.
Yeah, well, I guess if you just can't use it, then fixes that problem. Oh, cool.
Yeah, the Vigan HUD is
29
really cool.
nails.
Really, really cool.
I'm most with 29.
Oh, perfect, I'm coming.
Good luck.
13 miles away, I assume, from this 29.
Do we know how long's left in the mission? Be like, what, an hour and a half or something?
Yeah, about that long. Not that long. I can't wait for next mission, though, because it's going to be good. I'm going to be flying an F-14, and I'm not going to care about anything. All the 21s are just going to die to me.
Bro, imagine flying an F-14. Cringe.
Hold on. Hey, the dude in the 29 mode, are you dead? I'm on the 29. You just got to keep him occupied for literally 20 seconds.
I actually would have liked to fly the 14 in here. I just never have a Rio when I need one. And today I don't think I'm awake enough to do it.
Come on, brother. Coming. I don't know if you're alive.
The 29 I'll happily fly because I know how to use that plane, but the F-14 is... I know how to fly it, I know how to do the front seat stuff, but I can't micro-gesture, so I need a Rio that knows what they're doing and knows what I need to be doing, and will tell me what I need to be doing.
Boss 2, MiG-29.
Otherwise I would fly the 14 in here every now and
Oh my
then.
god. Reach, please. Hey, Reach, splash MiG-29. Yeah, 29s were rolling together, but I killed one. So he's mad.
About 70 kilometers out.
Are we close to ending the mission on our side? I mean, all we need is the factory, right? Or have we not destroyed that flag even?
Yeah, I think we still got the factory and stuff to do.
Yeah, the factory's kind of half done.
Yeah, I'm in a Huey at the moment, just going up to drop an artillery unit off to engage on the target. I set up 2 artillery units to engage on the enemy FARP, set to fire 80 rounds on each one. So when it finishes 40 rounds, it then has to do a reload.
Right.
But it really pounds their FARP.
Take a wild guess. Take a wild guess.
It puts it out of action for at least 20 minutes at a time. So.
Please, no cubs. I'm sure there will be a cub. Oh yeah, that's a bad no-no. I'm going for their FARP, but I think there's a cub covering it or something.
If you have nails on a cub, I don't know if you can memorize what it sounds like.
I don't remember. Oh, yeah, that's a cub. That's a cub. Oh my god. Please, no.
It's not even famous last words.
Daddy, I don't want the belt.
Not the telephone call.
It's off my 11 right now. It's like not even 10 kilometers. Oh, rip. Yeah. I thought I was low enough. Oh, was that a jet maybe?
Yep.
Might have been a 21.
If you ever need a reference, I'm always the gray F5.
There goes another one. No, that's not a 21. That's probably another Vigan.
I will always get a fireball somewhere close to you.
Jesus.
That's what I call a true companionship.
We need to hit their fucking objectives, but I'm not sure if I'm gonna get close to them. I might go for the factory again. Fuck it. Low drag, low drag, low drag. Oh, hello? Server switching missions, maybe? Game's frozen, which is usually the server switching missions. Nope, DCS crashed. Intriguing. I haven't had a DCS crash for a very long time. Bear with me, guys. I got killed so hard my game crashed. And on that note, while I wait for it to boot back up, I'm gonna go grab another cup of tea, I think. So I'll be right back. Been really liking the MiG-19. Yeah, it's a lot of fun now. Hell of a lot of fun now. I grabbed myself a bit of a snack as well, so excuse the loud crunching.
Rearming complete.
Bob 1-1, you on comms?
I am.
Roger, Bob 1-1, MiG-21 cold, bearing at 116, 12 miles, heading east at 3,000 now. Same target for Sword 1-1 and Banzai 1-1, which
Marlon, is that the 21.5 full, sir?
call sign please, call sign.
Sword.
Roger, Sword, yeah, MiG-21 now heading north at 264, 9 miles at 2,500.
About a 6 or 7, I guess. It's a cool plane, it's just not what I'm super into myself. Like, I'd like to have it, but I probably wouldn't buy it right away. I might buy it, though.
09298 miles. Target faded.
Copy.
Target is off Sword 1-2's 12, Marlin by about...
We'll go for the factory again, I think.
Roger, got it. Sword 1-2, MiG-21, 281, 4 miles. Heading north, target faded.
Maybe.
Roger, okay, Bob 1-1.
Although that
Sword
could
1-2,
might be
Roger,
reloading.
And Banzai 1-1, stand down. Continue.
Hopefully.
Vector into Lake
Hopefully.
bearing 086, 42 miles. Hooker, Merlin, are you on comms?
Overlord 1-1 in the field. 1-1. Request bogey.
Hooker, Merlin.
Go for Hooker.
Roger, Hooker. Be aware, MiG-21, Bra 2072, 11 miles. Hot, flanking east, west at, hot at 8,000. Sword 1-2, Banzai, Bob, Winchester, Vector 08742 miles interception, MiG-21, 7,500.
Copy.
Okay, Merlin, MiG-21 now 0748 miles, flanking south at 6,500.
They gave me my tank now. It's weird they didn't replace it before. Maybe I just forgot to tell them to put it back on.
Sword 1-2, Banzai, MiG-21 8093 for 32. Bob 1-1, 088 for 40. Witcher 080, 35 miles. Hooker, MiG-21 on your nose, 1 mile. Hooker, merged at 5,000.
What the fuck? Yo, there's an A-10 attacking our own airfield.
Welcome to Blue Side.
Yeah.
Ah, yes. Cock.
Call sign Cook, Merlin, disengage from
I'm gonna tell you now, I don't think he cares. I'm pretty sure he knows this is our airbase since he just took off from it.
We also tried to get in a MiG-29 earlier, so I mean...
Well, if somebody would like to PM Alpin his name and tell him at what time this happened and give him attack view, Alpin can actually do something now. So he has a script that records UCIDs.
Magic Banzai, I have one contact of the lake on my nose. Is that friendly?
Okay, we've got one somebody's going to engage him. If he fires again, it's going to engage him.
And it's a flaming vegan. Don't laugh.
Yeah. Did he engage the ground targets again?
Overlord 1-1 in field. 1-1.
What? He's shooting at the airfield, come on.
I can't tell, it looks like it.
Hooker, be aware, you're about to merge friendlies. Hooker, be aware, F-86 on your nose. Hot.
Yeah, it looks like he's running in again.
Running in again, Charlie.
Okay, Hooker, Banzai, you're now merged friendlies. Stand by, be careful.
He's firing mad at us
Sword,
now.
Sword, you're coming up to Hooker, who's heading north at the moment. MiG-21's off scope.
Yeah, copy. I tally the MiG-21 now off my 12 on Banzai's left wing. Probably a good 20 miles out, coming over the north side of the lake now.
British V-bombers, Vulcan. I really like the Victor as well, but the Vulcan is just beautiful. And Triangle Gang.
Hooker, should be around 077.
Yeah, Banzai's got the nose with 2 more bandits off his 12 on the lake.
Roger, okay. I don't have any eyes on, so...
R3R just got fired over the lake. Yeah, there's 2 MiG-21s over the lake and 1 MiG-21 to the north of the lake now.
Roger.
F-86, check 6 by 20. Yeah, hold on, I'm on that 21 that's on your 6. Give me a second.
Account.
Fox 2, MiG-21. Okay, that's gonna get him. Okay, cool, whatever. MiG-21 splash. One more MiG-21 in the mix somewhere.
There's 2 more somewhere down there.
Banzai, check your 6, MiG-21. Gauge you're close.
I'm in a left turn.
Which, MiG-21, 070, 2 miles cold.
He overshot.
Banzai, you're clear. Hooker, I want, back the which, vector south now, vector south.
Okay, you're on my 6.
Which, I want you to take out target 205 for 2, please. Which, you're gonna make any 6. Which, break left, break left. Which, break left, immediately.
Yeah, Richard, make any 6. I'm on his 6.
Okay, you'll get on your 6 now. Banzai, take it steady, wait for him to finish his turn.
Okay, right,
still always here.
Fox. MiG-21 Fox. Good defense. Another 21 just went past.
Recommit at 279. Hooker, you've got a MiG on your 6, 1 mile.
Fox 2, MiG-21. Splash 1, MiG-21. One more MiG-21 in the mix. He's on Witcher 6 somewhere. Something just got splashed. MiG-21 is smoking, I think. MiG-21 is smoking above the clouds. The wing's on fire. I think he's showing down. Marlin, Sword 1-2, is Witcher still up? Okay, well there's something burning and going down here. MiG-21 fell below the clouds. He's smoking. Look for smoking target. White smoke.
I have a missile trail and afterburner over the lake. Is that friendly?
Banzai, T-South is MiG-21 heading south. Enemy.
3 contacts over the lake now.
Roger, got sorry, who's asking for confirmation?
Sorry, that's Banzai. I'm on 6 of 21.
Roger, Sword, nearest MiG south of you, friendly F-86 at 012, 212.
Yeah, copy, Banzai. MiG-21 rolling into your 6 now. Break right. Break right or left, whatever.
Working.
Hard by the Fox. 2 MiG-21s on your 6.
Witcher, try and help, assist, 264 now. 264 right
And now he leaves.
I'm on his 6, but there's still one on.
It's okay, I should have his ID, so I should be able to ban him anyway.
Yeah, copy that.
Banzai, vector north now, try and take Sword 1-2, you're clear. Banzai, you're going to get 2 MiGs to your front, 2 MiGs 016.
Copy, I'm on 6 of 1.
Roger, good luck. Sword 1-2, you're clear at the moment.
Yeah, copy.
Banzai 1-1, you've got to make any 6, make any 6. Banzai, break right. Okay, clear.
Overlord, 1,
Bix here.
Bob, 1-1, vector 067, 22 miles.
Copy.
Be aware, F86 and F5 furball with 221s.
Bravo 1 copies.
Psyching BMP just northeast of here, and there's that issue.
Oh, roger.
Yep. Well, not bombing now because we're out of high drag bombs, but we're going to do a rocket run. Next mission, we'll see what happens, how the team balance goes. We'll probably do some air-to-air.
Overlord 1-1 in the field. 5-1. Request bogey dope.
What happened to that 810, by the way?
He DC'd.
Oh, what a shit.
I mean,
Gray F5 tagged in out.
hey Sven, cheers for the raid, man. Hope you had a good stream.
F86 furball
We're
21,
about to die horribly
I'll
trying to do a rocket attack in the Vigan. Yeah, if one of you guys has the forums open or something, just go DM Alpin, tell him the guy's name and he'll sort it out. Please forgive all the hypotheticals, but I'm just bored. F101 or F105. Not as a DCS plane, but in real life. F101. The Thud's cool, but I'm not much of a ground attack guy. I'm an interceptor guy. I'm all about that air defense.
Yeah, you'll get him. I'll work on it.
So I would absolutely take an F101. Especially a CF101.
Okay, Bob 1-1 merging now, 064, 3 miles. F86 in the lead with MiG-21 intro.
Plus 121 still.
Bob 1-1, MiG-21 now 077, 3
Like the mirrors are brighter than everything around you. The reason why is if you look, see I'm out of a cloud shadow here and the ground's the same color. The mirrors do not reflect shadows. DCS mirrors don't show shadows, they don't show trees, and they also don't show map buildings. They show some airfield structures, but they don't show actual like towns or villages.
Merlin, vector to Bolt, 102, 56 miles.
That's why the ground is brighter in the mirrors.
Merlin, you on comms?
I am on comms.
Roger, vector, you're going air to ground, yeah?
Air to ground only, yep.
Roger, target's bearing the 097, 43 miles. Bob, just be aware, I don't have any eyes on any targets at this time.
Copy.
MiG-21, pop up 3018 miles, hot at 2,500.
Radar brightness up a touch. There we go. I need to find out where the contrast setting is. I know it has one, I just don't remember where it is in the cockpit.
Bob, MiG-21 is 303, 4 miles hot, altitude 3,000, 4,000 now. Still hot at 2 miles.
Copy.
1.5. 1. 4,500 merged. Rossman, just be aware, do have friendly targets on the southwest side of Cherkassk. M109 on the ground, I'll mark it for you.
Yep. I'm going for the factory itself, so hopefully there shouldn't be any issues with that.
Overlord 1-1. Overlord 1-1.
Roger.
Field 5.
I wonder if the map marker bug is back. It used to crash you out of the game if you tried to place a marker or if you edited one, I think. Although I didn't, so I don't know why I crashed out.
Overlord 1-1. Infield 5-1. Request bogey dope. Infield 5-1. Overlord 1-1. Bra 090460 at 4,500. Flanking.
Wonder, do I actually have... Let me just check my bindings real quick. Yeah, I don't have that bound. That's bound to my trigger for some reason. But I don't have the master mode bound, which I probably should do. Saves me having to click it all the time. There's the factory. It's quite difficult to see in the shadow. Running in on the factory now. I forget what dive angle you want for these rockets. I think it needs to be reasonably steep. Please, no Strellas to the face. And see my handiwork from previous bombing runs. Ooh! Yikes! Something bad happened. I'm not entirely sure what. All our flight surfaces appear to still be attached, which is something at least. We definitely hit something. Good hits on target. Undamaged, I'm heading home.
Nice! First successful bombing run?
Dude, I flew into a fucking crossed stream of tracers. Oh, that's a missile. I think I got a 19 behind me.
Good luck.
No, it's a 21. It's still firing. Oh god. Dead. Yeah, it was a 21.
Energy fight is 6.
It would be nice. It would be nice to survive a single flight in this thing today. It would be really, really nice, but I don't think it's gonna happen. Let's go rockets. Full load HE. We'll get rid of the missiles since on an AJ they wouldn't be there. Let's get this puppy started again. I don't think we're gonna win this mission. I don't think it's possible. We don't have enough people doing air to ground. Their cap is too good at covering their targets, and I am too incompetent in the Vigan. But hey, at least we've kind of relearned some things, and it's been fun. You don't have to get mad kill-death ratio every day for it to be fun, but it does help.
Rearming complete.
Ah, interesting. So, the volume on the radio only turns up, doesn't turn the other way, and the radar brightness knob isn't animated. Heat blur, please. Please, you're just taking the piss at this point. I only have a death ratio. Hey, you'll get there in the end. When I started out, I was pretty prone to face planting, put it that way. Took me a long time to actually be able to kill shit. I think that's the problem that a lot of people have, is they get discouraged and they don't stick with it long enough. I think everyone really has the potential to be able to do well in PvP, just most people don't give themselves a chance. The key is not to give up on it, and not to get to the point where you're comfortable with it. You never want to be at the point where you think, oh well, I'm good at this, so I don't need to, like, there's nothing left for me to learn. There's always something left to learn. Always.
Sword 1-2, vector.
Hey Kennedy.
10745.
Been doing some bombing and rocket strikes in the Vigan. It's been interesting. Messy but interesting.
Count, okay, you're coming up to MiG-21, 081 for 6. Altitude 15,000.
Okay, copy.
Hawk has fired at it. I'm not sure if it's going to hit. Stand by. Okay, round exploded, but not unsure whether it did any damage. Okay, MiG-21 now heading north, vector 050. 2 miles, 17,000. Count, past the target. 319 for 3. Heading east, sword 12, vector 108, 11 miles. MiG-21 furball to F5.
The factory usually gets taken out pretty quickly. I think it's just that Red's cap today have been so good that we can't get past them.
12,000 now, descending. Bearing 310, hooker. Vector 252, 2 miles.
People expect PvP to be easy, but unlike a lot of more casual games, people who play are usually very good already. Yeah, it's kind of like when I tried to get into IL-2, the original IL-2 multiplayer. It was very difficult, because every other player was Eric Hartman reincarnated. It was really difficult. A lot of people know their stuff. So I can understand there's a really steep barrier to entry. It's kind of like me playing Tarkov. I can't play Tarkov for shit, because a lot of guys that are playing it now are really experienced FPS players. I'm not that good at FPS. And also the meta of the game has kind of shifted towards gear, so the more gear you have, the better off you are, regardless of skill. So I don't really play Tarkov anymore. I like it, and I miss playing it, but every time I do play I get frustrated. I just don't have the patience to stick with it, whereas with DCS, thankfully, I did.
Crafter, Merlin, Young comms. Yeah. Roger, turn right, bearing 114, 70 miles, 80 miles. Charlie Witcher, MiG-29, 095 for 32. Count, sword,
I did see,
Booker.
I was watching Solorant play the single-player Tarkov.
Single MiG-21.
The issue there I have is that the scavs were still better equipped than me most of the time, so only fighting scavs wasn't much of an improvement. I mean, it was better than fighting fucking people with Gucci gear, but it wasn't much better for me. It wasn't a big difference, put it that way. Ooh. Up. This is something to watch on takeoff with the Vigan. The Mirage does it too. The aircraft lifts really easily and pulls its nose, but then it pancakes. Because you've got all that induced drag coming off the delta wing, you don't have a lot of speed when you come off the ground. So when the Vigan comes off the ground, I immediately force the stick forwards to level off and build speed a bit. Otherwise you'll just straight in. The 21 does it to a lesser extent, but the 21 does share that behaviour.
Copy. 101.
If you watch real-life videos of Mirages taking off, it's very evident. It looks like they're kind of struggling to get away from the ground, almost like they're kind of floating in ground effect, which kind of they are. And that's why, it's because of the delta wing inducing so much drag. They just can't really accelerate out of it easy until they level off. Because you got to remember, delta wings are great for producing boatloads of lift, but if you're producing lift, you're producing drag as well. Induced drag is produced by producing lift. So the more angle of attack you put on a delta, the more lift it produces, the more drag it produces, and you end up in this black hole where you're producing a boatload of lift, but you just got no forward speed. And then when the aircraft does stall, it's really not pretty.
Count, same as 030.
Fox 2.
count.
I'm done.
Don't like that everyone's so bullet spongy. Yeah, I used to like playing with the Afghansi kind of setup, where I'd have a 6B5, a steel pot helmet, and an AK-74, iron sights, no attachments. I like that loadout. But it's not really viable anymore because everyone's wearing like 3 layers of fucking Ghost 5 armor. It's just ridiculous. I've had one adventure on labs though. I did get a labs key once, and I decided instead of selling it, I'd use it. So I went to labs, I actually kinda geared up in preparation for it, and I killed some people. I got ambushed. It was the most incompetent Keystone Cops ambush you could imagine. Some guy was standing on a crate and waited for me to walk past, then leant over the side and shot down at me. But I was wearing a tin, so it just bounced off the back of my helmet, turned around, shot him in the face, and from underneath it just went under his armor. And then his buddy got me, but it was good fun. That was the one time I've ever had actually good gear in Tarkov, and it was very enjoyable. Very enjoyable. Scary as shit, because I'd never even been on labs before, I didn't know the map at all, but very fun.
Say again, call sign. Sure. Roger, stand by. Which nearest target is 3013 miles. Sword 12, MiG-29 at south of you. 2 miles, flanking east at 6 hours. Charlie, MiG-29 at 270, 2 miles, hot, 6 hours.
Charlie MiG-29.
Hooker, MiG-21 at 177. Hooker, merge, MiG-21.
Lab is full of Head Eyes gamers, yeah. Yeah. I'm just glad that I ran into some incompetent Head Eyes gamers.
3 miles, trailer, MiG-21.
It was so stupid too, like he emptied a whole mag into me, but just because of the angle and the alt-in, it did nothing. Like, I didn't even take damage from it. Just turn around and domed him.
South, MiG-21 is 1 mile.
Negative Merlin, I'm on the
Wouldn't mind a more Battlefield style shooter with Tarkov style mechanics. Yeah, that wouldn't be bad. The thing about Tarkov is, it tries to be somewhat authentic. I wouldn't say realistic, but authentic feeling. But just because of the way the game mechanics work, and the average gamer is very good at min-maxing, you see it in DCS too, in flight sims as well, but gamers are very good at min-maxing and optimizing. And so you have people min-maxing the mechanics, and if you've got realistic mechanics, someone will find a way to break them. Like, somebody will find a way to break them through min-maxing, and that's basically what Tarkov's become. A lot of shooters are like that, though. I mean, min-maxing is basically the way you play in FPS. It has been since the old days. You know, the first FPS that came out, people were fucking min-maxing, so it's nothing new.
You still at the ground?
Yes, I'm carrying rockets for the factory.
Roger, do you want to go head north this slightly, 068, and then we'll bring you down.
Alright, 068.
Okay, Banzai and Big Bob, 3 MiGs to your front, 099 for 12, all enemy, all enemy. Witcher, you're on your own out there.
Yeah, speed and movement. It's like DayZ as well. You know, you shoot at somebody in DayZ and their first response is to start sprinting around in circles. In real life, somebody shoots at you, your first response is not that, let me tell you. Somebody shoots you in real life, your first response is take 2 fucking bounding steps and then hit your guts. You try and do a contact drill in DayZ, you're gonna get fucking domed. Like, I can tell you that from experience. Instinct works against you in fucking games like that. Same with Arma 3. Like, Arma 3 PvP, this is one of the reasons I don't really play it. It also gets min-maxed, so you do contact drills in Arma, you will get killed. It will actually get you killed.
Vector 234 for 8. MiG-29 hot at 10,000.
With, it's actually interesting, with things like body armor, even if it stops the round, quite often people will die from internal bleeding. So, for instance, one of the actual real-life 345th, guys that was killed on Hill 3234, I think it was Melnikov, the RPK gunner, he was killed because his 6B3, I think they would have had 6B3s then, absorbed every round shot at him. Not a single round penetrated his armor, but he got hit so many times in the abdomen that it caused massive internal bleeding. Like, just the shock of being hit that many times. It's you know, like, I don't know if you guys would remember it, but probably like 10 years ago now, maybe 15 years ago, some kid punched his younger sibling in the stomach and actually killed them because it split their liver in two. That, like, getting hit with body armor on is like being slammed by a fucking champion heavyweight again and again and again. And so, even though his body armor had not let a single round through, he died. He emptied basically the last of his ammunition and then kind of keeled over, and it wasn't until they actually started taking his uniform off to try and figure out where he was hit that they realized he wasn't hit, he'd just been... the concussion had killed him. Like, he wasn't quite dead yet, but the internal bleeding, there was no way they could stop it on the battlefield. There's just nothing they could do for him. So he unfortunately died. Ended up getting posthumous Hero of the Soviet Union for it, though. But that's a real thing, and I don't know if Tarkov accounts for that. I don't play it enough with heavy body armor to know, but... armor will not save you as much as people think it will. It's good to have, it's better than nothing, usually, but it will not save you.
Okay, Rossman, just be aware, multiple MiGs at 133 for 30. You want to be heading 090 now, and then heading south onto target.
090, then south. Multiple MiGs. I don't like him. He seemed pretty sketchy in Silence of the Lambs. Might stay away from that guy.
Yeah, so you've got 4 MiGs, 321s and 29 there in 136 for 13. I suppose you put a joke in there somewhere, but it didn't hit my left center. Sorry.
Well, hopefully my rockets will be a bit more on target.
Roger, craft break right, multiple MiGs. Yeah. Let's hope.
It's the first thing I think of every time I hear somebody call out multiple MiGs is, oh, it was that guy in Silence of the Lambs.
Which you got friendly figure north of you, 013 for 4. Okay, Ross.
Dive angle 7 degrees, speed 0.8, 1500. I'm gonna butcher that, but as long as I get close enough, I'm happy.
They're heading towards the area that you're flying into.
I got pretty close last time, so let's see if we can repeat that.
Just be aware, fresh MiG 099, 29 miles, hot, heading west at 6000. Psyching, Merlin, the comms.
Psyching, yes, Smith.
Roger, you got any missiles left?
Negative, I'm a UE.
187 for 8. Oh god. Oh please.
Roger,
I don't want it.
I'll use those.
You know he's German when he says pawns me.
Melon 1-2. Melon flight is going to be 2-ship F5, loaded up for cap, taking off for my cop in a moment.
Melon flight, Melon, copy. Melon flight, Melon, just head to Bulls, 100 for 93.
Hey, firm.
Rossman, be aware, multiple MiGs off the lake at 110 miles. 2 cold, 1 hot. Rossman, update us. 4th MiG, 270, 13 miles hot.
Oh god, this is fine.
Roger. Recommend just going as you come south, and then you can then vect 230 out of the harm's way.
Yep. Came in too close. That was way off target. Off target with that one, I think.
Rossman, Merlin, sorry, say again, cut out.
I think I was off target. I rolled in a bit late.
Copy. What's the targets looking like? I've got an artillery piece with a further 25 rounds.
You got a couple of POL storage on the... Just trying to think of directions. I'm guessing the southwest corner. There's a couple of structures there as well, oil derricks. Most of the ones on the northeast are destroyed. I hit them with bombs earlier.
Copy. I'll put another 6 rounds on target. You're just flying over my artillery there. Right, I'm just going to go on ground vehicles just while I take these out. Just be aware we've got multiple MiGs at Bulls. Rossman, MiG-21 at 01946, heading west at the moment, 8,000. Rossman, Mod 2 MiGs at 304 for 18, cold, 26,000. Broccoli, MiG-21 bearing 111 for 32, and that's a 2-ship, and 2,500. Third MiG is 111 for 50.
My first rocket attack was actually right on target, but I also was more prepared. I didn't spot the factory until I was right on top of it this time, so... Because I was approaching from a different angle, I guess. I just didn't have the visual cues I was looking for.
We're Buster towards Bulls.
Roger, Melon, we've got two MiGs, 2-ship, bearing 10056 miles hot. 1500. Rossman MiG-21 flying in the same direction as what you're flying in at bearing 0705 miles.
Try and slip past.
Count. Have you got air to ground?
Affirm, ready to ground.
Roger. Okay, just continue to target bearing 08644 miles.
Rush.
Okay guys, I'm just going to jump off Broccoli 117 now for 14 hot. Sword 090 20 miles hot. Two ship at 2,000. I'm just going to be on the ground targets, so
oh, okay. Well, you're hopping off the game.
You can take out this SA-6.
Well, you run into the same issues with games like Tarkov as you do in games like DCS. Like, you can't account for different control setups, you can't account for players having a better sense of, like, for instance, in shooters, you can set up the most complicated recoil pattern for a gun. Somebody will always figure it out and be able to counter it with a mouse. Always. So you can simulate the systems realistically, but you can't force realistic player behavior, and you can't really player proof, like you can't gamer proof something. Even if it's realistically made, it will always have something that might not even be a flaw. It might be a realistic thing. Like it might be, you could have literally a perfect simulation, but somebody will just, because they can do something they couldn't do in real life, either through the way their controls are set up or through lack of fear of death, for instance, they'll always be able to min-max it. Always. About halfway home.
Oh, you struck it. Keep it down.
No, I missed, but at least I made it away this time. Yeah, exactly. Like, my first flight in a MiG-21, I crashed. But now I have like 1,000 or 1,500 or whatever hours in it in DCS. I have a lot more experience and I can do shit that I would not even dream of doing when I was new to it. And stuff I wouldn't even dream of doing in the real aircraft if I had an opportunity to fly it. Have leaves in your intake? It's the correct way to fly this thing.
15 miles furball with F5 and A10. 3,000.
The interesting thing with simulators too is the fact you can actually game the system. lets you see certain behaviors or certain characteristics of something that you may not ever see in real life because it's just nobody's stupid enough to do it. Or, you know, like something like that. It's, you know, not a thing you're allowed to do in the real aircraft, or nobody's suicidal enough to try it or whatever, and yet in simulators, as long as it's simulated closely enough, you can try it. And yeah, the original IL-2 was full of EM charts and modern fighter tactics, so it was very frustrating to get into as somebody who was basically at the actual real-life World War II pilot level of, I know how to turn and take off and land, and that's about it. Like, reading combat reports from World War I and World War II, but especially World War I, it seems that most pilots would just, like, gently turn in one direction or the other and then get zapped by somebody they never saw. You know, you had a couple of really, truly extraordinary pilots and a couple of extraordinary shots, and very, very rarely were they the same person. Often you were one or the other. But, in games, there's a much higher proportion of skill, because people have more experience. I have more hours in any given World War II plane I've flown in Sims than most of the pilots that flew them in real life. Like, I've got, you know, like, about 1,000, 1,500 hours in the MiG-21. I haven't kept count, but I have, like, close to 2,000, I think, in DCS, or slightly over now. And most of that's been the MiG-21, so... I'm not saying I could fly the real thing, but at least in the context of the sim, I know what it's, you know, what it can and can't do, what it does and doesn't like. Hey, Mav! Cheers for the host, man. Appreciate it. Hope you had a good stream. We're flying for blue today, because they were a little short-handed when I got in. Been doing some air-to-ground.
RTB issues.
And thanks for the follow, Itinerant. I do apologise if I miss any alerts. I haven't been so good with keeping up with them lately.
Okay. Charlie should be okay to just do a right and turn, land straight into it. Rossman, if you can go bearing 292 for 20 and then turn left onto your bearing 228, sorry, to runway.
Yeah, this is the Vigan.
Melon 1-2 vector to bullseye. For both of us, I think we lost each other.
Miss Red Orchestra 2 Rising Storm. I preferred the original Red Orchestra. Red Orchestra 2 had a lot of potential, but I just feel like it was not what it should have been in multiple ways, and I have spoken about that on stream before. I feel like Tripwire squandered its potential quite a lot. I think they were already working on Killing Floor 2 anyway, so they probably had like 2 interns working on it in the closet.
Melon 1-1, I want you to vector now 106.
Postscriptum's quite good, but it suffers from the same problem that Project Reality and Squad do, which makes sense. It's the same game basically, just, you know, with better engine, more features, a bit more mature. If you have a good squad, it's the most amazing experience. It's incredible. Like, having a good squad in any of those 3 games is, like, peak gaming. But if you have a bad squad leader, or even worse, a bad commander on the team, it's miserable. It's hours of your life you'll never get back. I'm risking getting cancelled here, but I'm of the opinion that people who decide to build a super fob somewhere, especially if it's not on an objective, deserve to be put into the HESCO bags they use to build said super fob and then have concrete poured over them in Minecraft. Just my opinion. I've had a lot of good squad sessions ruined because our commander was just wasting time and resources on a fob in the middle of nowhere.
MiG-21 at 2000. Melon 1-2, Banzai, vector now 313 for 4. Cold.
313. Watch 2, MiG-21.
Okay, Melon 1-2, Sword 1-2, Melon 1-1, and Banzai 1-1, targets destroyed.
Squad that doesn't communicate, yeah.
105. F5, 33 miles, please.
Although in some cases, a squad that doesn't communicate is still better than a bad squad. Like, I've had squads that very much communicated, but they were just so badly led and so badly organized. The worst one is if you end up in a squad that actually want to build a super fob. It's just like... scraping the evolutionary barrel. Put it that way.
Number 13 Magic. Do I have an F-86? Am I right?
Oh, I'm way closer to the runway than I thought. He set me up for this runway, but I was going to use the other one anyway.
Scared me.
Roger.
Yeah, Standby 1-1 is pretty scary.
Breaker Boy, cheers for the follow. Hope you're enjoying the show. I would actually like to play Squad and Postscriptum more often on stream. The primary reason I don't is exactly what I just said. The last few times I've had a couple of good sessions, but I've had probably more bad ones, honestly. Or more where just nothing happened. So I really like them. They're great games, but God, if you don't have a group together to form a squad as you go into it, or if you get the worst... rude, but true. If you get, like a bad commander or something, it's just, or a bad map, Talil Outskirts is the worst fucking map. I hate that map so much.
Melon, roger. Melon 1-2, vector 1008 miles.
I haven't played Postscriptum in forever. I need to play that again. The French maps were really fun when they first came out.
Roger. You've got a friendly just to your front 1 mile, but...
Oh. I'll copy.
Your call sign is 8 miles in front.
Affirm.
Nicely done, Jack. Nicely done. Played World War II Online? Yes, I have. I played that back in 2008 for a couple months. And it was hours of boredom waiting for an op to organize, and then you'd have like a day of just amazing gameplay. Where you'd like para-drop on a town with 200 other people, take it, and then join up with your armored column and roll through like 5 towns in sequence. It was... that game was really something special. Really something special. I saw that they're doing like a collab with the guys that made Resistance and Liberation, which for those that didn't know was a Source mod. Kind of like a Red Orchestra type thing, but it was Normandy. It was quite fun. But yeah, they're doing a collab with them to relaunch Resistance and Liberation, I think, in a new engine with some reworks and stuff. And hopefully that will also transfer across some benefits to World War II Online.
Okay guys, I still don't see any targets at this time.
The last time I played World War II Online, like I said, was 2008. It was long enough ago that after our little... we did one op where, as I said, we para-dropped on a town and then rolled through basically an entire series of towns. I made a card crusher meme about it. Like, probably most of you don't even know what that is. It's I don't even know if the phrase meme existed, like, outside of Dawkins' original work at that point, but it was a long time ago. Kind of puts it in perspective.
Same target, 10,000.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. Like, the game was janky as fuck, but god, the actual experience was incredible.
Well, Sword 1-2, can I get a back into that MiG, please?
Sword 1-2, 7 to 10.
Oh shit.
It's cold at the moment at 15,000.
I forgot my
Just go in and
X-tank.
get some altitude.
We'll tell them not to put one on, and then we'll have to put one on after. Otherwise, it'll still be empty.
Copy.
Flares? I need... So, to put flares on the Vigan, I would need to remove one of these to put a flare pod there. It's not worth lessening my wall load for flares. My primary defense is going to be not being seen and not being shot at.
6 miles, interception. Sword 1-2, vector 098, 12 miles, interception. Next 21, heading north. East at 15,000.
What specifically causes the 21's engine to cut out at 1350? I don't know if that's a realistic response to an overspeed. That's the thing. It's a limitation in DCS in that it stops you from exploiting an overspeed, but I don't know if the engine specifically would cut out, or if it's just using that as a stand-in for something else. Because at 1300 kilometers an hour, which is the actual limit, you're reaching the boundary of what the 21 can handle in terms of dynamic pressure. It's very possible if you exceeded it by too much, you would either blow the engine up, or you'd start suffering skin heat issues, same as any other aircraft. Like, there's a reason why all aircraft of that era usually top out at 1300, and it's a hard limit. It's not a thrust limit, it's an airframe limit, or an engine limit.
Make 21 hot on you now at 15,000. There now 106, Melon 1-2. Melon 1-1, vector now 1-3-3-5-5. Melon 1-2 merged. Sword 1-2. Merged, target left target, heading north.
Yeah, I covered that, Thomas.
Good luck.
Catch you later, Altar. Sleep well.
That was in fact, okay.
Nice for getting in and out? Yeah. Just flying in at treetop level, hitting the target, and then running away. And this is the thing, even if you don't overspeed it, you can still get out of dodge pretty quick. Like, it's a really good responsive aircraft, and it disappears into the ground clutter very quickly.
Refueling complete.
121's engine's on fire, going down.
We'll,
Alright, the smoky one is the 21, he's about to go down here. Yeah, he's ripped his wing.
we'll give it a minute, and then we'll
No one's splashed.
try and stick the belly tank back on.
Merlin, Sword 1-2, I am RTB. Can I get a vector, please?
Roger, stand by.
Kind of weird, still at 25,000 meters at Mach 1.8, yeah. Well, one of the big issues with things like the U2 is the U2 is intentionally built like a glider to fly as high as it does, right? It's got as little weight as possible, and it's basically just a jet engine, fuel, and huge wings with a camera in it. And part of the issue then becomes, because it's built so lightly to be able to fly up that high and for that far and that long, its margin at operating altitude between overspeeding and stalling is a couple of knots. Literally a couple of knots. It's incredible. And as you get higher in the 21 in DCS, you can experience a similar thing. There's not much difference between an overspeed in Mach and a stall. Yeah, coffin corner. The Vigan really is a good looking plane. I need to make some liveries for this.
Merlin, I'm just gonna pop up Sword 1-2, 087 for 13 miles.
I actually have a fictional one in mind, I've just got to get round to doing it.
7,000. There's one south of you, 5 miles, heading north now. Assault 1-2, MiG-21 at 090 at 30 mile.
Overlord 1-1. Uzi 2-1. Request bogey dope.
Yeah, the 29 lets you pull a little harder than it should, I think, at high speed.
9 miles.
It's a little too responsive for its own good.
2 MiGs 056, 14 miles. Melon 1-1 if you want to vector north, bearing 009, 23 miles. Crafter, MiG-21 098, 10 miles hot, altitude 13,000.
Merlin, Melon 1-2, I lost eyes on this MiG.
Well, whatever you do, don't tell him I enjoy flying this more than I enjoy flying the F5. Then he'll really be in a bad mood.
Merlin, splash 1 MiG-19 with guns. Can I get a vector to the second MiG? Sword 1-2.
Overlord 1-1. In field 2-1. Request bogey dope.
Who's the other vegan that just took off with a load of Mavericks?
Someone count.
Melon 1-1, just vector north. Melon 1-2, URTB.
Negative, I lost eyes on the MiG I was engaging.
Way too many planes in DCS? No such thing. No such thing.
To the Assault 1-2, you merge MiG-21.
Yeah.
Melon 1-2.
What's his corner speed? I have no idea.
That's where there's one of them.
No idea at all.
Banzai, same as. Altitude is 6,500. Melon 1-2, bearing 329, 9 miles.
The Vigan turns really well in instantaneous turn rate, but it can't sustain well. It will make one eye-watering turn, and then it just falls out of the sky because its compressor stalled itself and run out of airspeed. Bought my first chopper, Mi-24. That's going to be really nice. I can't wait for it. When that comes out, I'll be flying it in here a lot.
Overlord 1-1. Uzi 2-1. Request bogey dope.
What speed can it maintain? I honestly don't know. I don't really dogfight in this. I haven't for a long time. I would hazard a guess and say you probably don't really want to go below about 700 or 800 kilometers an hour in a turn with this, if you intend on sustaining it. Even that might be pushing your luck. Can players join these servers and play ground AA? There are combined arms slots. It's usually a requirement to be on comms if you do take a combined arms slot though, because people have a history of driving vehicles that we need for objectives or team killing with them. But yeah, if you want to hop on comms and help out with stuff, you can jump in a ground vehicle. Not all of them are controllable, but most of them usually are.
Merlin, Melon 1-2, bogey dope.
Melon 1-2, Roger, targets.
Don't be intimidated.
107.32 miles.
No reason to be intimidated.
Nearest target
But it is fun. It is fun.
The lake
Combined Arms is a really janky, broken module, but you can have some stupid fun with it. Like, it's a bad module at the moment, but it's good fun. As long as you use it in the right way. OPAI worries me about the Mi-24. Vulcans or even tanks can snipe you quite easily on an attack run.
I need safe traffic. I'm on.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see.
Okay, vector, standby.
We'll see how that goes.
270, 106 miles. Banzai is still
Vulcans will definitely be dangerous, I think. I'm not so sure about tanks.
Rossman, Count, Charlie, Rossman and Charlie, vector 089, 54 miles.
Wait, 289?
Sorry. 09251.
Magic Banzai, does this 21 climb back into the clouds, or?
He is 15,000. He's still behind you a little, just east 2 miles.
I can see the concern though, like if you're running in straight on at a target, which you'll need to be to hit it with a gun or the ATGMs, there is a risk that they'll just get the lead right and hit you anyway. But yeah, hovering is the big risk.
He's coming on you. 100, 2 miles.
That's a pro tip for you guys, by the way, when the hind comes out. If you hover in that thing, you're doing it wrong. Like, you can hover, just don't. Unless you got buildings to cover you. That helicopter's not designed to engage from a hover, it's designed to be basically a flying BMP-2. It comes roaring in at 250 kilometers an hour, rockets and guns the shit out of everything in front of it, and then turns and peels away, still at the same speed. Which is something else, by the way, when you're flying a racetrack pattern in a helicopter, do not use the cyclic to turn. Bank over and then use the pedals to turn. If you pedal turn, you maintain your speed throughout the turn, and it gets you out of dodge quicker. If you pull the cyclic back like you're in a jet, you dump all your speed, and you're basically a sitting target.
7 for 17 hot.
Overlord 1-1, Uzi 2-1, request bogey dope. Uzi 2-1, Overlord 1-1, Bra 0D8 440 at 13,000 hot. Uzi 3-1, Overlord 1-1, Bra 090 445 at 11,000 hot. Uzi 3-1, Overlord
Still in the right mode.
091 445
Yep.
at 4,500 flanking.
Get a little bit closer and we'll switch master modes. Yeah, if you come in low and pop up, it helps. So you usually come in low at high speed, pop up when you're basically within range, acquire the target, fire, and then turn away.
3-1, Overlord 1-1, pop-up group 0D.
And then just fly a racetrack, pretty much.
4,500.
Naz, I don't know if you killed that MiG, but when I ran out of ammo, I was pushing.
Although if it's a really high threat target, you wouldn't do a second run. You just do one run and blow straight. Like, turn away and keep going, pretty much.
223 for 31. Keep jinking. Rossman, Charlie.
I'm looking forward to a lot of things more than the Apache.
Rossman, Charlie, we lost Banzai. So all targets to your front are enemy. If you want to just sort of get some altitude and then just drag them this way, I'll turn off the hawk sight and then turn them back on again when they're closer.
I'm close enough that I'm just going to commit to my run, and then I'll try and drag them on the way out.
Roger.
Coral and Melon 1-2, what distance to home plate here?
Uzi 3-1, Overlord.
Roger, Melon 1-2. Home plate is bearing 244, 36 miles.
1-1, Uzi 2-1.
Melon 1-1.
Yeah, he's not on that right now.
270, 64 miles.
065 430.
Where factory?
Crossman, MiG-21 on your nose. 081 for 6 hot. Altitude 4,500. Count
I
target
see him.
SA6 bearing 083 8 miles.
Count Roger.
No R3R trail. We're going to have one pass on this,
Uzi 2-1.
if we're lucky.
Request bogey dope.
But are you ever lucky, Ross? That's the question.
Got some hits on the tanks. Turning away.
Yeah. Looks like that obliterated the tanks. I don't think the tanks exist. Good run.
Melon 1-2, be advised Melon 1-1 has had a fuel leak this whole time. We haven't realized it,
Oof.
and he's probably gonna die.
Rip.
Merlin, roger.
Marlin, Sub 1-2, can you give me a vector for bullseye? Or recommend me go anyway?
Sword 1-2, vector 108 for 60 at the moment, please.
Copy.
Ross, would you be aware MiG-21 at, only 6, break left.
Shit, he got me.
Fuck, it just popped.
He got me. At least we hit the factory again. We are out of Vigans. I tried.
Oh no.
Roger.
We're also out of F5s.
No,
Nice one.
mission rotates soon anyway, so.
I jump in the A-10, but I don't even have it bound. I think that was a missile. Oh, it could have been a tree.
An adventure.
I was going to be dead either way. He was right behind me. Might just chill out and JTAC for a bit. So there's our Hawk site. There's some Bradleys down there. I don't know if we got time to shift some of the ground units over.
Merlin, oh, never mind.
And there's no really good roads running between these towns. Like, these ridge lines are impassable by road. You have to go all the way up and around because
Negative.
why not,
Andy,
I guess.
question.
So the only probable route would be to either cut across the ridge, which would take a while and relies on the AI's bad pathfinding.
Always clear.
Bring something across from here, maybe, along this road, and then up through the valley.
Banzai, be aware, F5 and F86 inbound onto runway.
We can catch up on chat a bit. Gonna be so much fun compared to just sitting with a Car 50 and just firing Vickers from like 5 kilometers. Tell you guys a secret. You don't fire Vickers from 5 kilometers from a hover. You do exactly the same thing as the Hind. You run it at high speed, you fire the Vicker because it's a supersonic missile, right? That's its big thing, is it was designed to be fast enough to engage the target before the target could fire back at you when you were closing on an attack run. So you come in at high speed, fire the Vicker on the way in, it kills the target, plus it gets a speed boost because you're moving instead of hovering. And then you wheel about. You basically fly it like it's a Hind, just a little more fragile.
Banzai 1-1, hold short.
Also, the other reason why hovering in it is very suboptimal, and this is true of the Hind as well, is the optics are all under the chin. And in the case of the Mi-24, it's not even a fucking TV with magnification, it's just a magnified periscope, that's all it is. An optical magnified periscope. In the Car 50 at least, you have the Schval. But that's all under the nose. So you have to fully raise the entire helicopter above your cover to engage. Whereas with, say, like an Apache, certain Apache variants anyway, and things like Kiowas and stuff, you don't have to raise up as much. Actually, no, I think the Apache does too, because it's all on the nose. But the Kiowa can just terrain mask with its mast-mounted sight. I think a lot of the European attack helicopters can too. So it's not really ideal to engage from a hover. You can do it, but I wouldn't recommend it. If you're in a city, you can get away with it. Over a forest, maybe, but
How much time is in the
not over a
confirmations?
hilltop.
Less than 30 minutes.
You'll rarely see that in DCS, only because people don't know. Most DCS players have no understanding of how Soviet aircraft were designed. They have no idea what they were designed for or why. I mean, just look at the number of people that still call the MiG-21 an interceptor. It's not. It was not an interceptor. It was not designed as an interceptor. It was not used as an interceptor exclusively. There was, you know, the second generation of MiG-21s had interceptor variants, the PF, the PFM. But the MiG-21 itself was a purpose-built light frontline fighter. It's a tactical fighter. Same role as the F-16. It's a multi-role light tactical fighter. It always was. Same as the MiG-23. They're not interceptors. They weren't designed as them. If you want to see a true Soviet interceptor, look at a Su-15, Su-9, which looks like a MiG-21 but bigger, but it's purpose-built for that role. Tu-128 or 28, depending which nomenclature you use, or the MiG-25. Those are interceptors. They're designed to take off, find something, kill it, and then land. They don't dogfight. They're usually not that agile. They're huge aircraft, absolutely enormous aircraft. Because for the Soviets, priorities for interceptors were speed, climb rate, range, and radar missiles. That was it. Maneuvering was not really a priority.
Last station, be advised, makeup runway 05 is currently occupied.
I wouldn't even really call it an attack plane. It was just a frontline fighter. You know, it was designed primarily to shoot down other aircraft with a secondary ground attack role, but the other aircraft it was shooting down were other fighters. An interceptor is something that kills bombers or reconnaissance planes. You know, a fighter is something that flies over the front line and kills enemy fighters or ground attack aircraft. So the reason the MiG-21 has short range, everyone says, oh, it's because it was an interceptor. No, the Soviets needed long-range interceptors to cover their massive fucking border. All the Soviet interceptors prioritized range over anything else. But the MiG-21's reason for having such short range, comparatively speaking, it's not as bad as people say, same as the MiG-23, the MiG-29, is because it was designed to operate from frontline airfields. It was meant to operate from an airfield maybe 10, 20, 30 kilometers behind the front line. Not, you know, a base half the world away like American fighters tend to these days. It was meant to operate from the front. So it was irrelevant. You don't put more fuel in the plane, you just base it closer to the action. More fuel means more weight, means less agility, means less performance in general. It's not a good compromise for a frontline fighter, and the Soviets decided it wasn't worth it. It's like if you look at the F-16, the F-16 doesn't have a lot of internal fuel storage, so the Americans have been plastering bags to it ever since to try and make it have good endurance, but it wasn't meant to because it was meant to be a frontline fighter. Like, the Americans basically took the concept of the MiG-21 to its logical conclusion with the F-16. They made it better at doing everything the MiG-21 already did. They put more technology into it without sacrificing agility or speed or other performance parameters, and they didn't overkill it on the fuel. Now they are overkilling it on the fuel because they haven't had a peer-to-peer conflict in the last, you know, very long time. But that's the essence of what the F-16 is meant to do, just like it was the essence of what the MiG-21 was meant to do. It was meant to fly over the combat area, destroy enemy aircraft over the front line, and hit ground targets across the front line. It wasn't meant to really do much else. I mean, when it was first brought into US service, the F-16 was used as a bomb truck, like a high-speed bomb truck in Germany. Fucking died because I trimmed incorrectly. F. Nami or Cobra would have interested me a lot more and been more feasible. I have no reason to believe ED can do the 64D justice. Even if they do, I'm just not that interested in it. I would have preferred either a 64A or, even better, a Cobra. I would have loved a Cobra. Don't always do attack runs in the Shark like the Hind. You can sit at distance. You can, but it's not optimal. It's not really designed to do it. And if you watch footage of the thing in use, in the few occasions it has actually been used, I think mostly during Second Chechnya, it was not hovering. They were using it like they'd use a Hind. And also, because you have the wonderful magic of the Abris, and also the director, you can actually fly at that racetrack pattern much easier than you can in the high end. You can basically just let it fly itself in that pattern, and you have the map there so you can see if you've deviated off it. It's fucking fantastic. If I could actually remember the switchology in it and work the weapons competently, I would probably fly it a lot more, because it's really, really good at that. And I prefer that kind of helicopter flight to just hovering around sniping stuff. Apache's far more complex than the Car 50, even ED admitted. Oh, easily. The Car 50 is quite a simple helicopter in a lot of ways. It was complex for the Soviet Union at the time, but that was just because of the degree of automation in it. Like, the Apache is leaps and bounds ahead of that. I mean, even an AH-64D compared to an AH-64A is a huge difference. They're two different aircraft. I've gone into this before on stream multiple times, but for those who haven't heard me about it before, the people that say, oh, well, you know, we might not have an F-15A or an F-16A or a Block 15 or 30, or we might not have an FA-18A circa 1986, but we have a C and that's close enough. Just get rid of the helmet side or get rid of the 9X or the 120. No, that's not how that works. It's a fundamentally different aircraft. Like, gone are the days when the differences happened in the airframe. These days, you don't have to change the airframe at all. You can change the systems and leave the airframe completely as it was, and it's a whole new aircraft, basically. The way it operates is different, the amount of information available to it's completely different. Like, it's just completely on a whole other level. So, to try and turn, like, say, our F-16 and DCS into an F-16A, it's impossible. You already have, just by default, way better situational awareness than F-16A. Your radar is enormously better, even if it wasn't broken in, like, it's overperforming really badly in DCS. Even if it wasn't, it's still way better than the F-16A radar. You've got all these lovely displays that show you all this information. You don't have them in the F-16A. You don't. The only display you have in the F-16A is you've got a crotch CRT for the radar. You've got a multi-line, it's not LCD, but I think it's a similar system to LCD, but like multiple strips of single line text. That's your SMS page and a couple other functions. And then you've got, I think, the what's it called? The DID or something, the one next to the HUD. I think you have that in the A as well. But all the rest is just steam gauges. Like, it's the F-16A, systems-wise, is not that far removed from the Cold War aircraft that it was brought in to replace. It really isn't. The airframe was a revolution, but the avionics weren't. It wasn't until they started installing more stuff and got, you know, the later blocks of F-16, the C model, where that became a thing. The F-16A was a visual range-only fighter and bomb truck with a mediocre radar and AIM-9s as its only missile. Like, it's not even comparable to an F-16C. Even if you disabled as much as you could on the DCS F-16 and removed as many weapons as you could, it's literally not comparable. Speaking of the A, the guy doing the very nice A cockpit for BMS is back and still working. He's almost finished the modeling. Oh, nice. When that is done, that might be the day where I finally set up BMS. That might be the day. Hey, Trip! Cheers for the resub, man. A whopping 17 months. Appreciate it, dude. Good to have you around still. For those of you who don't know, Trip also streams DCS, amongst other things. He also plays a lot of really old vintage flight simulators, which are quite cool to watch. Some that even predate my flight simming. So go give him a follow if you haven't already. People use the word interceptor because I think the phrase hit and run means interception, and since the North Vietnamese did hit and run, immediately they think it did interception. Yeah. Hey, Bullet! Cheers for the bits, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, so interception doesn't mean you go fast. It doesn't mean you do hit and run. It means... And this is another thing, too. Like, people say, oh, well, they relied on ground controllers. What? And the Americans didn't? Like, do you know what Red Crown was? The Americans over Vietnam had Red Crown picket ships off the coast. They had the radar station at Da Nang. They had at least 2 AWACS aircraft usually flying up and down the coast, as well as over Thailand. Like, the Americans were incredibly reliant on external guidance over Vietnam, just like the Soviets were. It's a really recent thing to have fully networked data link. I mean, even back then when some aircraft did have it, it was very simplified compared to what you see now. And a lot of people don't realize that data link back then usually meant something totally different. So the Americans were just as reliant on external information sources as the Soviets were. They still are. Like, you've got your beautiful Link 16 system. Oh shit, cheers for gifting those subs, Trip. Appreciate it, man. As well as your Gucci Link 16 system, you still have AWACS. Like, usually you'll have to consult the AWACS before you engage something to get a positive IFF on it. Like, you guys may have noticed things like the Hornet in DCS won't conclusively mark something as hostile until you have more than 2 sources telling you it's hostile, just in case your own IFF fails or something goes wrong, which is a real-life concern, right? The Americans are still relying on AWACS. Just because it's in the air doesn't make it any different from a GCI. It's literally the same thing, it's just flying instead of on the ground. Like, it's the same concept, right? Appreciate the bits as well, Teleport. Cheers, and thanks for the follow, Astro Gumby. So, there's not really that much of a difference as people think. The ergonomics were different, the way the systems worked with each other were different, but, like, the Americans were just as reliant on external info. So yeah, like, Interceptor in Western parlance means it goes fast, it climbs well, it doesn't turn. I'll tell you right now, the MiG-21 does fucking turn, really well. Just does it once. And that it's reliant on external information sources. Well, by that definition, literally every fighter aircraft built between the end of World War II and about 1980 is an interceptor. Literally, by definition. Like, if that's the one you're going with, they're all interceptors. F4, interceptor. You know, early F-16, interceptor. Like, they're all interceptors, because they go fast, they climb well, they're totally reliant on external information. There you go. Like, interceptor to me means the aircraft is for home defense. It is exclusively controlled through a sophisticated integrated air defense system. It's part of that air defense system. It operates within it and nothing else. And it's mostly going to be concerned with killing bombers, reconnaissance aircraft, reconnaissance balloons. That's an interceptor. And identifying intruders. Now, these days, a lot of fighters pull double duty as interceptors. Even during Soviet times, there were interceptor variants of common fighters. The MiG-19P, for instance, was an interceptor variant of the MiG-19. The Yak-28P was an interceptor variant of the Yak-28 bomber. I forget which actually came first. The MiG-21 and MiG-23 both had interceptor-specific variants, but they were not designed as interceptors. So there's an important distinction to make there. Interceptor is not defined by the aircraft's performance characteristics or any of that. It's defined by who uses it to do what. So the F-106, for instance, is an interceptor. Could it beast certain American fighters in dissimilar air combat training? Yes, it could. It was actually really maneuverable. But it's still an interceptor, because it was primarily and almost solely used for the air defense of the US. That's what defines an interceptor. Then you have weirdness, though, like the Americans sent some F-102s to do ground attack runs in Vietnam, because they couldn't think of any other use for them. How the Vigan flights? We made it back to base like twice, I think. It didn't go well. It was fun, though. I enjoyed myself. And that was the important thing. We mostly killed the factory, but there were a few targets left. We're out of Vigans and F5s now, so I'm just chilling. Got to tell you, the Thurple setup's complete. Rudders came in a few days ago. I'm just fine-tuning him. Congrats, man. Let me know how it goes. I think if I had my time again, I would have bought at least a Thurple stick. I do quite like the Warthog throttle. I just wish mine wasn't broken. You know, you guys have heard me about Thrustmaster build quality before. I'm done buying things off Thrustmaster, but I do like the throttle at least. But if I was going to buy a new stick, I'd buy a Thurple stick, I think. I'm going to do some dogfights with the A4. I'm waiting for this mission to switch over, which should hopefully happen pretty soon, and then I'll fly the next one, because I think Was it Zach said the next one should be When the Mountains Cry, so I want to fly that one.
He's making a turn on your 6. Okay, MiG-15 is close. He's continuing to fly.
Is DCS free? There are 2 planes that you can fly for free, and now they're also introducing a system where you can try out different planes for 2 weeks for free, and then it resets every 6 months. The whole game isn't, but you can fly in this, like, how best to put it? You can fly in this environment for free, but you can't access everything for free, if that makes sense. So you can take part in this, but if you want to fly something other than the Su-25T or the TF-51, you'll need to buy modules, or wait for the free trial program to go into effect.
He's making a left-hand turn from you there. He's spinning off 7 clicks to your north. You should still have enough time, maybe a good 30 seconds on the MiG-21.
Got much worse than the Tomcat now because I'm using rudder swans. I've got to remember, every time I fly the Tomcat, I have to rebind my rudder axis because something's glitched out with my rudder input. Only for the F-14, where it doesn't recognize my pedals, so I have to reset it to default and then it works. And I always forget until I'm in the middle of a dogfight and I start stalling and I'm like, shit, full rudder, and it just does nothing, and I'm like, oh, right. Not convenient. Have you ever checked out WinWing's products? I have. I haven't tried them personally, but they do look pretty decent. I'm more of a Red 4 guy, as you might have guessed, even though I was flying blue today. So WinWing's stuff mostly caters towards like F-18 and F-16 guys. So it looks like good gear, but it's just not really optimal for me. Whereas Verpal and VKB do more Eastern Bloc oriented controls, which is what I fly. Now, at the time I got my Warthog, they hadn't released those yet, so I didn't know they were an option. But you know, if I was starting again, I would have bought them from the get-go, I think.
Flanking to hot, 13 clicks to your south. You're still clear for now. You have a good
Free trials in effect, there's no waiting for it? Well, there you go then. You can access it all.
I'm not gonna catch him. He just swallowed these bullets like he didn't.
Caters to F-18 guys who have a lot of money. Yeah, that's true.
You wanna go for the 15?
Sure.
Need the MCG Ultimate, they made the brake lever stiffer. I would be happy even just with an analog lever. So the way the lever, the pinky switch, whatever you want to call it, on the Warthog works, is the lever actually just presses a button. It's actually like the trigger on the MiG-21 and MiG-23 sticks. The trigger is just a lever that actuates a button. It's the same on the Warthog, so it's a digital sensor, it's either on or off. Which is not convenient for brakes. Now, because I fly mostly World War II and Red 4 stuff, that is my brakes. It's the paddle. So it's either all or nothing. So that's why you hear me doing this. That's my pinky switch making that squeaking. That's why I pulse it like this, is because I'm either full brakes or no brakes. I've got no intermediate setting.
Oh no, I think it might have crashed at the ground.
Plastic version is also analog. I might have to look into it. I've still got to figure out how I'm going to convert my 23 stick. I think rather than do the 21 stick, I'll keep the 21 stick as is, although I'll try and get the questionable wiring insulation out, because I'm pretty sure that is asbestos cotton. So the 23 stick I think I'll use because it's just got more buttons on it, so it'll cover for both the 21 bis and the MiG-23 when they come out, or when it comes out. So that'll be my go-to for when I'm actually flying Cold War, I think, and then I'll just use the Warthog for everything else. And I hopefully won't have the issue I have with the Warthog where the tailpiece gets loose, so I've got like all this extra play in the stick. Oh god.
Say the name of the companies that sell Easter Block controls.
Thanks for the bits, Gringo. Hang on, I'll turn SRS down a bit because it's very loud. You guys are probably having trouble hearing me over them. The companies that make Eastern Bloc controls are VKB and Verpal. What was that, Zach? I couldn't spawn. Oh my god. I was wrong, we weren't out of F5s. I don't know why it didn't let me spawn in before then. Okay, well, back up we go. It's not a 23S, I think it's an early 23M. Overstratos said he reckons it's an early 23M stick, so I'll take his word for it since he has rather more experience with the MiG-23 than I do. I'll grab it in a minute. Just let me set myself up here.
Request rearming. Copy. Chief, net ground air supply. Copy.
Give me a moment, guys, and I will return with it. In fact, I will return with both. I'll turn my heater off, it's fucking boiling in here now. Okay, let's see.
Rearming complete.
You'll see over the top of the green screen, but whatever. So, I'll show you the 21 stick first. This is from a MiG-21, probably a PF or something, PF or a PFM. Maybe a UM, I'm not sure. And this is because I think the wiring harness is insulated with asbestos, so I've got that wrapped up nice and tight. These are the micro switches I was talking about, by the way, Super, down the bottom. So there's 8 of them. One of the actual switch plates has come off, I'll have to try and fix that, but these all click in, and I think when both of them click in, it's when it disengages the autopilot. So this would normally sit, there'd be a rubber boot here, and then it would sit in the stick extension, and the brake lever would come off about where my, like the palm of my hand's sitting, off the stick extension itself. And that just pulls a cable that runs down to the pneumatic system. It's literally a bike brake, pretty much. Trigger flips, which is the best part of the whole thing. That's my favourite thing about it, is the flippy trigger. And I don't know if you can see it. Let me get it so some contrast, like against my face or something. But there's a button right there. That button behind the trigger, that is the actual button that fires the weapon right there. So the trigger just acts as a lever on it. And interestingly enough, with the trigger folded on this stick, if you just push the trigger itself at the base like that, it will still engage the fire button. Whereas there's like a little cutout here, like it's meant to stop it from doing that. And I think normally there'd be a tab right there, but it's broken off or it's been not installed or something on this trigger, so you can still pull it when it's safed, which is a bit uh-oh. Then we got our sight cage button there. This is the master autopilot disconnect. This is the autopilot straight and level mode engage. So this will return you to horizontal flight if you're in a panic, this big black one. And then this is the trimmer switch, which is just pitch trim, only goes up and down. But yeah, all the buttons make nice loud clicks, except for the sight cage, which doesn't have like a positive click to it at all. We got our fuel tank jettison down the bottom here. So right here, you lift this, press that in, but if you look, the length of the stick, I've got very like large hands with very long fingers as well, so this would be even worse for a normal person. If you look at the size of the stick compared to my hand, like I can reach stuff with my thumb down here and then reach the trigger, but if I want to jettison my tanks, I can't really do it without moving my hand down because I just don't have the length or the strength in my pinky finger to do it. So to jettison the tanks, you either use your other hand, take it off the throttle and do that, or you'd have to slide your whole hand down and kind of hit it with one of your other fingers because it's quite, like the cover's quite stiff, there's a spring on it, and also the button's quite stiff too. So then, that's a 21, and the 21 bis, for reference, the 21 bis has an extra button right there under the trim switch, which is for the radar lock. And then this on the bis wouldn't be the sight cage, this would be the weapon release. So this would fire missiles, bombs, rockets, and then on the 21 bis this is gun only, whereas on the earlier 21s this was all your weapons were on the trigger. So that's a 21 stick. And then the 23 stick right here. This one doesn't have all the extra bit on it, but same thing, there'd be a rubber boot beneath this that it sits on, and then the stick extension. Again, it's wrapped in this because I don't know what the wires are insulated with, but it looks suspiciously fibrous, so I didn't want to take my chances. Again, you got your fuel tank jettison down here. It actually still has the label on it. Sprosbacher jettison fuel tanks. And it's kind of gummed up with glad wrap, but same thing, it's quite a stiff button, so you'd need your other hand to press it. We've got a flippy trigger, although the spring on this one's quite badly worn out. And you may notice as well, if I... there we go. It works, but if I fold it up, there's actually a... it is actually inhibited, like there's a little half circle here at the bottom of the hinge joint, which interacts with that safety notch. Then the front of the stick, similar to the 21, there's a button that's missing out of there. I've got to actually get the light bulb to replace it. So your return to horizontal flight would be right there. Again, you've got your trim switch, which is just pitch trim, 2-position. The 23 did have roll trim, but it was on a separate switch in the cockpit. And then on the ML, I think late MLA and on the MLD, they just put a 4-way trim hat like the MiG-29 has. Then again, your autopilot disconnect. This right here, this is a strain gauge. It's not, like it doesn't move, it just takes pressure into account. It's kind of like the F-16's flight stick. It gives the tiniest sense of movement, but it's a strain gauge. And this is for guiding the Kh-23, the manual command to line of sight guided air-to-ground missile, and also for the close combat, one of the close combat modes on the MLA. I don't remember if the M had it. I think it does. The actual radar, this is where the radar strobe control is on the MiG-29 and later, but on the MiG-23, the radar had 2 modes. There was one where it was just a gate on the throttle, like a rotation axis on the throttle, like in the MiG-21. And that would lock the first thing in that entire azimuth sweep. And then the second mode was a more refined mode where you'd use a little mini stick on the instrument panel, to control a smaller TDC to discriminate against single targets in like a similar range band. Otherwise, the radar would just lock the first thing it sees within that range. And then you've got this button here, which is for locking. I think, hang on, let me check the labels. Yeah, that's the lock button, as evidenced by Zachvat, capture. And then below that we've got our sight damper button, which I think was IFF in some variants from memory, I think. Actually, no, hang on. Yeah, it is, because I just remembered it's, so, I don't know if you can read it, if the camera focuses. Dämpfer, Prizel, sight damper, and then below that says Zapros, which is like reply, like IFF reply, or interrogation rather. Can't remember what it means exactly, but it means basically IFF interrogate. So you press that to IFF stuff. On the MLD, I think the IFF was on the throttle. It's like early MiG-23M. Yeah, that's what Overstratos said. Early 23M, probably. So yeah, pair of MiG sticks. This is probably going to be the one that I actually use in DCS once I figure out how to get it apart without breaking anything. I can get the top cover off the MiG-21 stick, but I can't get the bottom part off. On this one, I can't get the top cover off, but the bottom part's already taken off of it, so it's 6 to 1, half a dozen to the other. I think I did get the cover off this the other day, actually, so it's just a case of rewiring stuff now. I've got to replace that button, which is going to be annoying. I found a replacement for it, but the light's the wrong colour, so I'm going to try and see if I can wait for a green one, which is what it should be. And then it's a case of pulling out all the old wiring, checking these buttons to see if they still work. Hopefully they all will. And then I'll have to consult someone that actually knows what they're doing to set it up properly. Servo rotated? Gotcha. I'll go put these back, and I'll jump straight back in. Cheers for the bits, guys, just in case I missed anyone. Do appreciate it. How'd you get these sticks? eBay. And bad life choices. I'm going to take a very short break as I figure out which team I'm going to play, guys. Be right back.
Thought that never changes, remains a stupid lie. It's never been quite the same. No hearing or breathing, no moving.
29 will kill the server, dude. Unless they have someone in a 14. It's too low population.
Rise and fall of shame. Search that shall remain.
So he gets in a 14. You fucker. I was gonna hop in probably like a... I might even do it 25, honestly. We need somebody to, so I might do it. Please don't bully me too hard. Give me a moment, guys. Oh god, what the fuck? I forgot that that was bound to zoom in DCS. Right. Please capture the right window. There we go. Happy days. I'm gonna take, probably not an optimal loadout for this thing, but it'll be a loadout which I enjoy using, so... The optimal loadout is S25s, because they're more powerful, but... We'll take some... S8s, actually not KOMs, because we're trying to destroy structures in lightly armed lightly armored vehicles. So we'll take OFPs. The warhead on the 25L is bigger, which is why people tend to take it. But in fact, you know what I'm going to do? You know what I'm going to do? Give me my SPS. Then we'll take this bad boy. And then we'll take... 29L's a bit overpowered for what I need. Then we'll take a pair of S25s. Fidget around a bit. Every time I fucking get up to do something, I mess up my seating position completely. I need to get like a setup where my chair doesn't move, and then just arrange it so it's the most comfortable position, so then I know I can get up and sit back down without having to constantly readjust my chair and readjust my track IR and everything else. I guess that's one benefit of having a sim pit, is you're always sitting in the exact same place. Meanwhile, the wheels on my chair are steadily pushing the rug behind me across the floor. Bring a warbird? There's none on the server. At least not in these missions. But I have definitely killed jets with warbirds in DCS before. It's fucking hilarious. I would recommend it to anybody. Do it at least once. Su-27, yep, and some F-18s. And an F-16, and a Mirage. A couple Mirages, actually, I think. How the hell do you do that? Well, usually it's because they get too slow. They get overconfident. They think that, oh, there's no way a warbird can outmaneuver me. You know, it can't keep up with me. No, in a straight line it can't. But if you start turning and maneuvering, then it can. It very much can. It'll just cut the corner on any turn you make. Haven't glued chair to the ground. Can't really. Maybe if I got like some roll stops or something, but I don't know if there's much point. We're going to give it a minute to just chill out on the ground, because the Su-25's INS is really temperamental, and being an FC3 module, if it breaks, there's nothing you can do to fix it. Don't want a misaligned compass in the Su-25. You can kind of turn fight the A-10, it depends what you're flying. But with warbirds, it's just not an option at all. There's nothing that can comfortably turn fight a warbird, jet-wise. But the best way to deal with them, both warbirds and A-10s, is to just play vertical, force them to either try and run away, or if they try and follow you up, they just stall themselves out. I wonder if AD are ever going to fix these mirrors after they fix them, and by that I mean made it so you can see through your own plane at a ridiculously unrealistic angle. So one thing I will say, ED's mirrors across all their modules are consistently fucking horrible. No matter how good the rest of the module is, the mirrors are just both usually worthless, and at the same time they look bad. Like, they have a really strong fisheye effect on them, and they're usually pointed in a completely useless direction. It's something I wish that they'd improve on. Haven't we already had that update at least once? A bit of a crosswind. Okay, a lot bit of a crosswind. Oh no, it's because I'm fucking asymmetrical. I have the stupid. Of course it's because I'm asymmetrical. I should have actually trimmed the rudder before I took off. If I can figure out. I gotta both trim roll and rudder here to get it to fly straight. A little more roll. So I don't want it to be rolling. Yeah, they're nice, hey. Very nice. The problem is as well, our trim's going to change as the fuel tank drains, and it will drain that wing tank first. Once the wing tank's empty, I'm going to leave it on the wing if I can. If I have to emergency jettison, I'm still going to have that fucking pod sitting there, but I don't want to ditch the tank because then I'll end up with even more asymmetry. So at least the empty tank's providing some air resistance to balance it out, you know? Need a full fidelity Su-25. I would not say no. As long as it's an A. I don't want a Su-25 SM. Too many computers. I want a proper Su-25 original model that we can use for Afghanistan's scenarios. Don't want modern stuff. But I'd also like a Su-17. One day. One day. Rise of Flight when? I keep forgetting. Need to update it. One day we'll do it, Steve. One day. Need to pick up a little more altitude to clear these mountains. See the Top Gun collab with FS 2020? No, I didn't. This is news to me. Gotcha. That's a good system. Yeah, I mean, for me, I like the Cold War stuff. I like Warbirds too. I grew up playing World War II Sims, but I really like the Cold War stuff because it's got capabilities and it's got new systems, but they're still janky because they hadn't quite worked out how they were supposed to build them yet. It's that jankiness that appeals to me. They have character. They're interesting. You know, now it's all just basically plaster the cockpit with iPads and be done with it. I don't enjoy that at all. If I wanted to fucking navigate 20 different pages on a screen, I would literally just pick up my phone and start doing shit on that, you know? I don't really see the excitement in it. It's challenging, it's a different kind of challenge though. It's, you know, information management, which I'm bad at and I don't enjoy. So, not my thing at all. Don't like the fact that Zach's in that F-14. He's probably gonna fuck me up. I personally don't understand the mindset that people have in DCS when they want the best jet or the most optimal jet or like the most refined killing machine. I just like, it's boring, dude. They all look the same. They all basically do the same thing. There's very little difference between them. Where's the fun in it? Where's the character? This is the good Su-25, Jack. Fucking Su-25T shouldn't even be in the game. Let alone in this server. Yeah, it is. That's what makes it interesting. This cloud cover is kind of fucking with my plan of flying higher up on the way into target, because I'm not going to be able to see the target, and I don't trust the navigation system on this. Again, because it's FC3 and it's prone to braking. Fly the F-35 with you? What, the F-35 mod? Your favorite mod? Why though you can fly it without the Vickers? Because it's fat, it's ungainly, it doesn't handle well, the cockpit visibility is horrific, it can't defend itself as well other than the fact it has the R-73, which is literally the only thing it has going for it. I don't find it enjoyable to fly, I don't find it enjoyable to look at. The only reason to fly it is for the TV-guided weapons, specifically the Vickers. It's not for me. Zach, please go. Anyone on comms? I think we got an F-14 over the Eastern Lakes at the moment. I'm being locked up. Yeah, and the Su-25T is such a bad seed platform. Like, it's an awful seed platform. At, like, this kind of altitude with a Kar-58 in this thing going, like, at pretty reasonable speed for a Su-25, you know how far you can get that missile? 38 kilometers. I tried. I tested it. 38 kilometers from about 2 to 5,000 meter altitude. The fucking Su-17, you come in supersonic and rip that thing off at like 200 kilometers and you'll kill something. It's just, I don't like it. It's not fun to fly, it's not pretty to look at. The weapons it has are not Cold War weapons, so they shouldn't even be in this server. Not a fan. Rez is right, though. I don't like the Su-30 either. Two-seat flankers are disgusting, don't at me. I'm so gonna get murdered. I don't really like the MiG-29 UB that much either, I'm gonna be real. Or the MiG-23 UB. Because they had to lengthen the cockpit for the second seat, it makes the nose too short proportionally. Aside from the fact it doesn't even have a radar. Like the 29 UB, the nose is really disproportionately short compared to the rest of the aircraft because the canopy had to move forwards. Su-30 looks aggressive and intimidating. It looks like it fucked its sister. The Su-27 looks aggressive and intimidating and graceful. Has beautiful lines. I have no clue where I am. We'll figure it out soon enough. Uh-oh. But honestly, I don't have P3D. I'm probably never going to get P3D. There's not much point. I already have FSX. And I barely play Civi Sims as it is. And if I did get it, I'd probably get it for something else. Like, the F-35 is cool, it's just not something I'm interested in. I'm not interested in flying it, I'm not interested in working at systems. It's something I like to look at from a distance. That is the extent of my interest in the F-35. I agree, the Su-34 does look better than the Su-30, but both of them are kind of eh. The Su-34 would look a lot better if the fucking tail stinger wasn't so long. In my opinion. That's what ruins the looks of that plane, the tail stinger's too long. The duck face is kind of cute, but the tail stinger is like, ugh. A-10 go Burt and doesn't kill tanks as well as an F-111 does. I love bringing that one up every time people fanboy the A-10. It's just like, so if it's so good, why was the F-111, a bomber, better at killing tanks than it was? Just watch the meltdown happen in real time. Just want a Eurofighter. I know it might trigger some of you. I mean, I don't personally like the Eurofighter that much. I think it's ugly. It's cool, but it's ugly. But I wouldn't mind having one just to play around with. Remember someone asked me about a Raptor, and I thought they would be the most boring module ever, so just fly around clicking stuff to death. Mod came in, what do you know, you push a button, stuff dies. I mean, well, the mod's still basically just a... It has like a custom flight model and some custom systems implementation. It's quite an impressive mod, but it's still essentially built on an F-15, like the FC3 F-15. I don't think the systems are really going to be something you can rely on as accurate. And from memory, I don't think he implemented the thrust vectoring on it. You can do thrust vectoring in DCS as far as I'm aware, he just didn't. Decided not to. The big one is blue, which is the one I think I'm going for now. Yeah, the AV-8's the Harrier. Well, it's the American version of the Harrier. 040 for 40. Yikes, my dude. Should I actually see him? Answer my VKB question while he's away. What did you ask? I probably missed it. That's the neutral lake, right there. And then this will be their lake number 2, their lake 1 is below it, I think, or actually further on the other side. And then lake 3 is next to this. The clouds really changed this mission up quite a bit. There's a target ahead of us. Try and figure out where their fucking air defenses are. I see one unit on the right hand side. That's probably a Vulcan or an Avenger. We'll go for that first. Plan is to pick off the air defenses, then just rocket run whatever's left. Is my jammer on? Yes, my jammer is on. Won't help me against them, but it might help me against the F5s. And maybe Zach. Probably not Zach, but maybe. Oh god. I'm scared. Please hold me, chat. I need a better fucking slew for this. It's so janky. Those are my flares. Yeet. Are you serious? I missed? I haven't had much luck with this thing lately. There we go. That's a hit. That's a Vulcan locking me up. I gotta fix my throttle first, that's the thing. I've gotta get this thing actually working properly before I start modding it. I think it's one Avenger and one Vulcan per site by default, so we'll wipe out this Vulcan and hopefully that'll give us a clear run-in for rockets and guns. Although I'm expecting to get jumped any second now. Okay, that's a hit. That's my rockets. We're really heavily out of trim now because of that. Oh shit. I do not like the sounds of that at all. Server's kind of quieting down a bit, but red are outnumbered now. Which is usually how I like it in a fighter, within reason. Target-rich environment and all that, but when I'm in a Su-25, I'm not so keen on being outnumbered. My sight is not doing too well. Why is it so unstable? There we go. Oh, he's changed the units at spawn at these, I think. What the fuck? Oh, you're kidding. You're fucking kidding. Okay, well, my laser didn't play nice with me. We'll have to come in from the other direction, so that just wasted time. Yeah, it might have been overheated. Technically, I don't actually think we need the laser to range it. The slant range unit should be good enough, but the difference in altitude will probably fuck with that, because we're higher up here than we were at the airfield, and I don't think you can change the altimeter settings in the FC3 stuff. Actually, you might be able to. Probably are. But I don't know what the bind is. Hello, Laser. Do you want to play with me now? Yes. No, you don't. Good to know. Yeah, I think that's a laser overheat when it does that shit. Oh, what? Bruh. I give up. At least we hit something. Now we'll see if it plays nice with me. Probably won't. Yeah, now it wants to play, of course. Where is that? Merge with something. 107 for 1. 3,000. He's quite high. And he's faded, which I really don't like. Got into a cloud for a moment. Oh, my laser was still on. Shit. Now it's overheated for sure. Shit. Alright, let's get rid of these draggy ass pods, if it'll let me. And it goes with the fuel tank first, of course. Whatever. Where? 251 for 4. And I'm out of flares. He just went behind me, I think. Oh, there he is. Oh, I spy an F-14. This is where I wish I didn't bring the pod, because now I'm super draggy with it. He's just going to drop on me. If he has any sense. I think there may even be more than one. No, if it was Zach in the... Well, it might be Zach, but I would have expected Zach to fucking hit me on his first pass. Oh, hello. Got an F5 right behind me. I'm all out of trim as well. Need help over enemy lake too. I got an F5 and an F14 on me. Cheers, good shot. The Tomcat's lurking around here somewhere, so be careful.
Yeah, I'm pretty low. need to RTB.
Yeah, I'm gonna RTB as well.
I'll give you a head start in case it chases.
Thanks. Oh, he's right behind you! Missile, missile! Shit. Come here, you motherfucker. Well, I have the nose authority. I won't have the fucking speed. Why? Why is it acting like I don't have missiles on board? I was in the correct mode, I think. I'm pretty sure I was in the correct mode. He's already fucking up in space anyway. He's gonna swoop me again. Yeah, he's not stupid. He knows. He might actually RTB. Yeah, I think next flight we won't bring the pod. It's just too much of a liability if I have to defend myself. I want to be nice and light and nimble. Yeah, that's what I'm going to try and do now. Technically, I could still engage targets around the lake. I've still got gun, but it's not worth the risk. On the other hand, nah, I better not risk it. It is set up that way. We'll lose both the weapons I'm carrying and the aircraft, like the airframe. Got limited airframes for everybody in this mission. Oh my god, we are so fucked. 2 F-14s, 2 F-5s, and they got a guy doing ground stuff, and they got a JTAC, which probably means GCI. This is fine. Oh, well, I mean, that's small comfort, I guess. Why am I heading south? I want to go northwest, not southwest. I really need to start, like, paying more attention to coordinating my turns in the Su-25. I'm so lazy with the rudder. I think that's a problem with my 21 flying recently as well. I'm so wobbly, I think I'm just not really giving it the rudder I need to. I'm surprised you didn't kill me, Zach. Really want to learn some Red Air, but it just makes me sad they aren't full fidelity. Some of them are. The MiG-19 is, the MiG-15 is, the MiG-21 is. And of all the red aircraft, they're the most fun so far. The Mi-8 as well, and soon the Mi-24. '21's fairly easy once you get over the initial culture shock, I guess. It's the kind of plane you can learn in an afternoon, but it takes you years to actually be really good with it. In fact, that's generally true of red stuff, is you can literally learn it in like 2 hours, but you probably won't be good with it until you've been playing it for quite a while. Whereas blue stuff, it takes you 2 years to learn at minimum, and I don't know, judging by the people I come across in Growling Sidewinder and sometimes on this server, you never get good at it, so it is what it is. Our FARP should be around here somewhere. Might even be on that hill back there, because it overlooks this valley I'm flying over. We don't really have enough of the blue planes I'm interested in. I mean, I like the blue planes we have, just not in the way that I want to fly them. But, you know, I don't have, like, a grudge against the Hornet or the F-16 or whatever. I don't enjoy flying them that much. The blue stuff I want is all Cold War stuff, and particularly British stuff. Like, American planes, there are some I really, really want. Basically the entire Century series, please give. F4 as well. And then all the weird and wonderful stuff from the 50s. But I want some British stuff. And some more French stuff. Need to be so British they come with tea. It's gonna be, I think, kind of a vegan situation for British stuff if/when it arrives for a lot of people, because it's different enough to be alien to guys that fly American jets, but it's also nothing like anything red, really. It's gonna be interesting. Oh no. What did I just do? I accidentally bumped the wrong button. I think I dropped something. Countermeasures, maybe. Oh, I got a friendly locking me, I think. Peter, if you're on comms, I think you're locking me. That or Zach's locking me. The Tomcat's radar's so powerful, that could be him, actually, even if he's like 100 kilometers away. There shouldn't be a Stinger in these woods, because this is our FARP I'm flying past, somewhere around here, in these hills. 319 for 80. So Kutaisi should be closer. .332 for 70, yeah. I have tried the Community A4, it's very, very nice. It's of a high enough quality that if they wanted to, they could probably get it made into a third-party official module, but they don't, unfortunately. So it's a really awesome little thing to play with, but it's kind of limited to single-player or, like, small group multiplayer. It's not something I'm likely to ever see on a PvP server. I play mostly, almost only PvP. And something like that on a PvP server is a liability, because it's harder to troubleshoot if something goes wrong. You can't guarantee people have the right version, or that they have a version they haven't fucked with in some way. So it's really fun to play with, I just don't get to fly it as much as I'd like. Because, you know, it's not really... Because it's not an official module, and they don't want it to ever be one, it's never going to have the ability to be in the servers that I play. Not often. I mean, maybe if you did, like, a special event or something. I think if Alpin did a special event on Cold War, like the Tiberius thing, with the A4 it might be okay, but... just for day in, day out usage on the Cold War server, it would be a train wreck. There are a lot of things you have to consider when you make a public server, especially if it's a PvP server, and I feel like a lot of people don't really realize that. Thought they were making an official free jet? No, they're not. Well, there are already official free jets, but the A4 guys are not making it official. They've said multiple times they never want it to be official, they want it to be totally community-owned and community-operated. And to make it official would mean entering in some kind of contract with Eagle Dynamics, which they don't want to do. And they are absolutely resolute in that position, nothing will change their minds, believe me. He could, but people can't read. Super, people can't read. They either don't speak English, or they just don't pay attention to what's on screen. Like, they can't even read the briefings. Like, it's just... there's too many things that could go wrong, too many points of failure, and it's not worth the extra headache. As it is, Alpin has trouble getting his missions to work even without any fancy mods or scripts. Could you imagine if he tried adding a mod? Supposed to read the briefings. Exactly! Yeah, no, like, if he added that thing to this server, it would just be one giant clown fuck 24/7. And I get that people get upset that they don't want to hear that because it's their favorite thing to fly and they think I'm some big evil man trying to kill their fun. No, I would love to fly that in here. Like, don't get me wrong, I would kill to fly that in here. But I also wouldn't enjoy getting farmed by people using the simple flight model because it won't integrity check it, right? They can use the SFM, which has the flight performance of a fucking UFO, to get an upper hand in PvP. I don't want the server or the missions breaking and then Alpin not being able to figure out for months why the server isn't working. There's just... I don't want to get team killed when I'm in it by people that think I'm a Su-27. I don't want to be, you know, getting my ground units killed by an attack aircraft that Red Team let pass because they thought it was friendly, because they thought it was a Su-27. It's just not worth the headache. Like, it would be really nice, but it's just not worth the headache on a public server. On a closed server, it's fantastic. Somewhere like Hoggit, where most of your players are coming from the Hoggit community, or like even DDCS, where almost everyone that plays there is on the Discord, although they would never do it because then they have min-maxing problems of their own. But on Cold War, where maybe 5 to 10% of players on this server actually are on the forum thread, and there is no official Discord, there's an unofficial one, which I'm not even on, it's too risky. Erok, thanks for the follow. Hope you're enjoying the show. Wonder if that's to honour the will of one of the team members I think passed away some time ago. I think it is. I think it's a principal thing as well, but I think it's, as well, the reason they're so hell-bent on it is because of that, which is fair. It's, like, I totally understand it. I totally get where they're coming from, and I don't necessarily think that's wrong. I just... It's kind of disappointing for me, because it means I'll never really get to use it much in the kind of multiplayer I play. No, I didn't see that video. I don't really watch the Grim Reaper stuff, to be honest. A lot of people who are allergic to reading, a lot of people who are bad at DCS, and a lot of people who are bad at both, like me. ED should make an official full fidelity free combat jet, like, I don't know, maybe Italian Amex. I think what ED should do, the free trial thing, first of all, kind of removes the need for a free module from them. It's a clever business move, both in that they don't need to put development time into a free module, but also it lets people play the game for free and try things out. That's a great move on ED's part, don't get me wrong. But what I think ED need to do, instead of a free air-to-air jet, although I wouldn't say no to one, it would have to be something Cold War. Like, a modern jet's just too complex. Like, the development costs on even an AMX would be through the roof. It's not worth it. It would need to be a Cold War jet, and it would need to be a fairly basic Cold War jet at that. But you'd also want it to be something reasonably capable. What I want them to do, A7's already being done by Flying Iron. That's also a lot more complicated than you might think. The A7's quite advanced. No, it would need to be, like, really, really simple. Early F5's not a bad shout, actually. An early F5 probably wouldn't be too bad for workload, so they could probably do it quite cheaply. But what I want them to do is a free helicopter, and I want the free helicopter to be either a Me-2 or a Kar-26. Not a 25, a 26. The agricultural helicopter. I want one of those so badly, dude. The Poles and the Hungarians use them militarily, for what I don't know, but they did use them militarily. So I just have this beautiful mental image of a Kar-26, this noisy, smoky little fucking thing with a pair of radial engines off the Yak-52. So they've already got the engine code there off the Yak. These things ripping around with, like, Malyutkas jury-rigged to these, like, welded iron winglets or something. Oh my god, it would be beautiful. Just Mad Max helicopter. No, the enhanced flight model for the A4's been out for months. They did the first public tests for it. It was invite-based, but it was still technically public back in, like, October or something. And now it's, like, properly public. You just need to have the link to it. Trust me, the enhanced flight model's been out for quite a while now. I have the version with the EFM, which is why I enjoy flying it. When it had the old SFM, I didn't really enjoy it as much, because it was a UFO, but it's wonderful now. Kills that M15, oh my god, could you imagine? The fucking memes. Where is Kutaisi Air Base? It should be somewhere around here. Hello? Off my left? Hello? There it is. I think they got another update for it coming soon, but the EFM is definitely out. Why is our air defense locking me? Either there's an enemy fucking circling way overhead on that side of us, or somebody's fucking with the ground units. Oh god. Free 21 F-13. Oh god, a fucking 21 F-13 as the free fighter would be... I would love that. Yeah, they are quite simple. Something like, I mean, they'd have to do a lot of stuff from scratch for it, but it would be quite simple to do. But if, like, for instance, the early F5 suggestion, they already have a bunch of code for F5 parts. They'd have to change a lot of stuff, obviously. The E3 was quite a significant upgrade, but they have something at least, you know? A free buck? The buck would be too much for free, I think. Like, it'd just be too difficult to develop for it to be a free module. I would take a paid buck. I would take any kind of Buccaneer. I would do such dirty things for a fucking Buccaneer. Free F100 would be a good call. It'd be fucking hilarious watching people try and land it. What is this approach, dude? Kutaisi's runway looks very short from this angle. It's not, it's a good long runway, but it just does look kind of short from this angle, and this airspeed in the Su-25 is not fantastic. Let's pop out the air brakes. Get a kind of on the center line. Doesn't have to be on it, but as long as we're close. Keep half an eye on the airspeed. We're a bit fast and a bit high. That's what we have a brake chute for. And the speed will bleed off pretty quickly as I flare out. She doesn't want to settle. Down, please. We're a little long. There we go. Shootout. Massive deceleration as the parachute pops. And there we go. Red Star will now have the 17AS without afterburner. Nice. Good. I'm glad they decided to change their mind on that. Where's my Mozzie? I can kind of wait for the Mozzie now, to be honest. With the Mi-24 coming very soon, I can wait a while longer for the Mozzie. Saves me having to learn 2 aircraft at once, because although I have a lot of time in the Mozzie and World War II sims, that doesn't translate well to DCS necessarily. Oh, that's right, this won't auto neutral its trim. There we go. Server's quieting down quite a bit. Mind you, it is like 11 in the morning here, which is usually about when the server goes quiet. Let's take more rockets. Carl Childers, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Hope you're enjoying the show. OFPs, because we're not killing armored targets. Grab some flares. I'll probably take more flares. If I need chaff, it's because I've got a Sparrow up me and I'm pretty much dead then anyway. Mi-24 coming this month, supposedly. Say Nick Gray wasn't really happy with the external textures, so they had to redo them. No, with the model. Ah. Well, I mean, I guess he'd know. He has access to one. Pretty sure he has access to one. I think they, I know they have access to several Spitfires. I don't know who owns the Mosquitoes that still fly, but I'm sure that one of them ED would have access to. It's so quiet here. there's nobody on. It feels weird being at the main airbase on Cold War and just not hearing jets constantly taking off and landing. Dudes are camping your takeoff? Are they now? Are they now? Okay. Okay, they're camping my takeoff, are they? Are they really?
Заправка по плану. Первый. 251. Дайте курс на ближайшую цель. Первый. 251. Дайте курс на ближайшую цель. Первый. 251.
Oh, what the fuck?
Дайте курс на ближайшую цель.
It's spamming the fucking EWR now. It doesn't show him. The EWR doesn't see them. Are they actually at Kataisi, or are they just nearby? Because if they're just nearby, I'll slip past them if I can. Hit the ground targets, then double back. Yeah, whatever. We'll take air to ground stuff. But if they want to do that shit, then we'll just jettison all of it, and we'll show them what happens when you mess with the frog. Okay, no, they're right here. They're triggering our SAMs. Motherfuckers.
Первый. 251. Дайте курс на ближайшую цель.
There's a rule against attacking air bases, main air bases anyway. And there's no F-18 or 16 in this mission, the F-14's limited in weapons. Also, if the F-14 comes this close to our base, it's gonna die, and they only have a very limited number of them. Alright, you know what? We'll take our full air-to-ground ordnance. If I get jumped, I get jumped. I can just jettison anyway. But if they want to try and fuck with me, I welcome it. Can I click the right pod, please? There we go. It's been too long since my last air-to-air kill in this thing, and by that I mean it's been like a week. I'm getting blue-balled. Oh, they didn't give me any flares. Ready for the Me-24 memes we're gonna do? Oh yes, I'm ready. I've been teaching myself the startup procedure, so when it comes out I should be ready to go, at least from the pilot seat. I have no idea how the front seat works. Fuck around and find out. Indeed. Indeed. Hello? Are they... Oh, probably because my engine wasn't fully spooled down. I swear to God. The engines on this take forever to wind down, and they will not rearm you. That was a bit of a surprise. They will not rearm you until the engines are fully wound down. I should really set some preset armaments for this, so I don't have to do it by hand every time. Are we seriously out of flares for the Su-25? You gotta be kidding. That was a cat? No, it wasn't. It was a fucking 21. If it was a cat, it would be dead. There we go. I'm gonna taxi all the way down the other end, because I will need quite a long takeoff run with this much shit on board. The teams have actually kind of balanced out now. No, it was a 21. Looked like a 21, single massive burner, sounded like a 21. Appeared out of nowhere over our runway. If it was a Tomcat, it wouldn't have got this close. Like, there's enough SAMs around here, it would have died. Or at least I would have noticed the launches on it. The only launch I saw was the one that killed that F5. Or maybe it was the other Tomcat, I don't know. But whatever was lurking, one missile went off and killed it. Which base? Kutaisi. So this thing's supposed to be based out of Sanaki, but I couldn't be asked flying the extra, so I've just come back here. And that's probably the reason I can't get flares on this thing, is because it doesn't have anything for the Su-25. But whatever, we can live without them, maybe. Probably not. I do have them. Okay, it's just that for some reason it was showing it as being empty. So we're good. We are good to go. Tell you what, it's such a minor nitpick, but something I'd like to see ED revisit in the future is the hardened aircraft shelters. So with these design, the back end should actually be buried underground. The front end's above ground, but the back end should be buried. The whole thing should look like a giant hill with one side cut into. But some more detail on the interior would be nice too. It's just one of those little tiny details that I think if they tweaked it a bit, it would make the game look enormously better. Oh, hello. Depends what they modeled off of. So, the Soviets had a couple of standard HAZ designs. Yeah, but UK ones are totally different to Soviet ones. This is a Soviet airbase, right? This is Kutaisi. So the back end of a Soviet HAZ would normally be buried. It's very rare that it wouldn't be buried. And there are two types visible in DCS Caucasus. One is this type. The other one is the ones at Vaziani, which are similar in size. I think they might be slightly larger, and their doors swing out. They don't slide. But other than that, there's no difference between them. Yeah, redoing Caucasus would be wonderful, but I don't know if they're going to do it at any point in the future. Loud and clear. Well, they can't, because if it's... The thing is, they want it to be, like, rated playable for everyone, or at least teen rated. If they added combat aircraft, it'd mess up the whole fucking rating thing. Also, Flight Simulator has never done combat aircraft that well. Individual developers have done some really nice ones, but the actual base game doesn't support it well. I don't know if it supports supersonic yet. I don't think so. I haven't seen any... There's some supersonic aircraft, but they're like really lazy hack jobs. I haven't seen a proper one yet. So I'm gonna guess it's not actually supported. Might be fixed for that Top Gun collab? Well, we'll see. We will see. I would like to see some old military aircraft in Flight Sim 2020. The Spitfire is quite nice to fly, although it still needs work. But it would be nice to have some of the older jets as well. There's actually a fairly nice 21. It's not perfect, but it's pretty nice for FSX and P3D. But I don't have it. What I do have for FSX is a Vulcan, and a Lightning, and a couple, like an English Electric Lightning, and a couple other things. I'd really love if Just Flight brought their Vulcan across to MSFS, because it looks really nice. And then anything A2A did. If A2A just brought anything over to Flight Sim 2020, it'd be fucking amazing.
Last one.
Do you have to line a compass in the 19 like the 21? Not that I've noticed. I don't even remember if there's a button to align it. I can't recall. Actually, no, I think there is, but I don't think you need to. I've never had to. Yeah, I'm kind of patiently waiting with Flight Sim 2020. In the meantime, I have been enjoying... Some of the vanilla planes, the flight models might not be all there, at least as long as you start doing aerobatics, you know. I don't think it models accelerated stalls yet still, but the sound and the kind of feel of them is quite nice, so I'll take them up for a joy flight every now and then. I've also got a Jabiru, which is what I learnt to fly on in real life, and a, and as I said, the Spitfire, the Flying Iron Spitfire. There was a pretty nice looking F4U for it as well, which I might have to look into getting. The latest update of DCS, the game has got a lot nicer. Yeah, DCS has been getting some really solid updates lately. Like, there's still some issues, but there always will be with DCS, but it's definitely a lot better than it was a year ago. Do they have the Piper Warrior in? I'm not sure. I've kind of been a bit skeptical of buying stuff for Flight Sim 2020 because I know some of the developers that have already got stuff out for it have a reputation of just copy-pasting flight models. So you'll have a plane that's supposed to be something, but it flies like something completely different. For me, if the flight model isn't right, what's the point of having the plane? There are a few exceptions I make, but generally I want something with an accurate flight model. Otherwise, you may as well just fly the vanilla planes, right? The vanilla planes actually have better sound than most of the custom ones so far. Which lake? I'm gonna go finish off Lake 2, I think, and then head south. The other thing is, I'm not really, like... There are certain general aviation and obviously light sport planes, because that's what I used to fly. There are certain civvy stuff that... Civvy things, words, that I am interested in. But, to me, particularly things like biz jets or tube liners that aren't vintage tube liners, I can't get excited for them. I just can't. Like, at that point... In real life, I'll get excited about flying fucking anything, but in a sim, no. Like, it has to be something interesting to me, so I'm waiting for, in terms of airliners, I'm waiting for the vintage airliners to come out. Oh god, please, please, give me some tri-jets, please. I really want Fearless to bring the 2154 over, but I think, apparently he's not going to, or at least not yet. But there's a really nice... 2134, not a tri-jet, but it's a tail configuration twin jet, kind of like a baby 2154. That's being worked on, and it looks really, really nice. L1011, yes please, please give. I miss tri-jets, dude. Like, I spent half my childhood on tri-jets. Oh, the old World War I birds are amazing. That was what made Rise of Flight so fun, is just they fly like kites, because they basically are kites, with an engine strapped to them. I need to veer south a bit. I don't remember if I have Flying Circus, actually. I do have the original Rise of Flight, which I used to play a lot back in the day. But I don't remember if I have Flying Circus. I think I do. I think so. When's the last time you used a blip switch? A very long time ago, actually. I think I was flying in Newport. I'm not real big on the rotary engines. My favorite Rise of Flight plane to fly was the Albatross. Any of the Albies, but the D3 particularly, D3 and D5A. The D2 was nice, but the visibility wasn't quite so good. And after the Albies, it was the Pfalz, so I'd fly those two in the Pfalz D3. And then if I was flying Allies, I'd usually fly the SE5. Yeah, that's right, I did. I did a Stalingrad tour on the D5A, so yeah, I do have it. I need to port some of my... Assuming the UVW maps are the same, which they probably are, the models look like they're basically the same. I should port across some of my Rise of Flight skins. I had some really nice ones. I was quite proud of my Albie skin. This thing's really pleasant to fly, but man, it does not get places in a hurry. At all. How are the teams looking? We actually outnumber Blue now, but they do have 2 Tomcats, so it doesn't really count. Only one with ground kills? I'm not surprised. Some of those would have carried over from the last mission though. Most of those actually. As well as all of the deaths. I haven't died yet this mission. Somehow. And it's not showing any kills because I have yet to get an air-to-air kill this session. So once I do actually kill something air-to-air, it should update with my score for the past several days. Couple of UB-32s. Ah, you'll be able to tickle things. So, Lake 2, the air defense has been cleared out. It's only infantry and trucks left. I think you need to kill the Hemmets that are backed up against the water pumps, and you need to kill the infantry encampment and any vehicles around it. But I think the actual structures, like the water towers and derricks and shit, I think you don't need to destroy them. I used to think that you did, but apparently not. So if you just want to go strafe up the trucks or something, you should actually be able to kill them with the UB-32s and the gun. I would not recommend going to the other lakes, because I haven't worked any of them over yet, so they'll all have Avengers and Vulcans at them. Okay, that should be the mountain on the west side of lake number 2. Yep, this is the neutral lake in front of me. I don't remember if ground units spawned there at the start of the mission. Merged. Where? I just got a merge call over the neutral lake. It's quite high up, it might be an F-14. Shit. Please don't murder me. That doesn't give me any comfort, Zach, because you might just toy with me. They're actually going to try and murder me. I think he passed by me. He's heading northwest towards the airfield. 5,000 meters. We slipped past somehow. Sea Vixen. Sea Vixen. I'd love a Sea Vixen. I like that plane so much that I don't even care it's asymmetrical. That's how much I like that plane. What map is this? Caucasus. And the mission is When the Mountains Cry, which is the water pump station one. Vampire's pretty nice. The Vampire's nice, but I'm a bit more partial to the Venom, particularly the Sea Venom, like the all-weather interceptor version of the Sea Venom. There's the lake. These clouds are quite cool. Vulcan, yes! Vulcan, Victor. Okay. I'm paranoid now. There we go, now the laser wants to play ball with us. Oh god. Please don't kill me. Something just fired a radar missile at me. That is very concerning. Do they have a hawk hidden somewhere around here? Surely not. Something fired a fucking missile at me, dude. They must have a hawk. Or you must have a hawk. Because there was a Huey on earlier. Please stabilize, Mr. Sight. Oh, this is such a sketchy run-in. No, maybe I do need to destroy all the structures. Didn't used to. It used to be that you just had to destroy the unit. Oh, the trucks, right, I get it. That's what I was missing. Yeah, there's a hawk site down there. Looks like the enemy have a hawk south of Lake 2. Please don't freeze now, DCS. That's very rude. Surely that's enough. Let's go see if we can kill that fucking hawk site. Maybe. I don't know if this lake's finished or not, but I've at least killed their units here. Where are you, you cheeky fuck? I also don't remember what the dead zone of the hawk is. Okay, we've defeated it. So it's right over that fucking hill, you cheeky pricks. This is really risky. Really, really risky. Debating whether I should go with the guided missiles or the rockets. The rockets might have better reaction time. There you are. Yeah, that's a hawk site for sure. Hawk just shot at somebody. Come on, come on, come on. Not in range yet. Oh shit. Oh no! Oh, you motherfucker. Okay. Okay. We do this the old-fashioned way. I think my gun's out of commission. I think everything's out of commission. Did I knock it out, though? That's the question. Got a left engine fire. It's still that. Son of a bitch. Using all my flight controls, I think I lost the stabilizer, but I've still got flight control. That was a Vulcan site. There's the radar. Get fucked. Hawk site radar's down. Fucking teach you to shoot at me. Now, this thing ain't flying so good, but we'll try and finish that side off so they can't just bring a repair out. I've got to be careful because there'll be Avengers and shit over there as well. In fact, that might be worth... Oh, no, I don't want to go there because the Vulcan will fucking rip me again. It's mostly dead. I think there's 1 or 2 pieces still left to do. Hawk site's down. It was just south of their lake number 3, I think. That would have been my trigger, which I need to get a new spring for. I'm using a pen spring in it at the moment because I was cleaning the stick out and my old spring launched itself across the room and I never saw it again, so I need to get a replacement if I can. One launcher left, and then that site's gone. Yeah, Thrustmaster Warthog. I think I got a jet here right on top of me. Oh no, that's the Vulcan. Never mind. Vulcan's locking me, but it probably won't hit me from that far out. It's a bad setup. I need to roll in from the other side. 14 over one of the lakes, yeah. Well, I mean, if the 14 jumps me now, I'm pretty defenseless. But I managed to kill the Hawk at least, which is something. You shot down the fort. Nice, dude. Good kill. Good fucking kill, Super. Yet another MiG-21 Turbo Chad is born. There we go. Hawk site is wiped. They'll have to set up a whole new one if they want to do that again. So the issue I had is there's 2 springs. There's 2 springs in the trigger. There's a fat one and a thin one. I accidentally launched the thin one. So my trigger goes to first stage quite comfortably, but if I pull it all the way in, it binds a little. It worked fine for like 6 months, but now it's binding, so I'll have to try and replace it. Yeah, the Warthogs are really expensive now. I mean, mine was expensive when I got it, but it's, like, ludicrously expensive now. Not only did you kill a 14, you killed Zach in a 14. Somebody's getting gold star in Discord if they didn't get it already. Not you? Well, oh, did he rage quit? Oh, he did rage quit. Rest in peace, my dude. Either way, a 21 bringing down an F-14, especially a new player in the 21, that's a hero of the Soviet Union right there, as far as I'm concerned. This should be... Is this our lake, or is this theirs? I think this is ours. Yeah, third red lake. So from here, I want to go... We'll go back up to Sanaki, 304 for 161. Because I'm going to need to repair and I'm going to need to do a full... Actually, no, we can go to Kutaisi because I've still got my air-to-air missiles on. So we're good. We Gucci, chat, as long as I don't run out of fuel on the way there, or I don't lose my surviving engine. It'll out-accelerate it. The 14's actually faster at top speed, but the 21's got really good acceleration. The MiG-19's acceleration is even better. And the 23's is god tier when we finally get it. Finished Cyberpunk yet? No, I haven't. I played a couple hours the other night, but I just haven't had time, dude. Between the streams and trying to fucking finish shit and then work, I have not had time, unfortunately. "16 kilometers, huh? Try me, boy. I might not have a nose anymore, but I still have missiles and a gun." He's doing it. We'll actually leave that reticle on. 5-4 for 19, huh? Oh, hello. That's a 21. Super, if you just overflew me, there's a F5 or something trailing. That's a 21. Both 21s, actually. We've got an F5 near us. May have just got shot down. The F-14 kills the MiG-21 if he knows he's coming. They often don't, because we ambush them. I have more F-14 kills in the MiG-21 than I have in any other jet. I saw two 21s just pass over me. I don't know which one's you. But it looks like whoever was coming for me got dealt with anyway, so I can head back to base now. 304. Although I've come off course now, so whatever. Oh, no, I was calling the right one, okay. You gotta be careful on this server. Sometimes if you use the call AWAC shortcut, it calls the wrong one. So there's one which is call sign 1 that speaks to the MiG-21s and MiG-19s and MiG-29s and everything. And then call sign 15 only speaks to the MiG-15, because the MiG-15 has a different radio that is not even in the same frequency band as ours. So we can't talk to them, they can't talk to us. So they have to have their own separate EWR. If I was right, I'd turn my radar off and on to help lose that look from blue. Also helps me stealthy. It wouldn't really help you that much. I mean, if they know you're there, they know you're there. Their radar's a lot better than yours is. Turning yours off is just going to blind you instead of blinding them. Like, they don't need to have your radar on to know where you are. Ideally. It helps sometimes, but ideally. But almost all of my F-14 kills, I think a couple were guns. Almost all of my F-14 kills have been radar on, R3R radar guided missile to the face, because they've turned into me, like they've been engaging someone else and I've just pulled it in on them and slapped them in the face. Or they fired at me, I've notched it, and then they've turned into re-engage and I just slapped them because they were too close at that point. Like, if an F-14 gets within visual range of a MiG-21, he's already fucked up. Like, he's done something really bad if he's got that close to a 21. I'm flying pretty much straight towards it. Excellent. Oh shit! Someone just got splashed in front of me. Yeah, I'd say that clean call was a lie, because somebody just died. Although... Team kill? Or was it one of our Sams? I don't know. What was that? I saw a pair of 21s flying that way. So if one of them got splashed, it means either they got team killed or there's a sneaky F5. There's nothing behind me. What am I missing? Oh, I'm missing my left elevator. I've still got the stab, but I'm missing the elevator. You see that? The right one's still there, but the left one's not. How's my rudder? Yeah, I still got a rudder. Ailerons. I can just look. Su-25's wings are too fat to see the ailerons from the cockpit anyway. RSBN? I don't know in this. I got waypoints for it, but I don't know if my compass is reliable, to be honest, and also, I don't know what the shortcut is. I can't remember. I know it's off my nose, pretty much, so I just keep flying this way, and once I hit the valley, I'll recognize it. So we got a fair few more ground kills there, at least. Sleepy Wazza, cheers for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Thought about getting in a 29 slot, but the teams are so uneven I just left the server. Yeah, it was stacked the other way before, and now it's stacked our way. Kind of can't win. Especially in a server's low population like this, it swings wildly one way or the other. Just at complete random. What, you noobs who just shot down an F-14? Jesus, dude. I could barely shoot down F-5s when I was as new to the 21 as you are. Hey, a kill's a kill, dude. There's somebody over there. Should be nearly home. I fucking hope not. Unless that's 251 from him. Let me double check. Oh, actually no. No, that should be right. That should be okay. Need a bit more thrust to get over this mountain. That should be Kataisi off my nose. And the airbase is right around... Actually, it's a little further that way, I think. Yeah, it's right over there. Or is it? Where's the riverbank? Yeah, no, it is over there. Yeah, that's a pretty good indicator in the 21. I don't know if I'm going to have landing gear, because I don't appear to have flaps, which usually means no hides. I have flight controls and my hide warning lamp aren't on, so maybe it's just the main system is down. Where are the hide gauges in this thing? Probably buried somewhere. It's oxygen. Back there. And they're indicating 0 kilograms per square centimeter, which is bullshit. I think those aren't even animated gauges. I think they're just static. I think. I hope. Maybe I am on manual flight control, I don't know. No emergency blowdown? I don't remember what the bind for it is. It's like Alt-G or Control-G or something. Might be worth trying, I don't know. Oh, hello. 21. There's the airbase right in the center of my screen there. Those are all the hangars. Die of old age by the time I get there. Got quite a few fighters out now. Oh, the other F-14's back. Your victim's back, Super. Time to kill him again. I know they're not everyone's cup of tea, and I usually just use my own personal one or the historical ones, but I quite like the fictional liveries for the 21 they've included. They're really nice looking. Like, they're really well done. A well done, good looking fictional livery, I think, is worth having. Kind of half tempted to jump in Bespechny, because I haven't really... I've been going for like 8 hours. I kind of don't want to endure another hour and a half of Su-25 flying just to get to the target, only to get shot down again. We'll see. We might do one more in this, and then we'll switch to the 21 or something. It's going to be a very long stream today. I think I'll have to split the VOD up into a couple parts when I go to put it on YouTube. I wasn't even planning on streaming for this long, it just kind of happened. Such as DCS. Kind of takes the whole day away when you get into it. Why am I so tired? Actually, I'm tired because I didn't get much sleep last night, but also, I used to have no problem going for like 8 or 10 hours on a stream. It's only recently now, if I stream for really, really long, I start getting really fatigued afterwards. But it's not really physical fatigue, it's like mental fatigue. I just go pass out for a couple hours and I'm right. With boomers. I know, right? Feels fucking bad, man. Just mental fatigue from talking to us a lot. I mean, yeah. Yeah, I love you guys, but yeah. I'm a pretty indoorsy person, and I don't actively seek out interaction that often, so even though you guys are technically like, it's not like I'm in a room full of people, which would really tire me out fast. I'm still talking to people, so it kind of does take it out of me a bit. I have to spend a whole 8 hours pretending I have a fucking personality, dude. That shit's hard. That shit's really hard. Yeah, it kind of is. Apparently I'm a shit stand-up, though, because Mike Delta wasn't too impressed by my jokes earlier. Is there someone on the runway? There's 221s, 321s maybe? There's 2 parked on the cross taxi. I think that's one of the light trucks, maybe? Parked down the end. Either that or a 21's gone off-roading. We'll come in from the other side. I'm not fuel critical, so I'm happy to respect the traffic pattern. I want a mission where we have, like, capturable airfields, because I want to fucking hit one of those. That's a fuel dump. So for those who haven't seen one, that's a fuel dump. That is actually a thing. If you hit that, we won't be able to refuel at this airbase if you wipe that thing out. The ammo dump is that thing. If you hit that, it'll cook off for, like, the next 2 hours. I really, really, really want to do a stream on Cold War where it's a mission I'm allowed to attack air bases, so Daddy Alpin doesn't spank me, and I want to fucking lob some S-24s into one of those motherfuckers, because they go up like you would not believe. I'd never actually seen one cook off before, but I was told they do in fact cook off, so I went and tested it in single player. Sure enough, a pair of S-24s into the middle of one of those was like a fireworks factory going up for the next hour. It was awesome. I really want to do it. Not to my own airbase, obviously. I hear something moving. We might have gear after all. Nose. Mains. Yep, we got gear. Do we have flaps? I don't think so. The wing mechanization's probably all fucked up because I took some hits to the wing. And I don't think there's an emergency blowdown for flaps in this. There is in the MiG-19, but I don't think there is in the Su-25, which means I'm going to have to land fast and flat. Oh god. Runway incursion. That's alright. Oh wow, I'm way fast. I'm way fast. Air brakes, please. I don't have air brakes. This is fine. We'll crab it. Oh, no, I can't crab it in because I've lost an engine, haven't I? That would have been bad. 400 kilometers an hour. Let's go. Let's go. No, I don't like it. I let my airspeed get away from me because I wasn't paying attention. Super, do I have a nose? Like, is the whole nose gone, or is it just the tip of it with the pitot probes and the laser? Couldn't see it properly. You should be able to see it now if you zoom right in. If I'm missing the entire nose, you'll be able to tell even from that far away. Believe me. Right. Oh, this is sketch. This is sketch. This is super, super sketch. I gotta be careful not to overdo the rudder. Because if I do, I'll end up in a spin and I'll end up dead very, very quickly. I have my nose? Okay, good. Because that would complicate things even more if I didn't. Very suitable music. 400 k's an hour again, god damn. By the time I complete that turn, I'm so fast. Come on, come on. If I pop my chute above about 300, it'll just tear off, it won't actually slow me down. Come on, come on, come on, baby. Chute's out. No, it's not. We're gonna end up in the grass, I think. I'll just pull the gear. We'll slide. Well, that went well. I don't know why the Su-25 always catches fire now when it belly lands. It never used to. Well, unless you had full fuel. But I've even belly landed with no fuel in the tanks and it still fucking burns. And because it's FC3, the fire extinguisher doesn't work. So some of that damage was from the landing. The lost wingtip, I think, is from the landing. Cool guys do look at explosions, apparently. I'm lucky that didn't kill me. Was your engine out while you didn't go around? I thought that I could slow it down in time. I didn't realize my parachute had been blown off as well. If I had, I would have gone around again. But also trying to go around with an engine out is really, really, really sketchy. Okay, oh, no, not smoke rockets. Smoke rockets are cool, but not what we need here. Oh my god, I clicked the wrong fucking button. Are you serious? Bro, I didn't click cancel. I didn't click anywhere near cancel. What are you doing to me, DCS? Right. OFPs. OFPs. Oh, we got a friend. Look at that. Who's our friend? That would be Peter, who was flying a 21 earlier. I need to put myself on the correct comms channel. Even though there's two people on the wrong one. Make sure we're on the right one. So from the airbase, I want to go... I could have just worked out the reciprocal, but I'm bad at maths. 124 to the friendly lake. To that enemy lake is 119. Okay. Oh, he's loading up heavy. Very heavy. Not sure you're gonna need those bags, man. We'll wait for him. Oh, why would you ask, picture? No, what are you doing? So what's he got? Symmetrical, 2 bags, 4 lots of rockets, probably KOMs, which is what most people carry, even though they're mostly used against tanks. They're kind of crap against light skin. 2 S25Ls, 2 R60. A reasonable loadout. It's going to be heavy though. Not like I'm much lighter. Is he behind me? Yeah, he's behind me. Alright, my man, let's go. There he is. He's still behind me. So that was what, 1-2 1-2 something for heading, I think? 119. Did he keep going straight? Let's see him. Maybe he did. Or he's right below me or something. Oh shit, Zach's back. I thought we were safe for a minute there. A lot of reds on. Oh, there we go. There he is. He must be flying fucking full tilt, full throttle to be going like that. I mean, I guess he has the bags to do it. Kind of a waste though. Well, if he's gonna run that fast, we'll let him go ahead of us and he can be the bait. I don't want to waste all my fuel trying to fly form on somebody that's at mil power, so we'll just let him scoot ahead if he wants. Missile sponge, yeah, exactly. Speaking of which, let's see if our R60s are awake. Yep, our R60s are awake. Good. Not sure why they weren't working before. It's really weird. Looks like is he slowing down? I can't tell. If he does slow down to like a more reasonable speed, I'll try and fly form on him, but if he's just gonna whiz out ahead of me, then I'm not gonna waste fuel catching him. Because I didn't bring bags. Loud and clear. That's where I went down. That smoke pool was my previous Su-25, I think, unless somebody else missed the runway, which is possible. Reasonable power setting. So I just use the detent on my throttle as like my cruise power setting. Anything between 85 and 90%. 85 is what I'm doing now-ish. It's pretty slow. So you can bump it up to like 90 or 95, but I usually keep it around 85 to 90. Might do 90. If you cruise much faster than that, the plane gets really shaky anyway, especially if you've got heavy ordnance on board. So in order to avoid making myself seasick, I try not to get too carried away with the throttle. I see I had formation fly until I got close to the area, then do weasel. Yeah, it's nice to fly form, because I need practice, I don't do it very often. It's nice to fly form on the way into a target. Kind of makes you sitting ducks if you get bounced, but at least you know you've got somebody else there with you, and, you know, there's more chance one of you will survive at least. But, I don't know, a lot of people tend to just fly full pelt all the time. I do it too in the 21. So it's quite hard to rejoin on them because they're outrunning you. Ah, you're the dude in front of me. Okay, there we go. Sorry I tested my R60s on you. Don't worry, my finger was nowhere near the trigger. Alright, I'll bump the power up, scooch up and catch up to you a bit. No, I don't test them on teammates that thoroughly. As long as I get Seeker Tone, I'm happy. I'm satisfied the missile will work. No need for test firings. Unless maybe it was Zach. You vanished into the clouds a bit, but I think I know where you are. Still off my nose. The trim change with speed in the Su-25 is quite intense. Well, it is in all the Soviet aircraft, but even in the Su-25, which you don't really think of as being fast, you gotta do a lot of trimming as you change speeds. There we go, she starts shaking at about 650. Dial it back to about 90, and we should be able to coast in the rest of the way. Give the air brakes a tickle when I get close. Good song for it too. Nice chill vibes. Yeah, we are. About 115 to 120 should put us close enough. If you want to kick it right, like maybe 5 degrees, we should be heading pretty much straight to the lake. That big row of snow caps off our 11 o'clock is Lake 2, and the one we're going for is slightly to the south of it. Here we finally got a release date for Stalker 2. I did not hear that. Well, fingers crossed it will be worth the wait. I just hope they don't Tarkovify the art style too much, which was something I was worried about even when Stalker 2 was originally meant to be a thing. A lot of the concepts looked really, like, Gucci, Stalker's not meant to have Gucci fucking weapon attachments and shit. Stalker is meant to be miserable and depressing and fucking poverty tier. So it shouldn't look like Tarkov, it should look like Stalker, in my opinion. I have to check it out after the stream, man. Fuck. I have no idea. Something at R12. I see smoke. Yeah, I see smoke. That is about where we're going, roughly, so... Maybe somebody else is hitting it, or maybe somebody got shot down. According to the EWR, we're clear in this area, so we should be okay. Man, I really need to do more Su-25 stuff. Just put this song on, form up with someone, and just chill. I did do some Su-27 stuff fairly recently. I jumped on GS and had a really good session. A couple weeks ago now, I think. That's right, A3's on, isn't it? Completely forgot. Where are you heading now? Lake number 3, I think it is. The one south of Lake 2 that I was hitting before, where the Hawk site was. To be fair, I don't really pay much attention to E3 anyway. I haven't for a long time. I know which games I'm interested in, and I generally don't keep tabs on anything outside of that. Even the ones I am interested in, I sometimes don't follow up on. Fighter radar lock. Coming from Lake 2, it looks like. We got an escort at least. I think it's time to drop low. Let's get down in the weeds. I nearly bit off more than I could chew there. Nearly. Sometimes I forget this isn't a MiG-21. Okay, our FARP should be right there. That's our FARP off our right side. So we should at least have some SAM cover somewhere around here. Hey, Nico. So we want to go much 120 still. Okay, the near lake with the crescent shape should be the friendly one. The enemy one's just past that. Should be about our current heading. So we'll have a friendly one somewhere in front of us, and then an enemy one beyond it. That's Lake 2 over there. Oh shit. 21 that was escorting the Su-25s. If you're on frequency, I see a contrail off our left, possibly a missile. There's a contrail coming from Lake 2, maybe a missile? Oh shit, it's a Tomcat, I think. Yeah, F-14. Merge with both Su-25s. Fucking jet wash.
Where are the Sukhois at?
South of the friendly FARP, southeast of it. I've lost sight of the F-14. He swooped me and climbed up. We're by friendly lake number 3. Zero 93 for 5. It's way up there though. If he had the sense to swoop us, it's probably fucking Zach. And I just jettisoned all my air to ground now. Zero for 5. Shit, he's behind me.
I believe we have eyes on your Tomcat.
Yep, I'm diving, flaring now. He's behind me.
He's Fox.
Ah, I'm hit. No saving that. I don't think. No, no saving it. Yeah, it's Zach. That was almost certainly Zach. And he is very smart. Oh wow, Blue's badly outnumbered now though. Let's take the 21 up for a flight. I think we'll just do the 1. Now, do we have R60s on this mission is the big question. Okay. SPS, that, and cone, battery, inverter, service pump, DC gen, engine start. Hey, I remembered it without looking that time. Why do I have that switched on already? We don't need that yet. Wait for the engine to spool up and start turning everything else on. Well, someone got him. Oh, someone had a whoopsie. Oh dear. I'll just leave that. Yep, we're good to go. SPS back on. Trim. Heat. I think we're good. I think that's everything. I'm sure it's not. Oh, right. Safety cover. Hey, Jeff. Flaps are at takeoff. Trim set. Everything looks good. You don't. It's part of the stream, my dude. It's like somebody left a piece of themselves on the runway. Hey Plub, going pretty well. Done a bit of everything today, just about. Oh, that's part of a, that's a wing fence off a MiG-19. Somebody lost their wing. Don't know how. Oh, it's been alright. Good variety of stuff. Very good variety of stuff. We even got some VIG and ground attack in, which was fun. Didn't go too well, but it was fun. A little sloppy on takeoff there. Yep, Cold War. I don't think so. It usually pops up in the top right corner of the screen, though. It'll say, like, all targets at pump station, whatever, have been destroyed. Usually. But the script may be broken, I don't know. We should have destroyed number 2 at least, but they might have a ground unit hiding somewhere. Not sure. Zach's pretty much the only threat other than the F-86. Might go high. The teams have been really seesawing back and forth balance-wise today. $21 best bet for getting into Cold War Red? Yeah. Yeah, the 19's pretty good for it now as well, but the 21 is just better at kind of all-rounder stuff. The 19 doesn't do ground attack too well, but the 21 can do it okay. Out of F-14s, jump in an F5, dude. I know you'll be outnumbered, but jump in an F5. $12-hour Ross stream? Not 12-hour today. But I have done a 12-hour stream before, I think. I know I've done 11. I think I've done 12. That's coward speak, Zach. Coward speak. Kind of want to learn the 19. There's not much to it. It's pretty similar to the 21 in a lot of ways. Nice, easy jet to pick up. They do have an F5 now, at least. Halo Infinite multiplayer will be free to play. Will you try it with me? I don't know if I hate myself that much. Only thing stopped me from flying more red is the Russian-only AWACS. You can set it to have subtitles, so... I think you can even set it to speak to you in English from memory. I think that's an option in DCS, I don't remember. But at least there's subtitles. Yeah, they're on by default. I don't even... Well, they're probably not hard to turn off, I've just never done it. Partly because my Russian degrades with stress. So while I can understand them when there's nothing happening, if something starts happening, I'll probably have no idea what they're saying to me. Yeah, one F5 and an 86. So we'll just cruise up nice and high, I guess. Try and conserve a little fuel. Wonder if that Huey's gonna get another Hawk side up or what. That was really cheeky where he put that last one. Absolute shit of a place to get to. 118 for 70, off my nose. 3,500 flanking. I think they'll have a secondary Hawk site by their FARP. So I don't want to stray too far to the southeast. Pre-ordering for a GPU, 6800 XT, good luck. Good luck. Would a player-controlled AWACS and or GCI... Oh! Probably. I don't know. Probably for reds. I don't know about blues, but... Fuck, we'd love something like that. Something like lot ATC integration would be amazing. Like, proper lot ATC integration. Would be fucking amazing. What I'm really hanging out for is integrated air defense. I want an integrated air defense module, and I want to be able to actually physically crew the SAMs with it. They could even make it come with AI interceptors. Am I 104? Yeah, I am 104. 127. He's down quite low. Alright. Wonder if that's the... Probably the 86, because the F5 only got on a few minutes ago, I think. Ace. Oh no, don't call for it now, I need it. Come on, where is he? Not behind me. Clean. Oh, you motherfucker. Don't freeze. What are you? Might be a 21. Can't tell. 21. Two for 27. I think that's that same guy, possibly. If it is, he's hauling ass. In fact, right there I see somebody skimming the clouds. Oh yeah. Drop below them. I'm going to take my chances here and also drop below them. Fingers crossed there's not a hill in front of me. Rakashi, thanks for the follow. Oh my god, there was a hill in front of me. I'm so lucky. Right there. That's either a friendly returning to base or it's him, and I can't tell which. Come on, talk to me. $310 for 25. Intriguing. They're trying to fucking hell camp our base, I guess. Yeah, they did measure interest in it. And people seem pretty interested. Especially if it is something like Sam Sim right there. Somebody right there. Getting clean calls, which is concerning, because I'm pretty sure he's not dead. I think that's our own air defense setting the SPO off. Oh, the reflection on the fucking radar scope. Never mind the canopy reflections, they're fine. It's the radar scope that's hard to see. Yeah, somebody's right next to our base. I'm trying to find him now.
That's our fault. We're Winchester. We're dragging our 5s back.
That's correct, actually. 19 is scrambling.
Possible tally 1 heading south. If you can get him to fly a little higher so he pops above these hills, it would help a lot.
We have visual. We're trying to get him. Two bogies, actually.
One of them is very possibly me, so IFF targets. I got him on radar. Locked. He's coming back towards the airfield now. Shit, dropped him. Dropped lock. Sam's might get him. I'm gonna be fucking out of fuel very shortly. I think I'm right next to the airbase now. I don't know, actually. Okay, we got a friendly out there somewhere. Right ahead of us. Smoke trail check behind me, nothing. He was last tooling around where I am now, so he must be close. Probably drove the SAMs into the ground. Where is this guy? That was a friendly, I think. Yeah, that's friendly. 113 for 40, huh? I barely have the fuel for this, so he'd better turn back into me, because if he doesn't, I'm gonna have to go land. I wish it told you which fucking direction they're flanking. Do not have the fuel for an extended dogfight at this point. I'm pretty much one pass, whole ass. Cold. $37, 38 kilometers from home. Fuck it, he's somebody else's problem now. Hill must be interfering with the RSBN signal. Really? That was enough to kill the engine? Okay. Someone had an oops. Hopefully not on the runway. Hopefully. That's right in the middle of the fucking runway. Are you serious? I'm gonna land on the taxiway. Fuck that. Long float.
So where do we have to go? Lake 2 or camp elsewhere?
I'm just gonna patrol around 2, I think, but we need to hit the other lakes. 2 has mostly been cleaned up.
So head for Lake 2 for now.
Try and survey the damage as we taxi past. It looks like there's debris on the runway. Plane, MiG-21. Possibility of bombers in DCS? Depends. Tactical bombers, like small stuff, F-111, Su-24 kind of size, maybe. Big bombers, I wouldn't hold my breath. Stuff like the B-1 or the 216 or anything like that, I would not hold my breath, as much as I'd love them. I think the game needs to grow for a few more years before that's really viable. But we'll see if ED agrees or not. So Saber, he was strafing one of our lakes, but as I was lining up on him, he either got hit or overg'd and crashed into the objective. Oof. Okay. Be careful landing at Kataisi, there's a great big chunk of debris right in the middle of the runway. There must be enough space since he's taking off. Ah, it's the RAF MiG. Oh my god, the bouncers. Oh my god, the bouncers. Oh my dude. What? Oh no. Oh man. Yeah, no, I didn't think that would be you, Proof. I think we'll do one more flight, and then I'll call it. Because I need some lunch, and the teams are stacked anyway. In fact... Might go try and hit something, and then probably jump off, because there's only a single F5. Not much point doing air-to-air if there's only one F5 up. Come on, ground crew. Speed it up. Can't see around the canopy. Yeah, it looks like they put the S-24 on that side. Are they going to put it on this side? $100. You'll be competing with Hiramachi for that one, but yeah, very good deal. It's in pretty rough condition, but it has the complete, if it's the one I'm thinking of, it has the complete stick extension and everything, so it's worth it. Mine costs more than that, and mine is maybe in slightly better condition, but also less complete. Hello, ground crew? Bruh? Do we not have any left? The warehouses are bugged out, so it's not updating the weapons count. So you have to actually check to make sure the ground crew put on what you're asking for. There we go. We should have the one on the other side as well. Come on. Why they're taking so long? Whatever, we should be able to go. There we are. Rearming complete.
Okay, our Red Lake 2, I had an enemy IFF, I have manpad launch transitions with our second leg.
Is that a wing tank? What? No. S-24. Big boy rocket.
Broad photograph Bravo, you on com? Oh, yeah, I take that as a yes. There was an enemy IFF in the area. Enemy IFF in the area.
What are you doing, Mick?
We're looking for it. Go low.
Nose wheel's gone all stanky. Come on. I got 2 F5s now, at least. Better than nothing.
F5, near the car. F5 flash.
And he disconnected. Back to 1. Okay, so we got some debris on the runway, but we should be able to get past it. And then some more debris off the end of the runway through the fence. Give it a bit of a wide berth. That other guy may have fucking stomped his gear on it. Okay, we're up. Good. I was a little concerned about that. I wasn't sure how big crater was. It's hard to see craters in runways sometimes. You don't see them until you already fall into it. So, it's not something you want to fuck around with. Just see if there's anything actually nearby. Probably not. What plane is this? MiG-21. So we'll find something to blast these S-24s at. See if we can at least find the F5. And then head back and land. But I don't fancy my chances of getting a dogfight before I jump off for the day. Might try and intentionally bait them by going high. So that's the enemy's second lake in front of me, behind those snow caps. So their next lake should be down there somewhere, which is where I was going in the Su-25 before Zach murdered me. Low coolant. Either this light will be on, or the bottom right red light in this will be on. It doesn't with rearm, no, it should with repair. So you'll want to turn the radar off and go back and hit repair, and it should refill it. Everything else is a rearm, like the air for the brakes, the chute, all of that's rearm, but radar is repair. Feel I've been watching the stream all day. You kind of have. Yeah, it was a little longer than I planned for today, but oh well. It's been fun. And we'll check. Just to see if he's somewhere close by. Clean. Right. Oh right, that's locked to automatic. Which it shouldn't be. Well, I mean, they're fun to play when you've got a good GCI and you've got people that will, like, tie them down for you. But if you play either of those when the server's low population or when there's no GCI, it's just miserable because people just fly away from you. Like, literally, they just fly away from you. Every single time I've tried to play the MiG-15 on here, people just fly away. I've never actually been able to get into a good fight. Or I've been missiled by somebody I never saw, or rammed by somebody I never saw because we didn't have GCI. That's our lake, so the enemy one should be on my left here. Oh, finally, some activity in the air. Way out there, though. I guess we do have to destroy the water pumps and towers? Oh, right, second... Okay, so these are the targets, I guess. I thought it was only the military targets, because the last time I won this mission, it was while there were still structures standing. Alright then, well in that case, let's go hit Lake 2 again. Good, we got a customer. Too bad I don't have any R3Rs now. I'm carrying these fucking rockets, eh? Because at 5 kilometers altitude, he's begging for an R3R. I think we might be able to take out the water pumps with the gun, maybe. Maybe. So I might aim for those towers. Oh my god. I have never had that happen before. Oh, I was actually holding negative G, I guess. I didn't even realize. Please relight. Please. Come on. Yes. The engine went out. We had a flame out. Chuck the radar on because that guy might come and try and intercept me. Oh yeah. 182 for 23, huh? Let's go, boy. I stand corrected, we need to kill all the structures at Lake 2, I guess. I killed all the military units, but the structures are still there. One water tower, one derrick, and then a couple of pumps. Yeah, I did. That's it smoking back there. Oh, I think I did, maybe not. Looked like I did. Can't really check now, I got a target. I got the bloodlust. As long as he doesn't bait me over an Avenger, which he might here. I'm surprised I can't see him on radar. It's 16 for 30 at 6,000. What? One of them might have been the Huey. Hey, Joe. There you are. Oh, that glare on the radar scope is nasty. Okay, get our e-burner running. You do on some missions. Some missions are unlocked from the get-go, some you've got to actually unlock them by doing specific objectives. And in the ones where you've got to unlock them, the objectives are usually somewhat painful to do. Did he just fucking disconnect right in front of me? Oh my god. You're kidding. You're fucking kidding me. What a hero. Yeah, it has. Much better. F5 just disconnected. Yep. The F5 is pretty nice. It's not overly exciting, but it's pretty nice. Easy to fly. Generally pleasant. I think we destroyed all of those. I'm not entirely sure. Oh, my S-24's hit right next to the tower and somehow failed to kill it. I don't know if we destroyed them or not, that's the thing. Yes and no? It really depends. Like, it's easier to fly, but it doesn't really give you many options if you fuck up. The MiG-21's a little more forgiving in some respects than the F5. The F5's easier, like, it won't go into tumbles like the 21 does if you really fuck with it, but on the other hand, the F5 doesn't have the power to get itself out of trouble. Like what I just did there would have killed me in an F5. I don't think my gun's gonna be enough for that stuff. The 21 gives you options because it just has so much fucking excess thrust. And it has speed and acceleration and all those wonderful things. Don't play, just watch? Yeah, that was my situation with DCS for a good number of years, because my old PC for a long time couldn't run it, and then I didn't have a working HOTAS, but I was able to finally get into it, and I've been loving it since, despite the frustrations. Again, what I just did there in an F5, that would have been a death sentence, and my gun is empty, so I'm RTB. Nothing left to fight in the air anyway, so I'm going to go land this thing, find someone to raid, and then I'm going to get some lunch, I think. Yeah. No Phoenixes on this server. Even if they were allowed, it's harder when you don't have a GCI, but if you have good situational awareness, like you have a GCI telling you where the Tomcat's approaching from, Phoenixes are really easy to notch with this thing. They're not overpowered as such, but against these aircraft from this era, the MiG-21, if you launch a Phoenix at it and he doesn't see the launch, he'll have no idea. It's just, you'll get deleted without ever knowing what hit you. If you see the launch, you can notch it quite effectively, but that's, you know, you have to be looking in the right place at the right time. Basically, the Phoenix would be something there's no retaliation for by any other aircraft in this server. Why is it in the game? Because the aircraft had it in real life. And also, the more modern aircraft can very much compete with it. But these old birds can't. DCS spans everything from World War II through to the mid to late 2000s, and there's very little rhyme or reason to what is or isn't included in the game, so mission designers have to kind of make their own balance, so to speak. And in this case, that means no Phoenixes for the Tomcat. Meanwhile, we MiG-21 pilots only have R60s, we don't have R60Ms, because the R60M is all aspect, and it made it a little too easy for us to delete F5s from the front. Yeah, this server caters exclusively to older stuff. The most modern planes on here are heavily restricted, and even their loadouts are restricted. So again, Tomcat, no Phoenix, and it's an F-14A, not a B. The MiG-29's restricted in what weapons it can get, no ER, no ET, no R-73. And the Kar-50 is, I think, probably the most modern thing actually on here. But that's just until we get the Hind, hopefully. What's the year limit? There isn't one as such, because, like I said, the Kar-50's on the server, and that's 1990s. No, there's no set-in-stone year limit. It wouldn't matter anyway, because most of the aircraft that we do have are upgrades after 86. It's like, if it credibly fought in the 70s and 80s, like early 80s, and it fits in with the kind of existing group of units, it's put in. But there's no strict year at all. And the DCS historical setting, I haven't really looked into it, but I don't believe it accounts for upgrades. So the DCS historical setting would allow aircraft with certain subsystems they shouldn't have into a time period where they didn't have that thing. No World War I yet. Not in DCS. I don't know if DCS would do World War I very well. I don't think it could support a damage model that would work for World War I planes. Flight model would probably be okay, but I don't know about damage model. Do you think they'll kick off the Kar-50 when the Hind comes out? I'm not sure. I think it's Alpen's favourite module, so he's probably a little bit biased there. And I know a lot of guys will complain if it does get removed, but I personally think it shouldn't have been on the server in the first place. So I hope it gets removed, and I hope the Su-25T does as well. Ah, the joys of having an autopilot. Why would you remove them? Because they don't belong, like, in this time period, so to speak. Like, the Kar-50, they're both low production as well. The Kar-50 was built in tiny numbers in the 90s. Like, it was designed in the 70s and 80s, but it didn't clear state trials until the 90s. And it's barely seen combat. There are not many, I think there's like 30 or something of them that were ever built. And the Russians don't really use them very much. The Su-25T there were even less of. I think there was like 8 to 12 of them were ever built. It was a literal stopgap. So it honestly, in my opinion, has no business even being in the game, let alone on Cold War. A lot of the weapons it gets are too good as well. Like, as it is, the better Mavericks that the A10 gets are pretty annoying to deal with. Especially if you spend an hour sling loading a tank somewhere and it gets deleted by a guy just doing circles. But the Vicar is, like, the best ATGM in the fucking game, pretty much. It's a fantastic weapon. If I hop on, I'll be F-14 fodder for you. Well, they're out of F-14s this mission, so it might have to wait until next time, but I do appreciate the sentiment. There's the airbase down there, so we're a little off course, but that's alright. We can correct it out when we get there. Yeah, the Kar-50's cool, but cool doesn't necessarily mean it belongs on Cold War. Like, I like it too, I just don't fly it because it's confusing and scary, but I don't think it belongs on the server. Oh, somebody else had a whoopsie. What is it with people and landing accidents today? Look at my periscope. I'm looking at my periscope. Is he in my blind spot somewhere? Well, I say blind spot, I don't have one, except below me, but... like where the periscope and the canopy overlap. I only see my own smoke trail, don't see anybody else. So you see how I can see just to the edge of the star on the wings if I turn and look around behind me? Oh shit, hello. Now if I look above me, you can see, if I reset my head position so I'm not a bit too low. If I look behind me, you can see, I can see all the way past the wing, entirely past the wing. So this doesn't have a rear blind spot above itself, only below itself. Also, I think he's below me. Because I saw the flares, but I don't see him, which means he's below me. The one place you absolutely cannot see anything ever in the MiG-21 is beneath yourself. Oh, there he is. There he is. Right there. Yeah, they all disconnected. The last F5 literally disconnected right as I was about to intercept him. Possibly because I was about to intercept him, I don't know. Locked you all the way in? Yeah, I know, the radar's still not giving warnings. It's a bit busted. Hopefully they can fix that soon. I want to know when I kill somebody with an R3R, it was because I actually ambushed them and not because they, like, not because their RWR didn't give me away when it should have. Still behind me? Yeah, there he is. Right there. Shortest landing possible. It's kind of hard to do here. I need an actual short runway to put me under pressure to do it. We can try. Okay, just double check. SPS is on. Drop gear. Full flap for a short landing. I'm gonna have to hold the nose really high, so I need to make sure my angle's good. We'll try and touch basically on the threshold or just past it, and then we'll measure it out. If we can. Oh, there's a fucking wreck on the runway, isn't there? Try and get past that. I have landed this thing in less than 800 meters before. A couple times. If I stood on the brakes, I could probably land it in about 400. But that is not a good idea, either for the tires or because of the nose wheel shimmy. Oh, might chuck that on landing mode so I have a little bit of a reference for line up if I can't see over the nose. Get the needles moving. I don't want to pull the nose up too much because I don't want to tail strike. A little off the line up. Clonk. Never mind, we're going around. No, we're not, because I forgot the burner won't disengage. That was very messy. That was not a good landing at all. See, even I got caught by that. I went to instinctively go into burner, and the nozzle wouldn't fucking rack out, or it would, but it wouldn't ignite. Good thing it's built solidly. I got a little too fast because I pulled my brake in without realizing it. By the time I got it back out, I wasn't squared away. In fact, you know what? How much runway have I got left? Not enough. I was going to take off and go again. Let's just wheel it about here. Is my chute out? I don't remember if I deployed it. I don't think I did. Because I kind of gave up on it. Right. Hopefully the wheels still come up. That was quite a hard landing. But remember all the people on the forum saying, oh, it's so hard to land now, it bounces too much? That was the worst landing possible. And it was controllable. Even after I dropped out the fucking sky. There we go. Oh, you were trying to do a form landing. Shit, if I'd realized, dude, I wouldn't have done the fucking sketchy one. Alright. Wheels are still out. Good. We'll take one stage flap on the turn in. I still have burner with one stage of flap. Now we take 2 stages. Now the air brake. Back trim, back trim, back trim. Rudder. Rudder. Crapping it in slightly, which will also help with landing distance. Standing on the brakes and shoot out. There we go. How far is that? Wrong airfield. That is, I think I touched down pretty much on the piano keys. 552 meters. Heard good things on the 21. How's the MiG-19? Really nice, now that the flight model's been fixed. Really, really nice. Different enough from the 21 to be interesting, but similar enough that it's easy to learn. If you can fly this, you can fly the 19. So for those wondering why I dropped out of the sky on that bounce on the first attempt, this is recently introduced for the MiG-21. It's realistic behavior. It just hadn't been added to the sim before this. I don't know why. I guess they just didn't realize it was missing. But when you have the blown flap system, the SPS on, you just shut this down. We'll just do the quick and dirty. Won't bother with the full one. When you have the blown flap system on, which is this switch right here, anytime the throttle is past this position, it's tapping air off of the compressor, and it's blowing it out over the flaps to give you more lift. When you have full flaps out, that system activates. When the half flaps are out, when takeoff flaps are out, it doesn't. The flaps need to be more than, I think it's 30 degrees extended. Takeoff flap is 25, full flap is 45. So when you have the landing flaps down and the throttle ahead of that detent, it's diverting air off the compressor over the flaps, right? But there's also a inhibitor on this, so that when that system's operational, the afterburner cannot light. What it does is it just stops the spray bars from activating, right? Or it stops the igniter, one of the two. So the afterburner won't light, but the nozzle will go open. Because, you know, when the nozzle opens all the way for the afterburner to light, that's how you get all your thrust. A big bang in the afterburner chamber and then a shit ton of thrust. Well, if the nozzle opens and the afterburner does not light, your thrust goes out the window, because suddenly you're trying to push the same volume of air through a much larger area. Like, your thrust comes from squeezing air through a small area, right? That's why when you go from idle, where the nozzle's fully open, to mil power, the nozzle starts to constrict. It's to focus the air mass coming through the engine on a smaller area, and yeah, higher pressure coming through because it's moving faster, right? So it's Bernoulli's principle stuff. So when you fail to light the burner with the nozzle open, it goes nowhere basically, and you lose all your thrust completely. And as you saw, the jet just drops straight out the air, because then you're in the draggiest possible configuration, which is full flaps and gear, and nose high typically if you bounce in the 21, very nose high. So you're a giant air brake, and then you can't pull the power to salvage it. The only way I found to save it from that situation is if it happens higher up, you can get away with it, which is you cut the throttle to idle, hold it there for a few seconds, and slowly advance it again. But if you're bouncing and you try and go to burner to get out of it, which is what I instinctively did, I just basically screwed myself. So, recommendation, if you're not confident with your landings, and despite what you just saw, I am confident with my landings. If you're not, there is a switch. Where is it? Right there, that switch, turn that off. That inhibits the afterburner as well, and it should prevent that issue from happening. Should. I haven't tested it, but it should, by logic. Failing that, if you're still having issues, just turn the SPS off and land a bit faster. So the SPS here is there to bring the landing speed down by generating more lift off the full flaps. If you have this turned off, either land at half flap or land faster, or both. When I say faster, I don't mean like 400 kilometers an hour fast, like people think you need to do. I mean like 350. You appear with the canopy closed? Interesting. Yours appears closed on my screen as well. It's a really nice livery. I like the bird scarer eyes on the nose. Interesting, so there's canopy position desync. Might be worth bug reporting. Do the blown flaps actually create lift in game? Yeah, it's noticeable. I mean, it's not a huge, like, enormous, earth-shattering difference, but it's noticeable. But you can land without them. I mean, the MiG-21 didn't even get blown flaps until, like, partway through the second generation. So, it's not like it needs them, they just help, especially on the BIS, which is heavier. Anyway, on that note, let's go and see who I can raid. So that's actually quite cool. I've never demonstrated that effect on stream before, and I just unintentionally did it. And showed you guys the case where it's most likely to happen. So now you know. If you're experiencing a bounce on landing, or you try and go around and suddenly drop out of the sky, now you know what you did wrong. I might send you guys... Oh geez, there's quite a few people on. I might send you guys over to 3 Shy today, actually. Playing some MSFS, flying a 787. Little bit of a change of pace from the MiG-21. Not so much from the Su-25. What happened? I had a bouncy landing because I was trying to land short field, but I fucked up my approach. And as soon as I bounced, it was looking really sketchy, so I slammed the throttle forwards and didn't remember it won't ignite the burner now. So because I had the blown flap system on, the burner failed to light, the nozzle opened, I lost all thrust and just... I survived it. The landing gear won't be in too good a condition, but I did survive it. So yeah, that is the danger now in the MiG-21 when landing. Right, there we go. Send you guys over to 3 Shy. Thank you all very much for hanging out with me today. It's been a much longer one than planned, but appreciate you guys sticking with me. And probably next stream will be next weekend, I think. So I was going to try and stream 3 days a week, but I might just cut it down to 2 while I'm still settling in at work, and then we'll go up to 3 again later, maybe, depending what shifts I get. But yeah, stay safe wherever you guys are. Hope you all have a wonderful morning, day, evening, whatever. And enjoy 3 Shy. I will catch you all next week.